Council members, if you can please have a seat. Council members. Council members, if you can please have a seat, and everyone in the audience, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez, yo quiero una.
Ramsey has a few.
No, I know.
Coño, thank you. Coño, concejal, yo pensaba que tú me ibas a traer una a mí. Coño. Una flat, I mean.
No, only the council president gets one.
Oh,
Okay.
oh my God.
All right. Dr. Barral, are you here? Dr. Barral, can you see where our clerk and our assistant is, please? Do we have Ming ready? Okay, good. Councilwoman Cotton, how are you? Ramsey, Habibi, don't forget my shirt.
Where's the flat?
Okay. He can't fit it.
I want my shirt small. Make sure you get me
He
small
wants
one.
it small.
Yeah, my shirt's a small one. City council small, you know. So I used to small, you know, so I tried to. I like it tight. See, I'm requesting flat for all the council members. Brother, we're going to establish after this. Hey,
Yo tengo aquí.
how you doing, sir?
What size is this?
There you go. Got her. You got it.
This is good. Large is fine.
Represent it, brother. There, that's right. You got it, brother. You got this.
Okay, very good. So we're gonna get
Get a
started.
large one.
Madam Clerk,
Large
let
is
me know
fine,
when you're
small-
ready.
No, large. Large is large. Yeah.
What do you have? Extra large for you?
Small. Mira, vamos a votar por esto primero para esa parte.
No. Primero tenemos que hacer, ya tiene que ver toda la agenda, because it's a special.
These are consent items.
Oh, you got to read all the items?
She has to, because it's a special, remember,
Exactly,
we
we
moved
move
it.
it.
So she has to read the entire agenda.
Y después-
Then I'm gonna take all of these together, okay?
Consent.
Estos son los que we have put in consent for last week, but remember, because of the,
Oh, got it, okay.
had to be closed.
You want to do the consent first and then tú haces esto para
No,
después.
tú no estás entendiendo. Just follow me.
I know.
Just see what I'm gonna do.
You could.
Here, right? That thing, it works. That heater, it kicks. It's kicking out my hair.
Do I need my mask? I don't know. You can hear me good with my mask?
Can I hear you? Yeah.
Should I take it off?
I can hear you.
Take it off? Take off the mask?
You want to keep it on?
I'm going to take it off. I can't accept it now. I told him the office is closed. I'm coming to the meeting.
I know, but it was closed. We were trying to put the money in and everybody was closed the whole week.
Well, not the whole week. No, I can't do anything. No, we were here. We were here up to Monday.
Last week.
We wasn't closed all week last week. He's coming with it. No, I can't do that. No, I don't have a staff here to collect the money and put. How am I going to put it on the agenda tonight?
Ponme dos tape aquí. Mira, dos tape.
It's going to out of business. Take a deep breath.
It's not going to work.
Councilman Cotton, tell her that
Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Madam President, when you are. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I know you were
you.
waiting for me.
This meeting is now called to order. I want to thank everyone here today. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I welcome you to today's special meeting. As you all know, last week was our regular meeting, and due to flooding and the closing of City Hall, we were not able to hold our regular meeting, which in turn we rescheduled, but it had to be called a special meeting. And with that said, there's a few things that are going to be a little different, and I know Madam Clerk is going to have to read the entire agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So with that said, Madam Clerk, this meeting is now called to order. Roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council special meeting March 29, 2022 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present.
Councilman Mims.
She is not able to attend today.
Okay. Councilman Rivera.
Present.
Councilman Velez.
Welcome everyone to your house. My vote is yes. Present.
Madam President.
Present.
Hey, you love my
Madam President and honorable council member, this evening we have with us to render the prayer Ms. Phyllis Riley, an associate minister at the historic Calvary Baptist Church, and the Honorable Marisa Davila, council president, will lead us in the flag salute. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer and flag salute. Thank you.
Father God, we invite you to arise in this place on tonight and make your ways known. Teach and guide in your truth, for you are God who will bring salvation to the city of Paterson. Arise and show yourself strong in all who exercise their ears and incline their hearts to obey your voice amid the noise and the chaos. Show yourself mighty in those who, without shame or trepidation, will lift up a standard of truth that can only be found in your infallible, non-negotiable word. My prayer on tonight is that these legislators and this administration will be guided by your truth, that the answers concerning this city lie only with you, no one else. For in the book of Proverbs 8, you declared this: I am wisdom. Counsel, sound judgment, insight, and power are mine. By me, kings reign, and rulers, with my help, issue decrees that are just. I love those who love me and who diligently seek me, for you will surely find me. Those who love me inherit wealth, and I will fill their coffers. Remind them, O God, what is written in Proverbs 14 and 12, that there is a way that seems right in the eyes of man, but the end of it leads only to destruction. For your ways are higher than the ways of men, and your thoughts higher than man's thoughts. Let them know about your promise to all who believe and conform to your way, that you said this: when you pray to me, I will listen. And when you look for me wholeheartedly, you will find me. I will guide you with my eye. But seek ye first the kingdom of God, his way of governing in the earth, and his righteousness, his way of doing business and operating in the earth. And all these things you desire will be added. God, I thank you for what you have promised and what you will fulfill when men yield to your way. Thank you that your plans for Paterson have been well considered and carefully planned out by you. Plans for good and not for destruction, no matter who is sitting in these legislative and governing seats. For elevation comes neither from the east or from the west, but you, O God, are the judge. You put one down and you lift another up. For you are a faithful God, and you keep covenant with those who reverence you and who yield to you in righteousness for generations to come. This is my prayer. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Flag of our country, salute. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time, I'd like a moment of silence for our troops and anyone who has lost a loved one. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Thank you. Yeah, but I don't want it cold.
Madam Clerk,
I'm gonna need a
at
key.
this time, can you please read the 48-hour notice and agenda?
Yes, Madam President. Meeting covered by 48-hour notice. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kiscator International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and tap into Paterson in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. At or about 11 a.m. on March 25, 2022, such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the City Clerk at City Hall. I'll now read the entire special meeting agenda. City of Paterson notice. Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson has scheduled a special meeting for Tuesday, March 29, 2022 at 7 p.m. to be held in the Council Chambers, 155 Market Street, 3rd floor, City Hall, Paterson, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing the following matters: public portion, payment of bills, second reading ordinances. Item number 1, public hearing is required. Bond ordinance providing for various sewer utility improvements by and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4 million bonds or notes of the city to finance the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22027, formal action will be taken. Item number 2, for second reading. Public hearing is required. And bond ordinance providing for various improvements for the Police Division, the Fire Division, and the Office of Emergency Management, all within the Department of Public Safety, by and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $2,905,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,766,665 bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22028, formal action will be taken. Item number 3, bond ordinance providing for various traffic safety improvements and acquisition of non-passenger vehicles and equipment for the Department of Public Works by and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,294,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,232,380 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22029, formal action will be taken. Item number 4 for second reading, public hearing is required. Bond ordinance providing for various park improvements by and in the City of Paterson, in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $952,380 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22030. Formal action will be taken. Item number 5 for second reading, public hearing is required. Bond ordinance providing for various 2022 general capital improvements by and in the City of Paterson, in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $315,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $300,000 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof. Finance, ordinance 22031, formal action will be taken. Item number 6 for second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicapped parking spaces at various locations, Department of Public Works, ordinance 22032, 307 Fair Street, 659 East 32nd Street, 83 Temple Street, 432 Buffalo Avenue, 439 Totowa Ave, 164 Lexington Avenue, 627 East 19th Street, 299 East 33rd Street, 18 Park Street, 369 East 19th Street, 259 12th Avenue, 233 32nd Avenue, 1059 East 26th Street, 715 20th Avenue, 122 Carlisle Avenue, and 449 East 31st Street. Formal action will be taken. Item number 7 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads, 209 Union Avenue and on the west side, and 209 Union Avenue on the Don Bosco Avenue side on the west side. Public Works Ordinance 22033, formal action will be taken. Item number 8 for second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Main Street between 21st Avenue and Washington Avenue, Main Street East, that's the address. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22034, formal action will be taken. Second reading, ordinance for second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads and 73 Bloomfield Avenue, 74 Bloomfield Avenue, 931 East 19th Street, 161 East 22nd Street, 656 East 24th Street, 468 East 25th Street, 173 Maryland Avenue, 80 Park Avenue, 598 River Street, 11 18th Avenue, 194 21st Avenue. Formal action will be taken. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22035. Item number 10 for second reading, public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads, 335 Buffalo Avenue, 26 Elk Street, 166 Manchester Avenue, 150 Putnam Avenue, 81 22nd Avenue, 52 Rochester Avenue, 146 Putnam Street, 76 Highland Street, 78 Chestnut Street, 54 Trenton Avenue, 69A Paterson Street, 116 Hamilton Avenue, 19 North York Street, 175 Redwood Avenue, 203 4th Avenue, 33 East 13th Street, 976 East 34th Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22036, formal action will be taken. First reading ordinance, no public hearing is required. Item number 11, ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 473 of the City of Paterson Code to require the replacement of lead service lines within Paterson. Department of Public Works, formal action will be taken. Item number 12 for first reading, ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on City Road, 306 Allison Street, 224 East 21st Street, 555 East 27th Street, 18 Rose Street, 149 3rd Avenue, 383 12th Avenue, 49 18th Ave, 61 Montgomery Street, 201 Harrison Street, 250 Harrison Street. Department of Public Works, formal action will be taken. Item number 13 for first reading, ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads, 286 Atlantic Street, 3 Cattis Court, 435 East 28th Street, 118 East 32nd Street, 178 Jackson Street, 72 Maple Street, 119 Marshall Street, 160 Mill Street, 148 North 5th Street, 490 Park Avenue, 187 Slater Street. Department of Public Works, formal action will be taken. Item number 14 for public hearing. Public hearing on the introduction of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District, budget approved. And this was approved on February 22nd, 2022. And 14, resolution ratifying and adopting the 2022 budget of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. Finance, resolution 22-201, formal action will be taken. Item number 15, resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for the energy savings plan through an energy savings improvement program for the City of Paterson, RFP number 2022-39. Administration, resolution 22-202, formal action will be taken. Item number 16, resolution approving application for raffle license for Radcliffe School, PTO City Clerk, resolution 22-203, formal action will be taken. Item number 17, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for River Transportation Taxi Corp. Located at 275 River Street in Paterson. Parking location is at 275 River Street and 323-330 East 16th Street. City Clerk, resolution 22-204, formal action will be taken. Item number 18, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for 973 Car Service, LLC of 445 Broadway in Paterson, mailing address 85 Fifth Avenue, and parking location is the same. City Clerk, resolution 22-205, formal action will be taken. Item number 19, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registrations for Super King Taxi, LLC of 200 Straight Street in Paterson. City Clerk, resolution 22-206, formal action will be taken. Item number 20, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Vincent's Cab Service, LLC of 30-34 First Avenue in Paterson. City Clerk, resolution 22-207, formal action will be taken. Item number 21, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Taino Taxi and Livery LLC of 32-36 Fiancee Street in Paterson. City Clerk, resolution 22-208, formal action will be taken. Item number 22, resolution approving a renewal of taxi cab registration for Super Green Taxi LLC located at 886 East 24th Street, mailing address and parking location is at 471 East 25th Street. City Clerk, resolution 22-209, formal action will be taken. Item number 23, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Taxi Paterson LLC located at 468 Market Street, that's the mailing address, and 742 River Street /27 North Straight Street. These will be the parking locations. City Clerk, resolution 22-210, formal action will be taken. Item number 24, resolution approving renewal of taxi registration for Jazz Lemma LLC trading as Comfortable Taxi of 744 River Street in Paterson. City Clerk, resolution 22-211, formal action will be taken. Item number 25, resolution approving renewal of taxi cab registration for Orange Car Service, LLC of 445 Broadway. City Clerk, resolution 22-212, formal action will be taken. Item number 26, resolution approving the transfer of Excellent Transportation, LLC to Silver Taxi, LLC for 22 medallions. City Clerk, resolution 22-213, formal action will be taken. Item number 27, resolution approving new taxi registration for Silver Taxi LLC located at 85 Marshall Street. Both mailing address and parking location remain the same. City Clerk, resolution 22-214, formal action will be taken. Item number 28, resolution reappointing Dwayne Cox as a commissioner to the Paterson Parking Authority. This is sponsored by Councilman Jackson. City Council, resolution 22-215, formal action will be taken. Item number 29, resolution renaming a portion of Lawrence Street between Rosa Parks Boulevard and Mercer Street as Vera Ames Way, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Jackson, and Council President Davila, and co-sponsored by all remaining council members. City Council, resolution 22-216, formal action will be taken. Item number 30, resolution designating the intersection between Montclair Avenue and Hazel Street to also be known as Vilden Silical Way, sponsored by Councilman Abdulaziz, Council President Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Khalid, and co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 22-217, formal action will be taken. Item number 31, resolution designating Main Street between Buffalo and Gold Avenue to also be known as Palestine Boulevard. This is sponsored by Councilman Abdulaziz, Council President Davila, and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 22-218, formal action will be taken. Item number 32, resolution endorsing an enactment of Assembly Bill A938/S386, the New Jersey Reparations Task Force Act. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and co-sponsored by Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 22-219, formal action will be taken. Item number 33, resolution amending Resolution 21-652 to rename Wrigley Park as Vera Ames Community Park. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Jackson. City Council Resolution 22-220, formal action will be taken. Item number 34, resolution designating Thor 297 Getty Avenue LLC as the redeveloper of property located at 217-297 Getty Avenue, Block 6701, Lot 2, deeming the proposed warehouse project consistent with the terms, goals, and objectives of the neighborhood redevelopment plan and approving and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement with the Thorpe 297 Getty Avenue LLC Economic Development Resolution 22-221, formal action to be taken. Item number 35, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Rico USA Inc. for the rental of 2 copiers for the Division of Community Improvements, Economic Development, Resolution 22:222. Formal action will be taken. Item number 36, resolution addressing renewal of a motor vehicle junkyard license for HB International Trading, LLC, doing business as Gasoline Alley at 251 Presidential Boulevard in the First Ward. Finance Resolution 22-223. Formal action will be taken. Item number 37, resolution addressing the renewal of a motor vehicle junkyard pocket license for John Cruz. Finance Resolution 22-224. Formal action will be taken. Item number 38, resolution addressing the renewal of a junkyard pocket license for John Cruz. Finance Resolution 22-225. Formal action will be taken. Item number 39, resolution addressing the renewal of a junkyard license for Frank Nesmith United Paterson Enterprises, Inc., 157 East 7th Street in the 4th Ward. Finance Resolution 22-226. Formal action will be taken. Number 40, resolution addressing renewal of a florist licensing for the following licensees: Union 5th and 10 Inc., located at 392 Union Avenue; Walgreens number 05005, located at 639 East 18th Street; and Walgreens number 12792, located at 350 Preakness Avenue. Finance Resolution 22-227. Formal action will be taken. Item number 41, resolution authorizing calendar year 2022 emergency temporary appropriations for the months of April through May 2022. Finance Resolution 22-228. Formal action will be taken. Item number 42, resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between New Jersey Future and the City of Paterson for grant monies to engage a consultant to perform a stormwater utility feasibility study. Finance Resolution 22-229. Formal action will be taken. Item number 43, resolution authorizing the 2022 renewal of insurance policies with all payments thereunder hereby ratified and/or authorized. Finance Resolution 22-230, formal action will be taken. Item number 44, one second. Number 44, resolution authorizing award of contract for the purchase and delivery of one 1075 SUV 2022 Ford Transit medium roof passenger van with LED lighting package under the Galveston Area Council contract, and this is for the fire department. Fire Resolution 22-231, formal action will be taken. Item number 45, resolution authorizing the grant application to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Transportation, Electrification Grant. Fire Resolution 22-232, formal action will be taken. Item number 46, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the construction of a new boat ramp at the McBride Avenue headquarters. Bid number 22.20. Fire Resolution 22-233, formal action will be taken. Item number 47, resolution authorizing the grant application to New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection pays to plug-in program. Fire Resolution 22-234, formal action will be taken. Item number 48, resolution authorizing the grant application to New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Transportation, Electrification Grant. Fire Resolution 22-235, formal action will be taken. Item number 49, resolution authorizing the application to the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities Clean Fleet Electric Vehicle Incentive Program. Fire Resolution 22-236, formal action will be taken. Item number 50, resolution authorizing the award of contract with Inside Public Sector SLED to provide a web enterprise license for the fire department. Fire Resolution 22-237, formal action will be taken. Item number 51, resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposals for the operation and management of the Paterson Financial Empowerment Center, Health and Human Services. Resolution 22-238, formal action will be taken. Item number 52, resolution authorizing award of contract to Continental Hardware, Inc. under Morris County cooperative pricing for the purchase of lumber, installation, and hardware for Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 22-239, formal action will be taken. Item number 53, resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Paracha Brothers, Inc. for a removal, transport, and disposal of recycled scrap tires collected at the recycling facility. Bid number 21.18 for the recycling division for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 22-240, formal action will be taken. Item number 54, resolution authorizing the award of contract for the purchase and delivery of one 1075 SUV 2022 Ford Utility Hybrid with LED lighting packaging. And this is for Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 22-241, formal action will be taken. Item number 55, resolution authorizing award of contract to New Jersey Door Works LLC for overhead door repair and replacement for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 22-242, formal action will be taken. Last but not least, item number 56, resolution authorizing and the solicitation of bids for the solid waste collection, bid number 22.17, Department of Public Works. Resolution 22-243, formal action will be taken. And at the end of the meeting, the council committee reports. Thank you, Madam President, and honorable councilmen and everyone who listened.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great announcement from the special meeting.
I want to thank
Get her
you.
some water.
I want to thank you, Madam Clerk. For many of you, this is not the norm in terms of, our meetings, but as I said when we began the meeting, we had to reschedule last week's regular meeting, and it needed to be advertised as a special meeting, which means that every item needed to be read into the record. Council members, I'm not going to do a consent agenda just yet because we're going to do a few items first, but I do want you to put and jot down items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, I'm sorry. Just jot it down, just the number. Items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. Those items will be taken all at once as a consent, as we decided that for last week's meeting, but because of the special, each item had to be advertised individually. So when we get ready, that is going to be the consent agenda, and we will vote as one. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I'd like you to, actually, we're going to do payment of bills first. And then we're going to take item number 29 first, after payment of bills. Mr. Finance Chair?
Payment of bills for March 22nd, 2022. Actually, we got to revise that date, no? What's today's date?
I'm sorry,
29th.
Tuesday, March
29th.
29th.
So we got to amend that, right? It's 29th. We have total payments of $11,126,530.08, of which $5,186,847.12 is for payroll. We also have a payment to the Board of Education for $5,086,223.
Mr. Chair, there is a payment of $374 with $500 for Suburban?
There's a
Yes.
payment for Suburban.
Okay,
yes.
very good. Can I have a second? We have a
Second.
motion by Councilman Rivera and second by our Vice President, Councilman Kalik, for payment of bills. Madam Clerk, roll call on payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $11,126,530.08. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
No, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for a point of clarity, I know there's a lot of visitors here today. Just being consistent, I have not voted for one bills list the last several years that contain any payments to this garbage company. I've made multiple requests, not just to the administration, but to the finance chair, who continues to fail our community and allow this garbage company to render poor services. And I cannot support any payment, not one dime, not one penny, to this garbage company. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There is a payment to Board of Education for over $5 million. I seen that article came out this week. There's another tax raise of 12% for my displeasure to Board of Education commissioners and whoever running the Paterson Board of Education. My vote is no on this payments of bill.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just on payment of bill, I definitely want to express my dissatisfaction with this increase of 12% to our homeowners in the city of Paterson, to our property owners, which is something disgraceful. Many of our homeowners are leaving the city because they can't afford it with the tax increase, and they've been hit again with 12%. So my vote is absolutely no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Rivera?
So there was an article that came out, but I don't think that's finalized yet, and that 12% is not reflected on this bills list either. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
So, as my chairman of finance say, that the decision that they took this past week on Wednesday will not reflect in this bill. But one thing is I gotta say is that it's gonna reflect in other bills, and another bill moving forward. So, you know, the budget of the Board of Education passed. We got an increase of 12% of tax from the school district. And the excuse was, if we don't do it, we're gonna lose teachers, we're gonna lose this, we're gonna lose that. So I think what's gonna happen is our homeowners are gonna lose their houses if they cannot pay their taxes. So there's two issues here. You know, we have a responsibility to pay bills, but we don't have the responsibility to give a blank check to anyone out there. So my vote is no.
So,
Madam President,
Madam Clerk, it's 4-4, correct?
I have three yes and 4 against, and Councilman Mims is absent.
That's
so
what I said.
Your
It's
vote is
almost-
next, yes.
It would be a 4-4, correct?
Yes.
So before I vote, council members, I really want the no's to someone to at least reconsider. We have payroll of over $5 million to our employees. We have the Board of Education, which, understanding, because I'm right there with my colleagues in terms of the multiple increases after year when it comes to the school board. But services have been rendered, and we have to pay our bills. Because the next thing that's gonna happen, when you don't pay something, right, and you've worked for it, what happens? So I'm really gonna ask for consideration. Okay, Councilman Mendez?
Madam President, before you continue, let me
If you're,
just...
I only want you, if you're gonna reconsider,
Yes.
please don't, okay,
Yes, I will.
okay.
And the reason why I'm going to reconsider is because, let me just be clear with our Paterson residents.
Okay.
We have our employees, and 5,186,847 is for payroll. Our Paterson residents, our employees, they deserve to get paid. Unfortunately, we have a mayor that failed this community and never fight with this increase on the Board of Education. That's the job of this mayor, to fight with the Board of Ed and get into and sit on the table and fight for Paterson resident. That was the point that we're supposed to have somebody ready to fight for Paterson resident, and he failed. That's the reason why I'm going to reconsider my vote, because our employees, they deserve to get paid. I would just reconsider my vote, Madam Clerk. My vote will be yes on payment of bill to make sure that all our employees get their check on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much.
So, Madam Clerk,
you
it's your
wanna
turn to
reconsider?
vote.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Madam, I just want a point of clarification here, because that's why in the past meeting, when it comes up to payment of bill, I requested to separate the bill between the salaries and wages and the regular payment bills. I know the chair is going to say that if you want to pull this and you got to pull that, the payment was already paid, et cetera, et cetera. The reason is because I don't want to feel threat that because we need to prove something because there's payroll there. The payroll is our responsibility, contractual, you name it, up and above.
Okay.
But we need to do something better for make sure they don't put a gun on us against the wall. I just say I want to make a
Okay,
clarification.
so, Councilman, are you reconsidering your vote?
No, I just say I want clarification on that.
Councilman, I only said for reconsideration, please.
Okay, so
I'm gonna ask
so-
council members,
so,
I'm really
yeah,
going to.
let me reconsider again.
Okay.
Roll call.
You reconsidered?
Yeah.
So, Madam Clerk?
So you're reconsidering your vote, and you're voting yes?
No.
Okay, so thank you. Madam President?
So, council members, I am going to ask you all, I really want us to run an effective meeting, and I'm going to ask, as you all know, you speak when you're called upon, when you ask for the floor, okay? And if I'm asking for reconsideration and you're not going to reconsider your vote, Then please, let us not play games.
So
I'm
let me
really going-
reconsider then.
Councilman Velez, you didn't reconsider it, you stood as a no.
No, sir,
Please,
I
don't
could
want the-
change it. I could change it.
Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
I gotta reconsider that. Abstain.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, and I'm also going to ask the audience to please be respectful
Yeah, be
to the council members as well. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes for payment of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, the vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstain, and 1 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $11,126,530.08 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Thank you very much. Councilman Jackson?
if I may, I appreciate it, Council President. I just want to make a couple of points here. First of all, Council President, and to every council member here, I mean, I respect and appreciate Councilman Velez for taking the play out of my playbook, and rightfully so. We have the right to reconsider your vote. Reconsideration does not mean a change of vote. No one says, I'm going to change my vote. It says I'm going to reconsider it. I can reconsider my vote and still have the same position that I had. I just thought that I wanted to add some more context to it, thinking about it, and reconsidering it. We should not force council members or pressure council members into thinking that we need to vote in the affirmative. Secondly, I want to point something else out to the public, because obviously speaking to the members of this dais, kind of like sometimes you're speaking to deaf ears. It is within the purview, and I'm glad I see my brother KC Melvin out there, because once you take the seat, and I'm sure you already know, it is the council's job and responsibility to be fiscally responsible for everything here. We determine what the budget, what comes on our agenda. It is our agenda. So if people keep looking over at the administration and blaming the administration for not separating the bills, it is our agenda. Yeah, one of us can't do it, but if we stood collectively and not just showboat and act as if we're going to vote against something, and the way you hold people accountable is you allow the item to fail. If the employees would have, if that item would have failed, they would have made an opportunity to
Councilman
make a
Jackson.
change.
Councilman Jackson.
Council President?
I really don't want us to get into this because, I'm going to disagree with you. You as a council member have the right to pull the item of Suburban because you're voting against something because of an item. You have the right to request to the administration, you know what, I want to
Have I not
reconsider the
made any of
bills.
those requests? Have I not made any of those requests?
No, but what
I've
I'm
made
trying-
those requests repeatedly,
No.
and I've asked for the council collectively to make a decision to separate those items.
No,
We've done
Councilman
it
Jackson.
for several years.
No,
We do not have to vote on
Councilman,
things
you have the right
in
to
the
amend
vote.
it on the floor.
Council President, and I have not made such an amendment. That item has failed multiple times here. I've made many motions that have failed without the support
No.
of other council members here.
Okay, Councilman, I
So,
don't
I
think
mean, if I may, I respect you giving, you can give me criticism after the fact. Just allow me one more moment to finish. We have to be responsible. That's the bottom line. If we're spending money and we're not getting a service, i.e. from the garbage company, it does not just fall on the shoulders of this administration. It falls on the shoulders of this council as well, as a body. One of us can't make the call. And if we changing our vote or reconsidering our votes because of the administration's failure, then we're failing the community as well. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'd like you to call into the record item 29. That is the first item that we are going to.
Yes, Madam President. The next item is item number 29, and item number 29 reads, Resolution renaming a portion of Lawrence Street between Rosa Parks Boulevard and Mercer Street as Vera Ames Way, sponsored by Councilwoman Khan, sponsored by Dr. Mims, Councilman Jackson, Council President Davila, and co-sponsored by all remaining council members. City Council Resolution 22216.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman
Second
Velez
as well, Madam
and
President.
Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 29 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So the former councilman, as the chair of the street naming committee, Vera Ames deserves this and more. This is something that she requested, and my colleague from the 4th Ward pushed very, very hard to get this done, and I got to commend the both of them. They're a dynamic duo that have fought for the 4th Ward for many, many years, and I look forward to celebrating alongside former Councilwoman Ames. As stated, I sit in the chair that she held right here, batting leadoff, like when we spoke, for every councilman she did for 20-plus years. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that today is a wonderful day. It's almost the end of Women's History Month, and I want to say that Councilwoman Ames, we got a big celebration coming up. And in June 10th and June 11th, we'll be naming Wrigley Park Vera Ames Community Park, and we will also be naming Vera Ames Way. To me, I thank God that I'm sitting here in 2022, that we're able to see this happen. It's been a long time coming, but it's here. I remember saying one time before, things do happen. Things can change, and we can do it for the better. But I want to say to you, Councilwoman Ames, I know you're watching us. This is absolutely wonderful. We got plenty of work to do, especially when we want to get Montgomery Park, Wrigley Park, now called Vera Ames Community Park, together. And so with that being said, it's an honor that I'm able to sit here. And I've seen history made many times since the 9 years that I've been sitting here. I have seen history being made. And Councilwoman Ames, you are a history maker. With that being said, thank you to my council members who will support this resolution, and to you all out here who's been supporting her for the last 35 years. It's more than that, 40 years. It could be 45 years. I mean, I've known her for 45 years. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The only thing that I really have to say is it's about time. I take a lot of heat often for going as hard as I do, for fighting extremely hard on behalf of the community. And if it's one person that I know who understands, who probably I could say has fought harder than I do, that's Councilwoman Ames. And she's done it for many, many years. And the community showed their support to her by continuously electing her year after year, term after term. And with that being said, Councilwoman, I'm glad that you were able to receive and smell your flowers while you're still here with us. So congratulations to you and your family and all the hard work that you've put in throughout the years. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
This is very well deserved. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Renaming a portion of Lawrence Street is just acknowledging the hard work, the dedication, and the commitment of more than 50 years of fight for this community. And Vera Ames, she's a strong leader, and she's still out there making those calls, fighting for our children, for our community, and it's about time. So my vote is a super yes in support of this resolution. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Congratulations, Councilwoman Ames. You're deserving of this renaming of the street. Thank you for all the years of service, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
To the Honorable Councilwoman from the 4th Ward, Vera Ames, 2 words. She's a warrior and an example. She's an example of service. Congratulations. And she's a proud resident of the 5th Ward now, so that's a good thing. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
This is well deserving to someone who for so many years dedicated her life to our city and continues to be here. It's time, and I think it's important that, you know, we acknowledge her while she's alive, and I'm looking forward to being part of the celebration. Councilwoman Vera Ames, this is for you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 8 in favor, one absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item 30.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Next item is item number 30, resolution designating the intersection between Montclair Avenue and Hazel Street to also be known as Vilden Siletkel Way, sponsored by Councilman Abdelaziz, Council President Davila, Councilwoman Khan, Councilman Khalid, and co-sponsored by the remaining council members, City Council Resolution 22-270.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilwoman Cotton, Velez,
Amen.
Mendez, Rivera, and Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 30 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is a little emotional for me. Unfortunately, we lost Vildan not too long ago. And if you grew up in South Paterson, you knew who Vildan was. She was a leader in the Turkish community, leader in South Paterson. And she was, when you hear people say, oh, the 6th Ward is great, the 6th Ward thrives, it's because of people like Vildan. This lady single-handedly, when you hear the mayor, and that's how she met the mayor, when you hear the mayor say they shut down a notorious nightclub, Vildan was the one that brought that preschool into South Paterson. Those kids that walk in that preschool is because of Vildan. She knocked on doors in that neighborhood. She organized the whole crew to shut down the lounge, to make it a preschool. And then when the new one opened up, Gilmore Academy on Crooks Ave, Vildan was there standing side by side because she cared about the community. And it's going to be sad. Her husband, Nihat, Kadir, Humera, your mom deserves more than a street naming. I know some of them are here. I'm going to miss her. If you know, she loved getting together. Hussein will tell you, we'll gather at Toro's, and she'll celebrate her birthday and everyone's birthday. She'll call me, my wife, and she made sure that she brought neighbors together. And I was just talking about it Saturday. We got together at South Paterson, and I spoke to Jason, and I said, you know what? It's not the same because Vildan's not here next to us Saturday. And I look forward on recognize her. Just know to the family, to the Turkish community, to the mosques, the mosque that she's very, on Bloomfield Avenue, this is a way we're going to remember her all the time. And I know Vildan's looking down, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As my council colleague next to me, Councilman Al-Abaziz, she was a community person. And she fought, and she fought, and she fought. And I always say sometimes the fight is long, but you do get rewarded. And when she was able to shut that facility down and now went to try to put something else there and was able to get that daycare center there called Gilmore Daycare, that's what it's about. And I'm telling you, it's an honor for me to be part of this because of fighting in the community, fighting for the people, knocking on the doors. This is what we need. I need you to help. I need you to be out here. I need you to come with me. I need you to go to meetings with me. I need you to do all of that. And she did all of that. And with that being said, it is an honor. And even though she's not here with us, but she's looking down on us and say thank you. And you didn't need to do this, but I still thank you. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anyone who can keep Councilman Abdelaziz in line definitely deserves, would get my support. And I heard a lot about her, and I heard she had a good way of keeping many of us in line, many people in line. And it's very well deserved, and I'm proud to be able to support anyone who had this kind of impact on the community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
This is a token of appreciation from us. This is very well deserved as well. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that she was well known for the strong leadership and changing community. Very often some individuals, they believe that they need some elected position to change the community. But she's an example that in some cases you don't have to be in an elected position to impact the community on a positive way. And this is a clear example. I hear the story about the bar over and over. She was behind that, and many of the changes in the community. So she should be an example for us and the future generation to understand that we all could be part of the change that we wish to see in our community. Well deserved. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Well, I didn't get an opportunity to meet her, but based on what is said here tonight and the sentiments that were shared by Councilman Abdelaziz, this is the type of people that actually make the difference in the community. So I am proud and privileged to be sitting here and have the opportunity to actually vote on this. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
You know, everybody has their own experience with people. Everybody has their own stories. One thing I could say is that she was a proud servant. And this is the message that everyone should receive. God gave us the opportunity to be in the earth and this world to do good, to leave a legacy to others. When they go through those streets or somebody talk about women, they say she did something good for all of us. All of us. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
So I as well, I'm part of the committee, the street naming committee. And when this item came before us, you know, it clearly was, there was no doubt in our minds that, you know, this was well-deserved. And I kind of talked to the chair and, you know, although, you know, she passed away a little while back, you know, we wanted to acknowledge, wish that she was alive, but we wanted to acknowledge her for Women's History Month as well. So this is the reason why it's in March's agenda, all right? And, you know, it gives me great pleasure to have known her and known of her fight and struggle for our city and for her people, as well as all of the people of Paterson, you know, and it gives me an honor to look at her, okay, and say that she was a warrior, a fighting warrior. So with that said, you know, my vote is yes, Madam
Thank you,
Clerk.
Madam President. Yes. The vote is 8 in favor. The vote
Thank
is-
you.
The
Thank
vote,
you.
I didn't announce the voting. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, I'd like to take item 31. I
Yes,
know
Madam
the
President.
community is out here and they're waiting. This was done by design. Councilman Abdelaziz requested that we do this item before we, actually, no, we have one more item and then we're going to go to public portion, all right? Madam Clerk, in order for us, I know this item has to be read into the record, and then Councilman Abdelaziz, you're going to make an amendment, correct? Corporation Counsel? Oh, and by the way, my apologies. I've been wanting to do this, and I want to say happy birthday to our Economic Development Director, Mike Powell. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I told someone today, I said, wow, some people are born on March 29th, and some people go away to heaven on March 29th. Today's my mother's 7th year anniversary in heaven, and there is not a day that I don't miss her, but she does give me strength. I'm sitting before you here today knowing that I have an angel in heaven. So with that said, I just wanted to acknowledge your birthday, all right? So Madam Clerk, can you please read item 31 into the record?
Yes, Madam President. Item number 31, resolution designating Main Street between Buffalo and Gold Avenue to also be known as Palestine Boulevard. And this is Boulevard, sponsored by Councilman Abdelaziz, Council President Davila, and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 22-218.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, Velez, and Mendez.
Council President, I'd like to make an amendment.
Yes,
I'd
Councilman
like the
Abdelaziz.
resolution to amend, to be amended to state Palestine Way.
Could you include
I'll
me
second
also?
that. I will second that motion, Councilman Abdelaziz. So, Madam Clerk,
Councilwoman Davila.
there is a motion to amend the resolution from Palestine Boulevard to Palestine Way. And it is second by Council President Davila.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, roll call on the amendment
Yes.
to item 31 from Palestine Boulevard to Palestine Way.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to amend item 31.
I'm sorry,
Shane.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. It is also second by Councilman Rivera. My apologies.
And Councilman Rivera,
Okay.
too? Okay.
Yes.
Roll call on
Roll
the...
call.
Okay, roll call on the
This
amendment.
is the amendment, okay? The amendment first.
Councilman Abdelaziz on the amendment.
Yes, this is only the amendment, so it's not official, so my vote is yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The amendment for item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read? Wait one second. It hasn't passed yet. Madam Clerk, can you please roll call on item 31 to designate Main Street between Buffalo and Gould Ave, also known as Palestine Way? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 31 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So as you can see, the excitement's in the air, Council President. And it was a great pleasure and honor as the first Palestinian-American councilman in this city to bat lead off with this resolution. But before I vote, I do have to give some words in regards to the Palestinian community in the city of Paterson and primarily the 6th Ward, South Paterson. This is very significant because our contributions, this city is known to celebrate the contributions of the people that make this city great, and the Palestinian people have made this city great. When you go down South Paterson, you see Omar's Mosque, the largest mosque in South Paterson, Palestinian founded and led. When you have an organization like the Palestinian American Community Center, we have their president, Dia Mustafa, and the executive director, Rani Mustafa, a community that has helped everyone in every ward during the pandemic. They've partnered up with probably every single councilman and woman to help out Patersonians. When you have ICPC, the largest mosque in the state of New Jersey, led by Palestinians. Then you got the little villages, and that call Paterson home. Beit Anan, that's home for the Beit Anan Community Center that calls Paterson home. My village, Durmasaya, Makhmas, Der Debwan, Jeeb. You could clap up for this. Der Jrir that adopted a park in South Paterson. Beit Nabala, we could go on and on. The Beit Hanina, I'm going to you, Corporation Council. Many Palestinians call Paterson home, and today's the day we get to celebrate it. And the business community where Main Street, if you've driven down South Paterson, Palestinians are behind the businesses. If you look at this strip, Baraka Restaurant, also known as Baraka, just like the mayor of Newark, Ramallah Meat Market, South Paterson Plaza with the Obarumi family. When you drive there, Palestinians, Nablus, the best sweets that everyone has ate.
Kanafa.
Kanafa, you're right, Council President. Al-Baras, Jerusalem Jewelry, Paradise Jewelry, El Basha, Brothers Produce, where you get your fruits and vegetables from, Shifa Pharmacy that has given back to the city, Palestinians that drive this district that have called Paterson home, and more that could go on. I'm just giving you the 3 blocks. And the countless of investments that Palestinians have given this city. You see them around, you see the nice buildings that are going up in this area are because Palestinian Americans have faith in our city. But I want to look, if you look to the crowd and the people look at home, I got to pay homage to the people that came before me. And today, I'm going to get a little emotional here. He's here. My father was. We spoke about his journey to Paterson.
Yeah.
And his pride. You could take a Palestinian out of Palestine, but you can't take the Palestine out of them. And that's why we're here today to celebrate. And Corporation Council, we have our first Palestinian Corporation Council, our chief judge. Paterson is better because Palestinians call it home. And I'm glad now that the kids after me and people when they come into the city will recognize the resilience and the contributions of the Palestinian people in Paterson, and I proudly vote yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilman Al, you could have shed a few tears. I just want to say to the Palestinian community, you have always opened your arms for me to come over into your ward. And I just want to say that, and I feel good about it, because these last 2 years in the pandemic, they don't know, well, and I'm letting the community know out there now how much you helped me in my ward with feeding my seniors during this pandemic that we was through. And I want to say I thank you for helping me, for inviting me into your community, for saying, Councilwoman, is there anything that we can do to help you in your ward too? And you have always opened up your arms and say, yes, this is what we're gonna do. And I appreciate that, because I always say, even though, you know, we're from different nationalities, but we're still one. And remember, we live in the city of Paterson, and we're all one. So no one is better than the other. And when you open up your arms and help everyone, no matter what race, creed, or color they are, that to me is very, very, very important. And I can say, and I'm sitting here as a 4th Ward Councilwoman, I know what you guys and gentlemen and ladies have done for me in my 4th Ward during the pandemic that we have gone through, and I appreciate you. And I just want to say, Councilman Al, thank you for including me with this, because he knows I go over there. I was over there the other day, but you know, you need to feel welcome. No matter what part of the city you go to, you need to feel welcome and say, you know what, welcome here. Welcome to my community, welcome to my area. And I'm honored to be sitting here, to be able to say and tell the public out there what you all have done, especially in my ward, the 4th Ward. With that being said, it's an honor for me to sit here and vote yes. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
So, you know, this is what makes a city like Paterson so great. The melting of all the different cultures and nationalities is one thing, but the opportunity to welcome and to make sure that everyone feels a part of something. Whenever there's an opportunity for me to rename streets, because some time ago we were challenged where some people were criticizing the fact that we were renaming streets and things of that nature. But just being realistic, some of these streets carry names that have long, ugly histories. So now when you see communities come in and change the culture, change the personalities, and just turn the community that may have not have been so welcoming into a welcoming atmosphere, it's a pleasure for me to be able to support that. I think that whenever an opportunity like this arises, there should never be any opposition. And I'm proud to say in the past, when we had a measure to support the Adon, Councilman, that you championed, you know, it was disappointing, but I'm proud to have been the deciding factor, the deciding vote on that, to make sure that every community feels that they are just as much a part of what we have going on here than anyone else. And everything that Councilman Abdelaziz has stated is factual, and it is absolutely resonates when you drive through there. And I appreciate all the contributions that everyone has made in that community. Many of you know, I've been partners in a martial arts program for years, and some of the toughest, hardest, committed champions and fighters have come directly out of the Palestinian community. And I've also seen the softer side, where friends who I've trained with, their mothers have been so nurturing and welcoming and brought me into their homes and been welcoming to me and my family. So I'm very proud to be able to be a part of this and see you guys celebrate your culture, your history, your long struggles and your path and your journey to the promised land and to the land that promises everyone fair and equitable treatment. So I'm here to be in full support and celebrate with you guys on this wonderful day. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is Paterson is all about. This is long overdue, Councilman Abdulaziz. It's about time. Palestinian has called Paterson home since early 1930s. I'm honored to be proud. I'm honored and absolutely proud to be part of this resolution and vote on this resolution to call a portion of a street in South Paterson Palestinian Way. My vote is absolutely yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, you got my big flag. This is a small one, but you got it, right? You're not leaving without my flag. But before my vote, thank you, brother. You know I love you, and I love to stop by your establishment. We've been friends, we've been family for many, many years. Before my vote, I just want to say thank you to our Palestinian community. Thank you for your investment in the city of Paterson. Thank you for all your business. Thank you for your family value. The Palestinian community have been investing in the city of Paterson, making Paterson better. And I've been marching in South Paterson. Every time there's been a struggle back home, I've been marching with our brothers and sisters in South Paterson. And that's what we are. We're family. Paterson have over 52 nationalities, but Paterson is better because our Palestinian community is right here, right in South Paterson, and they continue growing. They continue growing. And it's my hope that you continue investing in the city of Paterson and all the area outside South Paterson. Because everywhere you go, you bring prosperity and progress. Congratulations, and I'm looking forward to celebrate with a lot of food, a lot of joy, and just continue calling all my Palestinian brothers and sisters family, one body. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So today's a great day. My closest friends are actually Palestinian, right? I knew them, I've been friends with them since before politics, and one of them is Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm 100% in agreement with you pertaining to Palestinians making this city better. Paterson is the way it is because of Palestinians. You contribute a lot to this community. You take a lot of pride in your neighborhoods. If you drive down the area, you could see how prideful you are. You keep, your establishments clean. But most importantly, I'm of the belief that the city should reflect the residents that live in it. And this is a great, I would say a great sign that this council believes the same, and we're going to continue to just be inclusive of everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Palestine, my friends. Palestine. When I came to Paterson 30-something years ago, I came to the 4th Ward. Then I moved to the 6th Ward for 11 years, Michigan and Wabash. And a lot of people thought I was going to run against Tom Rooney in that time, but I didn't. But one thing I got to say, and a lot of our colleagues praise the contribution, the investment, but if you look at the community of Palestine, they be investing way before even coming to Paterson. In different countries, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, all the South and Central America, if you look at the history of the mix that they have planted the seed, no matter what country they being planted the seed. And that deserves a round of applause. Your investments are important, but the most important thing that your community have invest is your love, is your compassion, and it's your dedication, that you don't treat nobody above or under, you treat everyone the same. And when I walk South Paterson, I feel like I was born in Palestine. I'm tall. I have the same color. And a little joke, same nose. So, it's a little joke, I clear, right? But let me tell you something, Palestine, I could go way back from the kids of Mohammed Cadillac, okay, from Getty and Michigan. This young man that became an attorney in the city of Paterson, that I met him in a Radio Shack manager at Willowbrook way back in 1989, 90s, 8, right? Something like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this flag is in my office. I haven't moved it from there. This has been in my office since my brother gave it to me with all his heart, the original one. So I have it there and have it in my office. But having it here or having it in a flag or having it in my office, it will be not enough if I don't have your community in my heart. Saying that, I'm proud to say, yes, you deserve it. Thank you.
Madam President?
What a beautiful, beautiful evening. I have had love for the Palestinian community since I was a little girl. There was a song that my mom always sang, and it was called Tierra de Palestina. And, you know, she always, in church, we were taught, you know, how, you know, it was God's land. And I don't think, and many of you that are in the audience, you know, I'm going to have to start off by saying, you know, the Abdelaziz family knows how much I love them. Starting with Baba Abdelaziz, someone who, if you know his history and how he arrived here to the States, he came through Puerto Rico. And I have so much love and respect for him. And I want to thank Allah, Councilman Abdelaziz, because I've known him before politics. And it is through him that I was able to become and be part of the Palestinian community and its family. And there has never been an endeavor that Councilman Abdelaziz has brought forth that I have not supported. And the reason why I support it, it's because it's right and it's good for the community. And having him on the council, you know, has been great. It really has. And, you know, as a councilwoman at large, I represent all 6 wards of the city of Paterson. And so it just gives me great pleasure. And, you know, I'm going to say this is for you, Baba Abdelaziz, and this is for the entire Palestinian community. My vote is yes. Yay. Madam Clerk, the votes? The votes, Madam? Go ahead, wait. You can read it.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted with the amendment.
Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk? Oh, okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President, I'm sorry.
Okay, council members. I'm gonna ask you to sit down for a minute, please. I know Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes, Councilman Abdelaziz is fine, but I want the rest of the council to please have a seat. Yes. Madam Clerk, if you can please,
Public
portion?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
ma'am.
Councilman Kalik, I'm going to go to the ladies' room real quick.
Sophia is be getting the copy for me. I'll be right with you, Councilman.
Yes, how many speakers, Madam Clerk?
Just give me 1 second. Sophia is getting the copy for me. So I'll be right with you. No, she has it. No, she has it. She has it. Yeah, she's gonna make the copy.
Councilman, we don't have, we're only five.
Oh my God, it's so good to see you.
Yeah.
You don't have 5.
First speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, I have 10 speakers. The public portion is now open, and the first speaker is Mr. Corey Teague. Mr. Teague? I know he's somewhere. Did you want me to move on to the?
Yes, next speaker? Yeah, when he come back, you just, is it? Okay. He's here, Madam Clerk.
Yes, he's there. Okay.
Mr. Teague, you are up. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, City Council, City of Paterson, Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. I'm here tonight once again with the De Jesus family. They have seen a
Sorry, Brother T.
Yes.
If you will, just give us a moment. I mean,
Okay.
this is a very important issue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You got guys photo opping. Councilman Mendez.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wait a minute.
Yeah, what's his name?
I have to ask.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Teague. We here.
Good? Okay, so once again, I'm here with the De Jesus family. They were actually given an opportunity to look at some of the body cam footage. I am not at liberty to talk about the details of that video, although, you know, it doesn't look good. I'm going to tell you folks, it does not look good. And based on what was seen and the fact that to this very day, this is 57 days, if I'm not mistaken, that he's still missing. How does a 41-year-old man, can they close that door, please? Yeah, because that door needs to be closed, please. Okay. So it's almost 60 days that this man has been missing. A 41-year-old man just disappears and vanishes after an encounter with police and after what, well, again, I can't speak on the details of the video, but I'm just going to leave it at that it is bad. And, it was already extremely bad before they saw it. Now it's even worse because we still don't know where he is. So I mean, I'm asking the prosecutor if she's watching this meeting, and all of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, everybody can get involved because the family deserves to know who the officers were. Okay, before May 10th, they need to know what happened before May 10th because I get the feeling that everything is being stalled until after the election, in hopes that everything that's in place remains in place. And then after the election, they start trying to talk. That can't be the case. This information needs to be released to the family. I don't have to be in the room. Let me tell you that. The family asked me to advocate, but listen, you could easily say, Mr. T, you can't be in here. We just want to talk to the family. Fine. the family is the ones you need to be talking to. So don't worry about me. Put me out of the equation. Right now, I'm speaking on behalf of the family. They need answers about what happened. They saw a video, and based on what they saw and the fact that he's still missing, it does not add up. It makes it even worse now. And I think that the administration, you know, he should have taken a position much early on. And he should have done a much stronger job at making sure that this was taken. One citizen or one resident or one family that needs answers that can't get it is one family too much. And with all of the ribbon cutting and all of the pictures and all of the regalia that's going on, we have this family, the De Jesus family, that's still being stonewalled and told, oh, we don't have answers for you, it's under investigation. That cannot be the continuation. That cannot continue that way. I'm sorry, folks. After what they saw and the fact that he's still missing, we have a real problem, and we need to get answers. They're going to speak in a second. Each one of them are going to speak in a second, and they're going to let you know how they really feel about what's going on. Okay? Real quickly, before my 3 minutes is up, I do want to make one announcement. I want to congratulate Vera Ames on her parking on the street, and I do want to mention something that, you know, let me tell you about Vera Ames. She actually gave me the opportunity to service her as a reflexologist. She gave me that chance when so many other people kind of scoffed at it. So I've been going to her several times a week, doing therapy sessions with her, and she can actually now move her legs. She's at a position now where she can sit up a little bit more. And before you know it, my goal is on June 10th and June 11th that she can stand in her park and take a couple of steps in her park. That's what I'm working on right now with her. What she wanted me also to mention and put on record is that Bill Pascrell already allotted $360,000 to her park and to that basketball court. And there is no reason for the mayor to try to bond out for that park when the money's already been allocated to that park. The money's already there. It's already there. The specs are already there. There's no reason for the mayor to try to go out and bond for that basketball court when the money has already been allotted from the federal government. She wanted me to make sure I put that on the record. All right?
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Giovanni De Jesus.
I'm Giovanni De Jesus. Well, I'm here again, to let the community know, let everybody know that these officers are very, very, very wrong. First of all, it's over 50-something days, almost 2 months. I had to wait. I had to go get an attorney. I tried to do it personally, but I had to go get an attorney to put pressures on these people. And now they're showing me a terrified video of my brother, cut video, because it's not a full video, of my brother on a cold blue weather with a t-shirt, highly intoxicated, on the ground, asking for help. And it's not fair for my brother to be on the floor asking for help, telling these officers, I got a broken arm. What are you guys doing? And now, another thing is, they pick him up like a dog, like if my brother was a nobody, right? Try to force them in the car, and he's telling them, I'm in pain. As we told y'all before, my brother had hip replacement. Why are they forcing my brother inside the vehicle? I wish I had the videos like that. Everybody could see these videos. How these two rookie cops forced my brother into getting lost, jeopardized my brother into getting lost. I don't know where my brother's at. It's been a month and some change. I don't sleep. I'm a foreman. I'm a leader in my job. I got to wake up every day at 4:30 in the morning. I don't go to sleep until 2 o'clock in the morning, just thinking and praying of my brother. Just praying and praying that my brother come back and return home safe. But you know what? I can't, because I still haven't received no answers. Everything is still under investigation. They show me video of my brother getting hurt of 2 officers. They didn't show me full videos, but they only showed me 4 minutes of the video of my brother being handcuffed on the ground. That's not fair, man. That's not fair. And I hope these cops are held accountable. And if you guys are seeing me in your house, listen, I'm very hurt. And I hope you guys are hurt too for misplacing my brother, because it's not fair. I want my brother back. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Crystal Garcia.
Good evening, Madam President, City Council members, Administrator, and Corporate Counsel. We understand that your powers in this case are limited, and at this point, 56 days into my brother-in-law's disappearance, we, the family, continue to demand answers. Through our lawyer's request, the prosecutor's office recently released 4 minutes of video cam footage to our family of my brother-in-law's Felix encounter with the Paterson Police Department at 499 Union Ave. It was disturbing to say that, at least seeing him on the ground, handcuffed and crying out for help. We want immediate release of unedited videos to include police body cams, if there is, in-car cameras that are related to all interactions with Felix de Jesus on the evening of February 2nd, 2022, at 499 Union Ave, during the drive with the 2 police officers. We also demand that Paterson Police Department release the names and badge numbers of the 2 police officers involved in this case. Without these names and badge numbers, we cannot file an official complaint against these officers for negligence in the way they dealt with Felix on the evening of February 2nd. By leaving Felix at the Westside Park, as they claim, behind John F. Kennedy High School, a park known as high crime, drug-infested area, on a cold blue night in a t-shirt, drunk near the Passaic River, and not 100% in charge of his faculties, the police were negligent in their duties to protect and serve a citizen in this state of mind. These officers had a responsibility to take Felix to a hospital or shelter or even his home. If they were in support of giving him a ride, these officers failed Felix. They failed our family. They failed, most importantly, the community. Lastly, 2 weeks ago, Corporation Counsel stated that the police Department Internal Affairs investigation will be wrapping up soon. I would like to know what's your definition of soon, because it certainly doesn't match up with the Webster's Dictionary of soon. In 4 days, it will be 2 months since my brother-in-law's disappearance. I'm not a police officer, but I'm pretty sure that Paterson Police Department already knows everything they need to know about this incident. Recently, the New Jersey Supreme Court ruled that the internal affair investigation should be released to the public upon request, as they were no longer to be considered confidential. This decision was made with public safety and transparency in mind. Upon completion of the current internal affairs investigation interactions, the investigation with my brother-in-law's interactions with these two police officers were respectfully request the immediate release of the results and give us the transparency and justice that we need. Also, another thing is, this family is already being harassed by officers. There's no reason for officers to be pulling up to my nephew for fail of signal light and tinted windows. Now we have a lieutenant approaching the scene, swinging a baton, and we have 10 units behind us. And the moment I tell them that everything is being recorded, video and audio, what did they do? Everyone reversed out. If you already called for that much backup, God damn it, you should have gave me a fine. You fucked up when you did it. So now they're not even giving me, they didn't even cite in me a ticket or anything, but you already had and wasted city tax money to call for all this backup. So I got a lieutenant hiding from a camera footage, another officer hiding from a camera footage, and 8 units. Mind you, I have a crowd of drug dealers down the street that no one's paying attention to. No one. But this is what the city of Paterson is doing. For the 41-year-old man, we even have a high school, the Kennedy High School. Guess what? Even the city cameras that I just put for the Oprah request, what's going on with the millions, billions of dollars that's going for this city's safety? None of the cameras work. Nowhere. Of course, they didn't award my first Oprah request, but the second one they answered within 7 days, they made sure. So now when they answered it, no city cameras work. None of them were working that date and time. So you're giving us safety. We feel so safe in the city of Paterson that a grown-ass man is still gone. And none of the cameras work. Okay, somebody shoots, they work that night. But we're going to continue to be here. And I know that you guys can't do much, but the word is spreading. Our attorney is working. And we are going to get information. There will be the end of this. And I will continue to be here and tell Paterson what these enforcement, because there's millions of bonds money going into the official. But guess what? I don't know if there's any new training, but somewhere along the training, something's wrong. If we got a wrong chief that's just sitting here to just collect, because when Oswald was here, or correct me if I'm saying his name wrong, but that you didn't see half of the brutality that's going on right now. We got a chief that's just sitting there waiting for retirement and pension, okay? So everyone else that's behind him, there's a corrupt one of everything. We need us taxpayers are gonna end up having to pay these bonds back, and guess what? Still gonna have the same safety and protection, none.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis?
Mr. Elvis Dorn, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Before I get into what I need to talk about, every organization, black organization, Hispanic organization need to get behind this family. I mean, y'all here, y'all say y'all organization, stand behind this family. Every organization in the city of Paterson. I came here to make an announcement. Y'all already know. I'm looking forward to see every council person on this Friday. Burlington Crow Factory will be open inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Friday, April 1st, 2022. Burlington Crow Factory will be opening inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. I'm gonna take my time a little bit. This mall hires lots of people in the city of Paterson. I'm asking everybody, come out and support this mall. Come out and support Burlington Crow Factory. Spend some money. I'm even asking the mayor, first ward councilman, council at laws, each and every one of y'all to come out and support this mall. Come out and support Burlington Crow Factory. This Burlington Crow Factory hired 50% of Patersonia already. 50%. Okay, and looking forward for each and every one of y'all to be inside that mall on this Friday, April 1st. Also, election season is coming up. Election day, every candidate's going to be hiring. Just want the public to know. Every candidate going to be hiring. Jobs is my key. Jobs, that's what I promote. Each candidate that's running for re-election will be hiring. So go to their campaign headquarters. I don't care what race you is. Go, they should hire you. If they hire, go and put the application, whatever you need, and get that job for May 10th, because you can have money for Memorial Day weekend to have that big cookout. You feel me, Paterson? I will be supporting Artis Mendez for mayor. Okay? I will be supporting Artis Mendez 150% for mayor. And I have people will be walking the streets with him from my production. Okay? In a couple of weeks, I will let you know who I will be supporting for council at laws. But right now, I'm supporting Artis Mendez 150%, and I'm looking forward to May 10th. We're going to party. I already told my boss that I ain't coming in May 11th. We're going to party with the new mayor, Artis Mendez.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Raquel Amador. Ms. Raquel?
Hi, guys. So yeah, first off, I'm just gonna say every family deserves justice. And the traffic, it's election season. So can I kind of demand a traffic car, like a unit at Ellison and McBride Ave Extension from 7:30 in the morning to about 10:30 in the morning? And can we get the prosecutor to not dismiss tickets? We'll make a buttload of money there.
Chief, you
Oh.
hearing that? Okay.
Oh, hey. So yeah, another
Deputy
request.
Chief.
So another request on Straight Street and 16th Ave from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Big old sign, no left turn. Every day, left turn, traffic, it sucks. Traffic coordinator, does our traffic person live here? Because seriously, can I request now, can we do a traffic study of the lights? Because this 4 Mississippi at River Street, Straight Street, and Lafayette is killing me. Couple of accidents there, I'm not with it. My insurance is going up. I can't deal with it. What else did I want to say? Butler Street, still a mess, not a one-way. PSCNG, what can we do? Oh, does anybody know anybody in Alaska or Canada to see how they paint their lines? Because our lines need to be painted. Our lines need to be painted and they need to be paved. It's cold and it snows over there. Let's see what they're doing, see if it could work here. Hinchcliffe Stadium is coming. Have y'all spoken with the people of Harrison, New Jersey to see what they do? Because I go there every week and their traffic, we have traffic, but it flows. It's not gonna flow over here. Have y'all seen it? The lights, not with it. Do we have a roadmap of when we're gonna start paving, and have we cross-referenced those streets with PSCNG to make sure that we're just not wasting my money paving streets to then have PSCNG come and mess it up? Did you know PSCNG isn't the one that paves? They subcontract it to somebody else, and they're not doing a good job. They're not. I know y'all see my live videos. I look like I'm on a dirt road. My car can't handle it. I'm poor, I'm broke.
Me too.
Car expenses is a lot. Can we get with that? But back to traffic. Seriously, 7:30 a.m. to about 9 a.m., a little later. Ellison Street and even Curtis Place in front of the Salvation Army. That's supposed to be 2 lanes, and it's not. You can make the right on red. They're not making the right on red. Or if not, they're in the left lane trying to make the right on red, holding us up. Please get us our traffic divisions and speak with the prosecutor so that they're not dismissing all the tickets. And the handicap parkings. I know that they're supposed to be 22 feet, but can we seriously go measure the cars that they're being registered to? Because a punk-ass Honda Civic shouldn't have 2-space painted handicap. I get that it's for wheelchair accessible vehicles, but they're not all wheelchair accessible vehicles. Can I get some loitering laws? It's easier to ticket and tow a car that's wrongfully parked in a handicap space than it is to clear out the front of a liquor store. Can we work on that? Can we? Yeah. I gotta go find parking. Good night. Love y'all.
Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Haitham Yunus.
Good evening. Long time Madam came here because the
Welcome
COVID.
back. Welcome back.
We miss your face, Mr. Council President. You are a Palestinian now, yeah? Okay, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
I'm coming here because we have election in 42 days. Council, my friend, we're gonna miss you, you know that. Flavio Rivera, he's a great councilman. We're gonna miss him in June. But he left something in the city, we're gonna remember him all the time. We have an election in 42 days. Too many people, they're running for mayor. 4 years ago, I didn't decide to support any mayor. And after 4 years, I was watching our mayor, Andres Sayer, very carefully. And I saw him, he delivered too many things to the city. He made great progress in the city of Paterson. And we have 2.5 years almost COVID, and he was running left and right in the city to deliver something. And he's educated, and he brings too many investors in the city. And also I convinced my friends to come into the city to invest because they find educated mayor, he have a great education. We have another people, they're running for a council, for a mayor against him. I think they have no resumes, they have no education, and they have nothing to bring to the city. Some of them, he gonna go to the jail maybe sooner or later. Other one, he have an accident, maybe he's gonna go to the jail also. I don't know.
My friend,
I'm not
don't
the
touch
judge.
that accident, okay?
Judge.
Don't
One
touch
sec-
that
wait, wait,
accident,
wait,
all
wait,
right?
quiet,
Be
quiet.
careful what you say. Be careful what you say.
Councilman
Be
Velez.
careful what you say.
Councilman Velez.
Respect the family.
Councilman
I don't mention
Velez.
your
Yield this
Mr.
guy
Eunice,
because
Coun-
he had to respect.
Councilman Velez.
That was an accident.
Councilman
And there
Velez.
you shut me down. That was an accident. And
Don't
that family
interrupt me. I
suffered.
have my
And I
time. When I
suffered too.
finish, you talk.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Councilman, Mr. Eunice.
Don't touch that accident.
Councilman.
How dare you? Telling me I'm going to jail for an accident. Have you suffered for somebody had died in your hands, brother?
Councilman
And
Velez.
treated like an accident?
Councilman Velez.
You be dirty like a mayor then.
One second, Mr. Eunice. One second, Mr.
Don't go there.
Mr. Eunice, one second.
Don't go there or I'll sue you.
One second.
You don't know what I suffered, brother. You don't know what I suffered. You don't know what I suffered, brother. Don't touch the accident, brother. Don't touch the accident.
I don't have any personal issue with anybody. I don't carry hatred for anybody, okay? Maybe I don't support you, I don't support him, but I don't carry hatred against you. We are a human, we are a friend. We're gonna see how many times we have argument, Council Michael Jackson. Many times, we shake hand, okay? We should not carry hatred. I don't mention anybody names because nobody knows what I'm saying. He's the only one who knows what's going on. He should be quiet and seal. Anyway, okay, I'm asking the citizen of Paterson, the resident, because I don't want to lose my time. Dear Patersonian, this message for you, please. We need to continue deliver something to our city. We need to save our city. We need to continue progress. This mayor, Andre Sayer, he's a great person coming to the second floor for the last 30 years. He's the only one. He delivered what we have now. We have a junkie parks. We have a junkie field. The previous mayor, he make a park for a dog in River Street. Who attend this park? Nobody. $1 million in bulky parks for a storage unit. You know, you mentioned that, Council President, Council Jackson.
I'm going to call.
$1 million. This man, he came, he delivered something to our city. We need to show everybody we are behind our Mayor Andre Sayer, to continue progress. And thank you so much. And I'll see you maybe in June to celebrate our Andre Sayer Mayor again.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Casey Melvin. Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Melvin?
Yes. Good evening, council members, clerk's office, administration. Good evening, everyone that's watching. I just want to come real quick and just talk about three things. I want to first thank you all for. I want to thank you all for passing the resolution for Vera Ames Park. Actually, Vera Ames Community Park. I think that amendment, that renaming of community, is very important. Knowing Ms. Ames for quite some time, over 3 decades, knowing that she's not a selfish person, and the title of Vera Ames Community Park is more fitting, especially when I myself and other members of the community have been doing an event there at that same facility for over 27 years, Ms. Cotton, the day of the baby. So it's great to know that now under the new name, Vera Ames Community Park, you know, I think that speaks volumes in regards to her contribution, not only to the community, but to that park as well. So I want to thank you all for unanimously supporting that, you know. The other is also renaming Lawrence Place, Lawrence Street, to Vera Ames Way. I think that within itself, giving her a park as well as the street, is complementary to all the hard work that she put in. And if time progresses, hopefully we can have a Vera Ames Community Center. I look forward to that, putting some real estate under her name, some ownership. I think that'll be the perfect trifecta in regards to awarding her for her contribution. So Vera Ames Way, Vera Ames Community Park, and Vera Ames Community Center, I think it'll be a complete project. I just want to plant the seed on that. Also, to Abdel Aziz and that the Palestine Way, and then the presence of the Palestinian community, I think that's honorable as well. You gave me a whole lot of history that I didn't even know regarding the economic and social contributions of the Palestinian community. I think that's well worth awarding. And I used to, I had a property from Fatah's Bakery in that area. Edmund and his brother, very great people, you know. So it's good to, when I walk past here again, to see Palestinian Way and the contributions. You guys are definitely a paragon in regards to economic development and community building. So I just wanted to say that, council members, it was a rough and shaky night. I respect the professionalism, how you guys brought it back. That is definitely complimentary. You know, supporting each other, that's very important. And if everything works out on May 10th, I can add on to that professionalism and decorum and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Melvin. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Kenny Freeman.
Mr. Freeman, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome.
Hit by speeding cars.
Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that.
I've been talking about this for 10 years. I hope they hit that button.
Mr. Freeman, your info for the record.
Kimmy Freeman. I live in the 3rd Ward. I've been a resident of Paterson for 52 years. Haven't come to this council meeting in about 2 years. I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm quite concerned about Paterson. Like I said, I've been here 52 years. And I've never seen Paterson in this precarious state, but I'm very glad that certain communities, like the Palestinians, I told Al that I've been to Palestine. I've been to Lebanon. I've been all over the world. My family lives in Ethiopia. So I studied at the American University in Cairo. I studied Middle Eastern Studies and International Studies and Politics. Okay? But I'm not talking about that. Vera Ames. I worked on Vera Ames' first campaign in the 70s. All right? She was a good friend of my mother's. All right? Vera Ames and I went down to Philadelphia with the mayor. The mayor appointed me, and the state superintendent appointed me to be one of the delegates to represent the city of Paterson. It was Vera Ames who helped me write the best speech I ever did. And I did it in a room full of 4 presidents, Colin Powell, and the first woman, Hillary Clinton. Vera Ames, I read it to Vera Ames, and then I went to Mayor Barnes, and I read it again. And when I delivered that speech in Philadelphia, it was Vera Ames who ran up to me and literally cried, because what I said about saving minority males in the city of Paterson through Rites of Passage program, Project 2000 in the Boy Scouts, was the best thing that I ever did. I've been talking about these programs, but the program is very successful. We didn't do it. But forget that. Let's move on. The roads in Paterson are the worst I've ever experienced. I've been driving since I was 6 years old. I'm 62 years old, right? I stole my first car around 6. The roads are horrible. The violence is out of control. The unemployment and the poverty rate, 29% for Paterson, unacceptable. I blame the mayor for this, and I like Andre. I voted for Andre. But in this election, I can't do it. I can't do it. So, we had a big black leadership meeting last week, and Mike was there, Rui was there, Mims came late, and I sat in this room with all these people that I know. Dr. Fulmore and Ernest Rucker ran the meeting. According to Rucker, these people have been meeting for 18 months. Now, I know I've been on a commission for two years, but I would like to say that I'm part of some kind of leadership and give some kind of advice, since I've advised almost every mayor for the past 20 years. I just want to finish up. I'll be done. My slogan for this election is, Black votes matter. There's not one election, I know, give me 30 seconds more, because you gave Corey like a lot of time, and you only got 10 minutes. There's no election in the United States, from the mayor to the president, that black votes make the pivotal difference. And there's no different in the city of Paterson. I'm supporting all black candidates, even Mark Fisher, who, because he's a brother, I'm voting for him. Mike, I'm voting for Mike, and every other black candidate. And at that meeting, the only person who said anything of substance was Lisa Mims. She came to that meeting late, and she said in about 2 minutes what we were talking about for 2 hours. And during the 70s and 80s, most of the people that sat behind those city council were black. There's more black registered voters in the city of Paterson than any other group. Go look it up. So, I leave you with one more thing, and I'm done. Back in history, 1855, Berlin Conference. They divided up Africa. There were only 2 free African nations. One, Liberia, the other, Ethiopia. In 1896, the Europeans came to invade Ethiopia, and all Jamaicans know this. They were defeated. They defeated the Italian army, and that was February 29th. March 1st, New York Times said, the only African nation ever to defeat a colonial nation. My great-grandfather and my grandfather fought in that battle. That's where I'm from. Ethiopia doesn't have an Independence Day. That's who I am. I'm voting for black folks because others will vote for their own, and I don't have no problem with that. I know the Hispanics are going to vote for the Hispanics, and the Arabs are going to vote.
Mr. Freeman.
Khalid, okay? I want black people to vote for themselves this time. I really do. I think we have a chance to win, and my slogan is, Black votes matter. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. This speaker, I'm not very sure if his name is, look like Oded, O-D-E-H, Oded?
Ode, I think he's gone.
He's gone?
He's gone.
Okay, so last but not least, next speaker is Mr. Daniel Meher.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi. Not sure.
It's on.
Okay. So my name is Daniel Burgos Mejia. I was one of the person running for mayor for one reason, and it was because within the time that I've been living in the city, I had a certain situation with the sheriff department to where they tried implanting illegal substance on me, and then after that, after they couldn't because I felt what they were trying to put, they illegally towed my car. The other thing is certain situations with the police officers that they tend to change the reports compared to what the people are saying within the video, if we were to balance it out. But the main, the main reason why I ran for council was for mayor. It was because this city is separated. As much as we try to put it in every single way that, oh yes, the Palestinians are getting a street written under their name, and great for them. But at the end of the day, there's black people that within the same streets that I'm living in, the 44 Carroll Street, who are doing the types of things that they're doing. Is because within the cycle of how things go is that they get arrested, now they can't find a job because of the history that they have. So there's people within that same circle that you guys talk down on, that they say, listen, if you run for mayor, you win, the first thing I want is a job. So that's one of the biggest issues that we have here. And then you have the kids who tend to follow those steps because now it's the most simple way to make the money, and without having a schedule. But then if we were to put the math into hourly wage and everything, and then the overtime that they put, they'll probably make more working on a regular job, but it's a little bit harder when you don't have a way to travel, right? The other thing is that I'm the CEO of Silk City One. It's a QR code that I presented, basically to put it on every door within the city, because as people are saying, the mayor that's currently here today, Sayeh, he's done great change. He has improved the city. But we're confusing improvement with, or we're putting the same definition of improvement that we have on gentrification, where we're kicking out people because the rent right now in the 4th Ward is $1,800 for 1 bedroom. And then you add utilities and everything, that's $2,300 estimated. The city, there's a lot of people that don't make that amount. As I said, I presented the QR code because within this whole campaign that's going on now, you're gonna have people that are gonna end up trying to talk bad of Alex Mendez, Michael Jackson, whoever's running, they're always gonna try.
Please wrap up. Your time is up. Just
Yeah, I
wrap up.
told her I would need a little bit longer. So it would,
Unfortunately, you don't ask the clerk that.
Okay.
You address the president.
all right.
Just wrap up, please.
Okay. So the one thing that I mentioned is within the QR code that was going to go door to door, it was to create more transparency within this whole campaign situation, where it would be just a single person, a single group representing the city going door to door, and within that, with the owner's authorization or the person who's renting, the QR code would go on their door, and they would be able to scan and see whoever's running for mayor, whoever's running for city council, and whoever they support, then they'll have that platform at least to gain 1 follower or lose a follower. And, that's basically the way that I'm going to present it now. I sent the email to everybody. I sent the message to everybody. But the only one that ended up listening to me directly and sat with me was Alex Mendez. And of course, Michael Jackson also sat with me and spoke with me. But I'm going to have to go completely with Alex Mendez. And as I mentioned to you, I'm going to go 100% on everything. But within the whole thing that I'm doing is, if you don't do your job, then I'm going to push for the people to take you out of your seat, because you're there for the people. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
There's no one else on the public portion, Madam President.
Move to
I have a
close.
motion. Move to
Second.
close by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of today's special meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the special meeting. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before I vote, first thing, Corporation Council, and through the chair, Council President, would like to make this an official council request. Corporation Council, can you please provide for me the law, not the Attorney General guidelines, the law that prohibits for the information to the family to be released? The law, the state statute, the federal guideline, whatever the laws are, I'm trying to understand How is it, you know, in this council, and members of this council, members of this administration, how can we go about our day-to-day lives knowing that a young man was mistreated in our custody? I just don't understand how we do that. You know, this type of attitude and treatment is so consistent around here. When we had Miss Gina Johnson sleeping in her car for 3 years, the people who had the power to change that would sit there every night and listen to this woman cry. Here you have a family coming here who it's clear they've seen and witnessed the video. Their family member was in our care, and yet we're denying them their constitutional right. And the young lady quoted off the law that was just recently passed that states clearly that they are entitled to no investigation is out of reach for the family. I want to know specifically, what is the law? I need it quoted off. I need the statute, whatever it is, quoted off, and why we're denying this family access to the information.
I can provide it right now to you, Councilman Jackson,
Please.
if the president will allow me to.
Please, Council President.
Sure, why not?
Thank you. And thank you for that question, and I thank the family for coming here and sharing their concerns. So according to the Attorney General Guidelines, Section 9.6, specifically 9.61 states, the nature and source of internal allegations, the progress of internal affairs investigations, and the resulting materials are confidential information. Now, that section goes on to provide several exceptions to the confidentiality and provide certain circumstances where that confidential information may be released. The one that is most applicable here is it says that information may be released upon the request or at the direction of the county prosecutor. And so I've told the family this in confidence, but I'll share it publicly, Councilman Jackson, because I think you have a right to know as well. I do think that the internal affairs investigation is wrapping up, and it is my goal, if the county prosecutor permits us, to share the contents of that investigation with the family as soon as they're ready. But once again, we have to ask permission from the county prosecutor to do so. That is not a Paterson decision. Just like when the family saw the video, I was very happy to hear that they saw the video, but that was the county prosecutor's decision to share that video with them, and I'm glad she did. And so as soon as that investigation wraps up, we'll be making an application to the county prosecutor pursuant to this section for permission to release and share the report with the family.
Thank you.
One more point of clarity, Corporation Counsel. This section, the Attorney General Guidelines, it is voted and codified by whom?
It's codified by the state legislature, Councilman Jackson. And again, thank you for that question. And I can get that cite to you as well. We'll provide it in written format if that's acceptable to you. Otherwise, I need another few minutes to cite the exact statute that designates the Attorney General, through the Attorney General, the county prosecutor, as the law enforcement executive in charge of this particular issue.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Very good. Listen, I'll say this. I cannot stand here and be voted upon by the community and sit here and listen to the community's outcries night in and night out and let it go on deaf ears. It doesn't sit well with me. I don't care what position I hold, what supposed mandates are set by this position, and we're here to service the community. It seems as if those of us that get elected to these positions at some point in time become as if we serve in some other entity, as the city is an isolated entity. We're here to service the community. That's it. If the community's needs are not being met, if their cries are not being heard, then we are not doing the job, in my opinion. We are failing this community. We've done so countless times. We did it for the Jameek Lowry family. They never got an answer coming here. We did it for the McKnight family. They were just totally disrespected by the mayor when he classified their family member as some derogatory statement. And now here we are doing it yet again. We've done it consistently, and this right here is a travesty. I just cannot sit still and watch this type of activity go on night in and night out. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to take a few moments just a minute to address the resident of the great city of Paterson. And this is what I need to say, Paterson. As you all know, you're all aware that Andrew said he's been trying to take me out of this race in so many different occasions, and he's been failing. But this time, he went so far to go against our clerk. And I'm going to speak in support of the clerk department. A few days later, after I received my petition, I was the first person to get registered for the mayor race to be on the ballot. He waited until the last inning. 3 months after, he challenged my petition. The clerk department spent hours, they spent taxpayer dollars going over all my petition. They recertified me as a candidate for mayor, and he was not satisfied. He went to the court, and now he's challenging the clerk department in court. He went in front of the judge. How dare you, Andrew say? Numbers are done, they're not in your favor, and you try to find any way to take me out of this race, going against the clerk department, putting the department at risk, putting the department, the reputation of the department in the line. The city of Paterson has a process, Patersonian. If you want to run for office, you pick up the petition, and the clerk department is in charge to certify those petitions. That process has been in place forever. But now we have a mayor. I just want to change his name. It's not Andrew Sayre. He's the Vladimir Putin of the city of Paterson. He's a dictator. I'm going to call him the Vladimir Putin of the city of Paterson. You know more, Andrew Sayre. You're going against your own department. And you're taking your own department to court, spending taxpayer dollars because you don't want to see Alex Mendez on the ballot. My friend, you run. I'm looking forward to see you May 10 on the ballot. I'm going to fight it. You know, I don't want to give up. And it's a shame. And our Paterson resident, they need to know that this mayor, he doesn't respect our taxpayer. He just doesn't care. He only cares about his agenda, putting the department at risk, putting the department on the line, a department that works so hard, and they do the same process for every candidate, but he's not satisfied because he believes that he's above the law. He got so much power, he got so much money, that he believed that he could control the system and that he could change the system. But he's wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I have people follow me throughout the city. But he went so far to have people in front of my house taking pictures of my house. I have my neighbor calling me, Councilman, there's a car here taking picture of your house. At one point, there was a person that got into my backyard. It's sad the way he's running this election. It's sad the way he's taking this election. But, you know, the resident of the city of Paterson, they know what you're capable, Andrew Sayre. Just, I would like to invite every Patersonian just to look around. Look how our city look at the condition of our road, the garbage in our community, the lack of job opportunity for our youth. Just take a look around. It's not a surprise that when the Jesus family went to knock on his office, he never opened the door to you. He's used to that. He just doesn't care about Paterson. He got a personal agenda. And I'm just, don't listen to me, just go out there. You are a clear example of what Andrew said it's all about in this city. And I guess, and somehow frustrated, listen, I enjoyed this. This is not a job for me. I love to run an election. I love to serve this community. I don't do this because of the money. Thank God, God already blessed me more than I deserve to put food on the table, to give education to my children. But I believe that Paterson could be a better city. I believe that we could have a better city. It really breaks my heart when you guys going through it every Tuesday here. But that's because of the leadership that we have in the second floor. And what he's doing what he's doing to the clerk, what he's doing to the city, what he's doing to all of us, he's not going to stop until we take him out of office. He deserved that. He's afraid to run on his record because he's been sitting there 4 years. And I would challenge him to tell me just one thing that he accomplished that improved the quality of life of our resident. In terms of job, in terms of any area, I challenge him. But he's afraid because they know that they're throwing number. And the number are not benefiting him. And he's afraid to have Mendez on the race. It's really sad. Election should be clear and simple. After the election, whoever wins, we should come together and start moving the city forward. But Paterson, we cannot be divided anymore. I don't believe that we should go about race, black, blue. We all have to get united. We all have to fight to bring Paterson back to what it was before. because we're not moving on the right direction. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Rivera?
Vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
First of all, I'm not going to take the situation that the family is taking to do politics. You guys are suffering too much. So, you know how I feel with the situation. I have spoke to you about it. And one day we're gonna get to the end of this. And I know it's gonna be soon. Regarding politics that's moving forward now in the season of election, I'm not gonna talk about at this platform what the mayor have done or not done. But yes, everybody had to understand I'm human. Corporate Counsel, Madam BA, my colleagues, the viewers out there, I'm a human person. I'm not perfect. I apologize to all the audience out there, all these individuals watching the Channel 77, Channel 32, and those that are on YouTube. I apologize. But you had to understand, I'm human. I lost a kid in 2018 in a motor vehicle accident. And what happened in November 29 brought me back to 2018, an accident. And the authorities in that area cleared me out from an accident. To have an individual here to come and without facts, only because he want to be a puppet of other individuals, to demoralize me, to attack me, and to use something that still people are hurting. Still people are hurting, and people are still mourning. And I'm mourning with those families. I'm mourning with them. So the audience out there in Paterson that knows me quite good, that those days they pray for me and they mourning with me and they mourning with that family, it's a shame that they come to this podium. And I'm not saying to use the freedom of speech. They could use the freedom of speech, but use it with facts. With facts. I apologize to the community of Paterson, to my kids that watch this meeting every day, to my fiance and to the residents of Paterson. I apologize. I'm human. I'm human. Mr. Eunice, we could have a conversation and sit down and talk about the issues before coming to a podium without facts. And I forgive you, because that's the way I am. I don't carry things. I like to sleep in peace and wake up the next day with positive ideas to move my city forward. And I'm speaking from my heart. I wrote some points here to talk about it, but I'm speaking from my heart. As a councilman, I always got to be there for the people. And one thing I swear, and I raise my hand, to take off of office to serve, no matter you like me, no matter you care about me, but I swear, and I took the oath of office to serve. Thank you, colleagues, and Madam President, for using your leadership to calm me down, and those employees that was back there with me. But understand, we are humans too. We have family that question us why somebody came and attacked us. I will be praying for your family, the Jesus family, and whatever I could do to continue helping you in my personal level, not as a councilman, I will do so. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Madam President?
Thank you. Before I vote, I think Councilman Velez stated something that is really important, and to reiterate that we are elected by the people, but we are human. And we all have, personal lives and personal situations, and, sometimes it's unfortunate because when people come to the podium, they don't realize that we also have families, and we also go through turmoils and situations. But I think we also, we elected to be where we are. We asked the people for support so we can come here and, legislate and be part of this body. And so with that, also, when the community comes, it is frustrating that we are not able to assist the way that we want. And, I'll continue to say to the De Jesus family, as I said to you earlier, I'm continuing the prayers, I'm continuing the calls, not only to the captain in Helden, but also to the prosecutor's office, and I'm going to direct this question directly to our corporation, not a question, but a statement to Corporation Counsel. It is my understanding that now, once the investigations are done, that you are able to release internal affairs reports. So with that said, I am looking forward for that being honored. I did see that. I actually read that myself, and maybe you can clarify if there is something that I'm saying that isn't so. But it is my understanding that that is released once the investigation is done. Am I correct?
Thank you, Council President. And I'll just reiterate a point that I made earlier. Pursuant to the Attorney General guidelines, internal affairs investigations are confidential. The exception to that, or one of the exceptions to it, is that the county prosecutor can release that information. And I am hopeful, given that the county prosecutor met with the family and released some video to them, that she will hear our suggestion and our urging to release the report to the family as well once it's done. Because frankly, I think they have a right to know and deserve to know. And I know members of the council and Council President, you especially, feel that way as well. So as soon as that investigation's done, I will make a request to the county prosecutor to release that investigation to the family, and it is totally within her control and say to do so. And I'll just follow up on one issue that your colleague, Councilman Jackson, asked about earlier. The Criminal Justice Act of 1970 designates the Attorney General as the state's chief law enforcement officer, and that's pursuant to NJSA 52:17B-98. And through the Attorney General's office, it flows down to the County Prosecutor's office for enforcement, particularly on these issues. So thank you for that suggestion, Council President. I will be following up with the County Prosecutor once it's done and make your wishes as well as the administration wishes known.
Very well. Thank you very much. And so, with that said, the only thing that I am going to say to the audience that's watching at home, today you saw certain displays. You saw frustration, you saw families hurt. We try our best to conduct our meetings, the language, the cursing is not something that is allowed in the chambers or in any place for that matter. But with that said, we also understand that, there are families that are hurting right now, and that, sometimes that is just the way that frustration comes out. So, with that said, I stand before, as I said, with the mother, with the brothers, the sister-in-laws, with the daughters, with everyone. So, Madam Clerk, with that said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The public portion of the special meeting is now closed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so council members, at this time, I'd like to call for item, hold up, 33? No, 34. 34.
34?
Yes, Madam Clerk. Item 34?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be right with you. Next item on the agenda is item number 34. And item number 34 reads, Resolution designating Thor 297 Getty Avenue LLC as the redeveloper of property located at 217-297 Getty Avenue, Block 6701, Lot 2, deeming the proposed warehouse project consistent with the terms, goals, and objectives of the neighborhood redevelopment plan, and approving and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement with Thor 297 Getty Avenue LLC Economic Development Resolution 22221. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second. Madam Clerk, moved by Councilman Abdulaziz and second by Council President Davila. Madam Clerk,
Roll call.
we're gonna do roll call. One,
He asked
two,
for
three.
discussion.
I'm sorry. Councilman Mendez, discussion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I just got to have a question before we start with the voters. So there's a on the redevelopment agreement. In the beginning, you say that you're not planning to apply for any tax abatement in the future. So do we have a tax abatement stipulator? So, can you elaborate a little bit more on that? On the tax abatement portion, it's my understanding that we don't have any tax abatement on this project. Are you planning to apply in the future for a tax abatement?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Thank you, Councilman. They have not applied for a tax abatement to the council as of yet, and they haven't applied for a pilot either, which is like a payment in lieu of taxes. They can apply for the as-of-right 20-year abatement, which is a kind of a mixture of an abatement and a pilot in one, which we explained when we were meeting earlier this week.
I mean, my concern is that I don't see any tax abatement right now. And the next question is that if you're not planning to come in front of this council with a tax abatement, can you include that in the redevelopment agreement that you're not going to come back after we approve this? I know this is a private funding, that you're not going to come back to this council and ask for an additional tax abatement. So that's my first question. And the second question, I know there was a lot of discussion about job opportunity for the city. This is a large project, so, and it's not stipulated in any part of the contract that this entity is committed to hire X amount of local Paterson residents for this project. So those are two components that in order for me to move forward with this, it have to be within the body. The job create opportunity for Paterson residents, and just stipulating on the redevelopment agreement that we're not gonna see this project again in front of us, requesting a tax abatement. Thank you, Madam President.
I think
Thank you very much. Councilman, if I may, and before, because I know that you have had meetings, you know, as the Chair of Economic Development with the Director of Economic Development, and I want us to, you know, stay in mind that this is not public land, but private. And the fact that, you know, we have, you know, some individuals coming to want to invest in our city with their own personal monies. You know, one of the ways, and not that I am, you know, I've been here 8 years and I've probably voted on maybe 2 to 3 tax abatements, right? But what I do want us to just be mindful that is a way and it is an incentive when developers come into our city. So I don't want to answer for what you're asking for, but I for one, will say that how do you ask somebody to put something in an agreement, right, when there could be a possibility? This is nothing new. I mean, this is something that happens, and somebody is investing, you know, what is it, $80 million? No, I'm making my statement, Councilman, okay, to indicate that, you know, we have to be mindful of that too. You know, sometimes it just makes me wonder.
Council President, if I could,
Director.
I'll address a couple of moments or a couple of the questions that the councilman had, and then I also will allow you guys to talk to the attorney who's representing the entity. And so I think it's not necessarily customary for a private transaction between two private entities to basically stipulate a non-ability to go forward for future abatements and or incentives, and that still rests with the council with regards to certain powers there. And then I would also, in terms of the second item, if you recall, Councilwoman Mims had asked for a provision, a hiring provision to be put into kind of like a best practices or, you know, an ability for, you know, best efforts to put forth to hire local residents, because you don't want to hinder the ability for them to be able to create 200 to 300 jobs. Obviously, the first intent and the first folks that are going to be applying to, or hope, is that it would be Paterson residents. So that provision was added as of Friday. It was approved through outside counsel on Monday, and I sent it to everybody today, so you have it as well. So it is another ability for, I think, the council to note the willingness and the desire to kind of put Paterson first, if you will. And so I think, and again, I think the merits of the project are pretty intense and immense. And so I don't know, Adam, if you want to add anything in terms of the redevelopment and what's typically customary or not in terms of the councilman's questions.
Thank you, Director. Adam Fael of Sills, Cummins & Gross. We represent the proposed redeveloper here, and thank you, Councilman Mendez. In terms of contracting away a right that would need a further approval anyway by the City Council, I personally, in my experience, I've never seen that happen in a redevelopment agreement where the redevelopment agreement is designed to shape how the project is going to be built and the obligations for each of the city and the redeveloper, and that's spelled out in the redevelopment agreement here. And almost all of the obligations from both sides terminate once the project is constructed. I have never seen personally a contract away of a tax abatement. It is the redevelopers or the proposed redevelopers, Thor's intention to not apply for a long-term tax exemption that requires City Council approval. But if that were to ever happen, the council would still, they wouldn't be obligated to vote yes for it. It would be a separate vote for on its own merits, separate and apart from this redevelopment agreement. In terms of your second question, as Director Powell stated, the after Council member Mims brought up the issue about Paterson residents being hired, we did negotiate with this city and got approved by the city's redevelopment council on Monday a provision in there. I believe it's the new section 4.02E that requires good faith efforts of hiring during construction, and any tenants that are under contract before the certificate of completion for the landlord to request that the tenant use good faith efforts as well. After the certificate of completion, the obligations end. So if a tenant is under contract beforehand, there are good faith efforts there, and during construction, there's good faith efforts. That is in line with the goal of a redevelopment agreement, and it was to incorporate the concerns that were raised by Councilwoman Mims and repeated by, I believe, many of the council members last time, including yourself, Mr. Councilman Mendez. So we did try to address those concerns that were brought up by the council, and that was just recently changed. I know it's very last minute, but it was a concern that was just recently brought by the council, and we tried to act swiftly to address it and try to put the Paterson residents first and show a good faith effort from the redeveloper side.
I understand that this change was made at last minute. Honestly, I haven't reviewed it. That's the reason why I'm just asking you the question to put on record and go in front of the public, to our residents, because it's heartbreaking when we have this type of project and this type of money in the city, and we have there's no opportunity for a Paterson resident to be able to get a job, to apply, and that's something that must change and have to change. And that's the reason why I want you to put on record and clearly what is the opportunity for Paterson resident, for local company to apply and be able to be part of that project. So that was, and going back into the tax abatement, so what you said is that there's no tax abatement in this project as of now, but if you're planning moving forward in the future, you're gonna have to come back to the council to get a vote for the tax abatement.
For a long-term tax a long-term tax abatement, it does require City Council approval. The Garden State Growth Zone pilot does not. Our intention is not to apply for the long-term one that it requires City Council approval. We may apply for the Garden State Growth Zone pilot. We have that Director Powell just described as of right, but that is not, no application has been made yet, and it's separate and apart from the redevelopment agreement. Our intention is not to come back before the City Council for the long-term tax exemption pilot. And just going back to your first point, I do want to thank you for putting that on the record, because I know that the change wasn't meant to be last minute to be sneaky. It was meant to be, it was to address Councilwoman Mims's concern and the other council's concerns, and we tried to act swiftly. So I'm glad that you put that on the record and gave us the opportunity to state that on the record. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman.
Sure, just in closing, let the record reflect that my question goes straight into this tax abatement because, I mean, real estate is on the top. Warehouse right now, that's the hottest piece of in the market when it comes to warehouse. And I believe that going through tax abatement is not the way that we're going to be able to balance a budget. That's not the way that we're going to be able to help our homeowners to relieve our homeowners in terms of the taxes. So just to let the record reflect that I'm not looking to support that tax abatement. If you guys come back in front of the council, you mentioned that you add that component, that multiple council members expressed a request. So just I'll finish with that, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims, as you walked in, you heard your name, so I know you want the floor.
Yeah, well, not because I heard my name, but thank you, Council President. So let me apologize to Paterson. Tonight was not a normally scheduled meeting, but because the pipes burst in the basement of City Hall, this is a special meeting on tonight.
Right.
So I had a previous engagement on tonight, and then in addition, one of our high school students passed away tonight. And so I want to apologize to the public for not being here earlier, but it was mentioned to our Madam Clerk. I sent an email today. So to the public, you know, Mims is always going to be at her seat at the table. So I just want to put that out there. So I'm grateful as I'm coming in that I see that you have added the language. It is really important, and I will continue to say this all the time, that when it comes to what happens when it comes to our redevelopment plans or the community or our stakeholders and especially the residents of the city, that it's not enough to just verbalize it, that it has to be documented. So to see that language, and did you send that to us? You sent it to us? Okay. So, and to see that it's written, it tells me that when you come before that you take you listen to what we're saying as the legislative body, because you understand that we have the best interests of the community at heart. But I also want to say thank you for that, but to our Palestinian community, you know, I love you. Your food is amazing. You have been such a great support, and I know we've already renamed that street to Palestinian Way, but I will be right there when they do the celebration to be a part of that great ceremony. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Okay. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. I was out there coming in. Can you point out where the language was at the MOU, or was that at the resolution?
In terms of the local hiring, are you asking for, Councilman? Yes, so it's in the redevelopment agreement itself. I believe it's the new section 4.02E. 4.02E, as in Edward?
Correct. So.
It's in an email, Councilman.
Yeah, and
it went through on Friday, and
Correct.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure it was added in the language and the new memorandum of understanding revised.
And I have copies printed out if that's.
I trust.
But yes, it is in there in 4.02.
We have it here in
Correct.
email.
I trust on that. One thing I have to say is, listen, Councilman Adelazi knows me, and all you guys knows me. Sorry, I used the word guys. All the individuals here knows me that I like the before and after, right? Before what is, and after what is going to be. So I always promote before and after. We had this conversation in the meeting, the last meeting we had. Thanks God I brought up the memorandum of understanding to reflect that particular item and to be included into the memorandum of understanding, because we have seen other projects that when we walk into those places, and I could name a number, you don't see Paterson in there. So hopefully that if anybody gonna invest in our city, is because they care and love our city and making sure that we are inclusive, not exclusive, of Patersonian in any project coming in the city. I cannot say that I will not support if you guys come in the future, because I don't know what's going to happen in the future. If the law changed, then probably I have to go what the law says regarding tax abatement, okay? So I cannot guarantee you now or say no or yes, because the law could change and everybody has the right, based on the law, to apply for something. And then the council we'll entertain it. Hopefully, I'm the mayor and make sure that things runs right, okay? If you want a job, you could stay there for now, but listen, thank you for looking with eyes of mercy to redevelop the area that was created in 2008, okay? Nobody knew about this redevelopment area until this came in place, okay? We knew about the 4th, the 1st, and the 5th new redevelopment area, so we have seen a change, but the credit is not on that side only. That credit comes in this side too, so hopefully, because we want to see the city of Paterson progress and moving forward. So hopefully we're going to be there cutting the ribbon and making sure that anybody that walks in and comes out at the end of the day are Pattersonian. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman
Council-
Jackson? Who? Yes, sir, Jackson asked for the floor. It'll be Jackson, Cotton, and then Abdelaziz.
Thank God for PBS, Channel 13. I'm sure, Miss Alexander, you recall a touchy little tune, catchy little tune. One of these kids is doing his own thing. Because this is just absolutely ridiculous, man. Like, I listened to WBGO today, and there was a mayor from New York on, and he talked about his commitment to providing employment opportunities, real life, fair, livable wage employment opportunities. The Economic Development Director touts that this project will create 350 jobs.
200 to 300.
200 now, so it went from 350 to now.
Never said that.
I
200 to 300
have the
on
video
some
from the last meeting. It's
I-
350. So
I said
200 to
something else.
300.
Yeah. You said 350.
What kind of? So is there a projection of what type of operation will be there to create these 300 jobs?
Like I said, 200 to 300 jobs. I've been consistent each time. Go to the videotape. And right now, it's about 365,000 square feet divided into two for two potential clients. But it's going to be built to suit, so it may be one client. But I think the idea
Doing
is...
what? What kind of business?
Well, like intelligent warehousing, logistics, transportation, logistics, and distribution. But with technology and other things, you're talking assembly line stuff, packaging. There's a variety of different jobs that are tied in with that.
Packaging. So now we're going
Trucking,
back to
packaging, supply chain management, all the things that are important, particularly now since everybody's buying things on. Everything we discussed last week, basically, in a nutshell. And so if you look at the front page or the front cover of Real Estate New Jersey, what you'll find is the last article specifically talks to the point that Councilman Mendez was making, which is that there's an insatiable appetite right now for warehouse and logistical space. And the fact that this is such a massive project with regards to its space and with regards to its square footage, the probability of them being able to right size it and to fit it is where they're getting the estimates for between 200 to 300 jobs.
right across the river. They just put up a warehouse space there, 3 times the size of this projected project. In Hackensack, the biggest, or let me say the busiest warehouse of all warehouses, busier than Amazon. And you can visit there. I have video of it. Restaurant Depot, where one cash register is doing $150,000 a day. This place does a little under $1 million a day. The manager said they have a little over 125 jobs. So a place that's extremely busy, that's pumping out $1 million in sales per day, has produced little over 100 jobs. What we're doing here, while council members aren't even paying attention, we're giving a blank check to a developer come into our community and do what they want.
How is it a blank check? It's private land being sold to another private entity. This isn't public land. This is a private transaction.
That they're coming to the council for an agreement, for a developer's agreement, which in turns gives them permission. Without this developer's agreement, they cannot spend with private money. Over $150 million investment that people are looking for a return on. So we're equal partners. Paterson should be at the table as an equal partner, but instead, people around here are on bending knees saying, oh, thank you so much for coming into my community, and making all kinds of money without providing outlets. So there's no guarantees. I'm just curious. Wait a minute, I'm not done. What do you mean? Obviously, there's people that don't understand what I'm talking about, but yet and still, we have a 90 some odd $1 million project that created 3 jobs because we don't dive into the specifics. We have.
I'm going to have to correct you again for the record. It's just not true. I mean, there's 86 people working up in Hinchcliffe right now as we speak.
I was just there today because I saw your post.
Yeah.
I saw your post and I did the percentages. I was just there today, asking all the people who are Paterson residents.
You saw every person up there. You interviewed every person that's on every crew on the 3 components of the project. I'm sorry, sir. It just doesn't seem rational. I mean, you want the numbers? I'll give you the numbers.
No, I want you to provide. I want you to provide the payroll data.
Yeah, but I don't put that.
Provide
on Facebook,
the payroll
man.
data.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yet, that's not available. I don't provide that. It's very simple.
I don't
provide
provide it
the
on
weekly
Facebook.
reports.
I don't provide it on Facebook.
We spent $100 million in the project, and you can't even provide the weekly reports of the Paterson residents that's working there.
First of all,
Councilman.
there are monthly reports that are generated.
One
because
second,
these are state
Councilman
funds.
Jackson,
I don't even know
Councilman
what you're
Jackson,
talking
and Director.
about. Sorry.
Please do not answer any questions that do not pertain to this project.
Okay.
Councilman, let's just keep to the questions to this project, please.
Council President, I didn't ask him to indulge in that.
And that's what I said to him.
I use it as a reference because we are taking a beating here. We spend over $300 million in tax credits and bonding, all kinds of things that
Councilman, but this is not, I understand what you're saying.
It doesn't matter.
It
We
does
still
matter.
need
This
to
is
hold.
not
Listen,
public land.
you're not listening.
This is
You're not
private,
listening, Council
Councilman.
President. You're interrupting me. When I don't interrupt anybody here, I sit quietly and listen to everybody pull out the pom-poms and cheerlead. And then I get people that come here and try to block because I'm stating the obvious. We don't have an agreement. You would never see this happen in cities like Jersey City. That's why they come here, because they know they could pimp us with this nonsense. I would like, first of all, let me just ask this last question. But I don't know and understand why you're shaking your head.
Because everything you just said is wrong.
Everything I just said is wrong.
You said $300 million in state tax credits? Sir, it's
No,
100.
I said accumulative between tax credits, the 80 million, 60 plus $1 million in ERG money. There's a whole bunch of money that just got spent through your leadership. Through your leadership.
$150 million
with very
in
little
tax
jobs.
credits.
Can we
That's
stick to this project? Item
I'm not
34.
I agree with you, Council President. I apologize, but I'm
There's
sorry.
no tension.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
asking a
allow
question.
just false facts to circulate. I mean, the idea of public service is to do the right thing always and to steward things properly in the best interest of the city. And I could go point for point in terms of all the major projects that are coming down the pipeline. I'm happy to do that. And I'm happy
Talk to me about the
But this
benefit to the
project right
residents.
now, this
Not the money that's going into the pockets of the people
Okay.
that you represent.
Listen, I have
Talk
a-
to me
right
about
here.
the benefit to the residents. Talk to me about the benefit to the residents of this project right here. I just have, wait. I have one question. Is there any intent for this space to be utilized for cannabis?
What's that?
Is there any intent for this space to be utilized for cannabis?
One second.
That
One
would require
second.
a separate redevelopment agreement and a separate planning board approval. That's not what we got approved by, and that's not what's
Okay.
in this project at all.
Thank you
Council
very much
President?
for that clarification. One second.
Council President.
I don't,
Council President?
one second, because I know you asked for the floor, Councilman, but let me just complete, because, you know, the question was answered, Councilman Jackson. You stated you wanted clarification on something. I don't know where you're reading that here, but we're looking at right now something specific.
Where am I reading what?
No, we're on item 34.
Where am I reading what? What do you say you don't know what I'm reading?
Item 34. Councilman?
You said you don't know where I'm reading.
No, because you just asked a question pertaining to cannabis.
I asked, was there any intent? It doesn't mean it's written here. I asked, was there any intent down the line to utilize this space for potential cannabis production, growing, etc.? This is a very simple question. I never said it was written here.
Okay, so.
I
then
never
it's positive.
accused, I asked a simple question.
Okay.
He answered the
The
question.
simple answer is no, and it would require a separate planning board approval and a separate redevelopment agreement. So the simple answer is no, Councilman.
Okay.
Council President, may I?
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilman Abdelaziz.
All right, so Councilor Jackson, I'm going to tell you something because I represent that area, and I'll tell you what the residents are happy about and what this benefits the area residents. I kind of wish sometimes there's some more advocacy for certain wards that people represent than the ones over here. So the reason that there's a redevelopment agreement, people are entitled to their own opinion, which I'm not going to comment on, but you're not entitled to your own facts. In the 2012 master plan, this area is area 11 of a redevelopment district, and the master developer is St. Joe's. The parcel that they're buying is in Area 11. We need to look and understand facts. That's Area 11 in the redevelopment map that was passed by the City Council in 2012. They purchased this to the residents, because I'm not going to comment on opinions, but facts are, this is a private deal. Just like there's Paterson doesn't own any of this. And if this wasn't in Area 11, it probably wouldn't even come in front of this council. Paterson does not own any piece of this property. Actually, we lost in tax court to the current owner because it's a dilapidated building that's empty, and they took us to New Jersey tax court to bring down their tax bill. Those are facts. So the residents are going to benefit, because I met with the residents in this area. The building is downsizing by almost half. The building is adding close to 300 parking spaces that the area doesn't have. The building is moving the loading docks from residential properties. If you want to run for mayor, you should know the concerns in that area, from their houses to the back by the train tracks. The building is logistically moving the truck traffic from Thomas Street and Getty Ave to just entering from West Railway. That's what's improving the area's needs and the residents in that area. And then I heard the Councilwoman Mims and some other council members wanting language that they're going to push for Paterson jobs, right? In a private deal. I wish you advocated like that for some of the jobs that got city land. Let's state facts.
Are you talking to me, Councilman Allen?
No, not you, to others. No, I actually commended you. I commended you, Councilwoman, but I want to make this very clear. This is a private land deal. This is what you call good development. A building that's dilapidated, that's currently sitting at 700,000+ square feet, is going down to 360,000 square feet. And I'm going to tell you, there is a need, and I was excited. I went to Philadelphia on Friday and Sunday to watch St. Peter's. If you've driven down the turnpike, all you see is warehouses. And I was looking across the thing, because we have 54 loading docks. Prologis, Amazon, ShopRite in Newark had a big thing. I was excited in the car. I said, we're getting that in South Paterson. We're improving the neighborhood. While people can't even get property sold in their wards and we have to do tax lien sales, we got investors coming in here, $80+ million just to knock down the building and build on private land. And I'm excited for that. And the residents in that area, don't let people what you hear. I met with the residents in that area. And the original proposal that was going to put the loading docks near the residents was not a good idea. And you, Director, you know my concern with that. So the residents are going to benefit. And let me tell you what else is going to benefit while I'm at it. Whatever comes into that building, guess where they're going to shop and eat? South Paterson Business District. That's where they're going to, where they're going to bank. Lakeview Chase Bank on Main Street, PNC Bank on Main Street, Wells Fargo on Crooks Avenue, the McDonald's, the Farmers Market. It's going to trickle down. If they're successful in this area, they may trickle down to other wards where you have land that's been vacant for many, many years. They may want to go there and invest in that area. Paterson, in the e-commerce world, I did see many warehouses. You drive down the turnpike. I went 2 nights, Friday and Sunday, to the game. And I counted maybe 30 warehouses. That's a similar idea. And guess what? You're talking about other warehouses. If they're not successful, it's a private owner. The city's not on the hook for anything. They still got to pay their taxes. This is not a city job, a project that we're in conjunction, that they're coming for us for money, and that we got to secure the bonds. We're not doing any of that. This is private money, and this is probably one of the best projects that this city has seen. Thank you, Madam
Thank you very much.
President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I just, I know we talked a couple weeks ago.
I didn't talk yet.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead,
I just
Councilwoman.
wanna
You got
say
the floor,
that I know,
Councilwoman Cotton.
we talked a couple weeks ago, and I know that this is a private development, like Councilman Al said here. It's because it's in an R11, you got to come before us. If it wasn't in an R11, you wouldn't even have to come before us. Now, my thing is, and I said it last week, and I see commercials all over TV with states are dragging, begging, giving you ain't got to pay no taxes. Just come there, give me 100 jobs, give me 300 jobs, give me something. You know, now, when I first came on, I said, you know, I wish we had a person in our city that would go out throughout the countries to look for businesses to come into our town. They're not knocking our doors down. I've been here. They're not knocking our doors down to come in here. But I'm glad that Councilwoman Mims, you know, to make sure that we have Paterson residents. But they're not knocking our doors down. Once this agreement, once this is passed, how long would it take for you to fix that building? Before I finish, how long would it take? And then how long do you think it would take to get a person in there or a company in there to do that? Because this is not no 1 month project. This is more like a 1.5 year project that if you do come back to us again, it'll be at least 1.5 years from now. Hopefully maybe sooner than that, but I know this is gonna take some time, but we have to look at bringing companies in here that wants to do business with us, come inside with us, and you know, I ride down the turnpike too, and you see all those warehouses. I see it. You know, Jersey City. You see what Jersey City? We got all people from Jersey City coming here. We got people from New York coming here because they're being outpaced, outpriced, out everything, and they're coming this way. Paterson is in the middle of everything. We got highways all around us, which is making it very accessible because that's what people look at sometimes. But just answer my question. We don't have no one on staff to go out to these business conventions trying to bring people into this city to do business, to build, to develop. Now, the only area I can think of that they can put a business somewhere right now would be Bunker Hill, where they have a lot of warehouse space down there. They have a lot of spaces that they can rent out. We don't have that much. We don't have that much space. So, tell the audience that you want to come here, you want to provide jobs, but how long is it going to take to get this project up and running?
So the answer would be as fast as possible, right? I mean, we want it up as quickly as possible. We want it leased as quickly as possible. We want to bring jobs to Paterson as quickly as possible.
Right.
So we're moving as quickly as we can. We estimate that, so as part of the purchase, we had to let leases expire. And so the leases will be expired in November. So after November, you know, at some time prior to that, we'll be expecting to pull demolition permits, which will allow us to raise the existing building. And then shortly after that, we'll start construction. Construction will take somewhere from 12 to 15 months. And, you know, it's my opinion that we'll most likely have it leased prior to construction completion, just considering what you see when you going down the turnpike and how much demand there is and how insatiable it is. It will most likely be leased prior to completion. That's our goal, at least.
Okay. And you know, the question that I want to let the community know too, that what I discovered, because you can't do nothing for the tenants that's in there until their leases expire.
Right.
And some places have been giving people 10-year leases. Unbelievable. How they went that far, I don't know, but I know that you got to wait until those people that's in there now lease expires, and there's so much stuff that's happening, and I'm gonna bring it to my attention of my corporation council with fires. What I understand and what's happening now with fires, people are not trying to fix their building right away, hoping that those people that lived there that was under paying lower rent, that they get discouraged. And then so they wait 2 or 3 years before they fix their building. So by that time, now they get new tenants, so instead of them paying $900, now they're paying $1,600.
Right.
Because the old people living in there, they're not coming back in there. So that lease, those leases has to expire before, you can't throw them out.
Right.
And I understand that. So you're looking at least a year and a half.
Yeah, that's
Similar, at least a year and a half before we can see anything.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
November. Right, thank you. It's not gonna be next month, it's not gonna be 3 months from now, it's not gonna be 6 months from now.
Right,
It
and
might be 2 years before you come back again. I hope it don't be that long, but,
Right, and that's
Okay,
standard for
Councilwoman.
right, thank you.
similar
I just had
developments
to
of
put
this
that
type.
out there
No,
because,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, Councilman Rivera, and then we're going, Councilman Rivera.
Yes, just briefly. So if you look in the back of our budget, there is like 20 or maybe 30 pilots from the past, nothing that this council entertained. So we always use tax breaks to attract developers. Nowadays, you having developers like yourself spending $70 million in the city, coming into the city without any reassurance from the council that you will get a pilot. I'm sure you're going to try to entertain later on or request, the as of right, abatement that is available. But again, this is a tool that cities use to attract developers. Let's look at the bigger picture here. If this company is successful building this warehouse, instead of fighting for them to create, to provide jobs to Paterson residents for a short period of time, for the duration of while this project is being built, you're going to have positions there in that building if everything's successful. People of Paterson is going to have the opportunity to apply for a lot of those jobs, whichever companies you're bringing in. Now, if this company is successful in doing this development and the whole project is successful, you're going to have others follow. But a lot of things need to be addressed also to make this place more friendly to the developers. First of all, the process takes too long to you know what? I don't want to get off subject. This is a good project. All I'm going to say is the whole time that I've been here, I haven't agreed with a lot of the projects that I've seen out there, but this one is a no-brainer to me. It's just sometimes I don't understand the mindset of and I respect people's opinion, but this one I just don't understand the negative of it. I just don't understand it. Let's just
Okay,
vote.
so we're gonna do a roll call. You can do your statements. I know various people asked me for the floor again, but we're gonna move forward. Madam Clerk, roll call on item 34 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 34 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Just to the developers, as stated, I'm not going to entertain what some of the council people have said. You saw the South Paterson community out here today. We're going to, hopefully this passes, we're going to welcome you into the 6th Ward family. We look forward to you being a good neighbor and getting involved in our city and in the 6th Ward. So hopefully this passes. Congratulations. 6th Ward residents, this is a big win. I'll go toe-to-toe with anyone when it comes with a project like this. No uses of services, doesn't impact our schools, right? You see what we're talking about, the Board of Ed, more students, more costs. I don't think any students will be enrolled from that warehouse. And hopefully our police and fire won't be going in, being called that much there. So this is a big win for the 6th Ward and a big win for our city.
Well, say city.
You know, let me finish, Councilwoman.
Vote.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's a win for everybody here in the city of Paterson. Everybody's going to be able to have a chance to apply. We don't have many people coming into our city who's privately wants to put up the money, knock a building down, fix it up. Hopefully they can get a tenant. And, and I know they're going all over the country looking for space. I mean, even though we don't have much space here in the city, but I don't know how many years this place been, maybe 30 years? I remember back in the 40s when people worked at that company. But this is back in the 40s and the 50s. I wasn't born yet, but I know they were there. But this is a project that, just to change it because it's in an R11, and you look at the big developer like St. Joseph, the big corporation, and I see that they have a letter attached saying that sometimes they could be very tough too, with different projects that come forth. And they are a very community hospital with the community and helping out and doing a lot of stuff. So with that being said, you know, I can see it. I hope I'm still here living, because I always say that you never know what's going to happen. With the way things are happening now, to see a project from start to end, to see it happening. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
To the members, to the public at home, please pull out your Google search engines and Google Stockholm Syndrome. It's sad when you devalue yourself so much that you don't have any requests. I understand completely. I've been in business for quite some time. For over 20 plus years, I haven't had it, anyway. In Jersey City, if you build a private development where you spend $150 million, they make you give 25% of your project back to the city. I'm not saying that this is not a good project or it may not turn out to be. What I'm talking about is every time someone comes into Paterson, it's with so many unknowns. A developer's agreement or changing an agreement that is required for the developer to be able to do what they want to should come with some concessions back to the city. Anytime you come with one hand out, this is a scale. The community should benefit on a guaranteed basis. Let me explain some of the other developments exactly like this, what they've done. They've taken areas that were predominantly 2-family and 1-family, 3-family areas, and these agreements have allowed them to demo clusters of these properties and put up 40 to 50 units inside an area that was otherwise designated as a 2-family unit. These same agreements allow developers to come in and not require them to have zoning approvals, and the very next day you wake up and a bulldozer is next to your house digging out for a footing to put a house next door to you, where you would normally have to go through some certain kinds of approvals. You have to petition 200 feet of the people who live around you. Maybe this was vetted out closely by the 6th Ward councilman. My only position is that we never require the developers who are coming into our community to make money to make sure that our community benefits just as well. They're not coming in here to play hopscotch or to give out resources to the community. They're coming in here to make money. And if they are, that means there's a mutually exclusive business agreement. What is the Paterson residents' benefit? That's my point. That's my position. And until we value ourselves and value what's left, I get it. This isn't the days well before Essex and Phoenix Mills was built and nobody wanted to buy property. You had to give it away for $1. Now people are coming in here looking to spend a premium. Where's our guarantees? We don't have any because we give it all away. And then we say, oh, that's not our position. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
I've been hearing about job creation all night. I see businesses out there closed because they have short of staffing. I wonder who's out there looking for jobs. Give me a call.
34.
I'll look for a job for you. Honestly, I'm being serious. I have people, they will train you. They will train you and they will pay you good. So this rhetoric about this and that, come on, let's move this city forward. This is a private entity coming in. They're spending close to $80 million. And they will pay their fair share of taxes. If they want a tax abatement or something, they have to come in front of us and we could vote it down. Simple as that. We could vote it down. Or we could give them a yes for a tax abatement. It's up to us. But they have their as of right to get some sort of tax incentive from the state or mayor's office. That's as of right. Everybody has the right to do so. So we should let those good companies come in, invest in our city, and pay their share of taxes. And they will do that. I believe so. And like about job creation, like I said, I know a lot of business owners out there, they're short of staffing. Sometimes they are closed on Mondays. Some restaurant out there closed on Mondays because they don't have enough staffing. I know more than one. And my vote definitely yes for this project. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez.
Wow. To the developer, who's the lawyer that representing? So you're the lawyer. Okay. Just to be. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm voting. But let me just make a quick comment on this. I want to be just for a point of clarification to our Paterson resident. This is a private project. In the beginning of the discussion, it didn't help that Director Powell makes, the stadium and some of the projects that there's been a lot of bad blood into those projects. We should not mix those because this is totally different. Paterson resident, we have an investor that is spending $70 million buying a private property. It's not a city property. So they're paying a premium for this property. It's a redevelopment project, warehouse type base. I saw the map. It's going to improve the area. I'm okay with that. I'm in full support of that. My only two comments was about, giving opportunity to local residents. And I'm not talking about regular employee. We have a local contractor that they're looking to, be part of those projects. And I get those calls all the time. And I think that it's important that we advocate for them. For me, I'm 1,000% and I'm going to continue advocating for those local contractors. We have great people that they do work in New York and many other cities. And every time they see that type of project, they would love to be part of those projects, to stay local and just, give job to their team and to Paterson residents. So I'm in full support of that. That was my first comment. And my second one was about talking the tax abatement. Why? Because I want to make sure that those type of projects come in and bring rateable in taxes to alleviate the homeowner that facing such a hard burden when it comes to taxes. Those are my two concerns about this project. Other than that, I want to make sure that Paterson residents understand that we're not giving nothing away, that this is not a city property, that this is a private project, that this investor is paying $70 million to renovate this location. So this is not a residential that is going to be converted into commercial. This is a commercial warehouse, and it's going to stay as a warehouse, but in a different capacity. So I explained this to let my Paterson resident know that when I see something right, I'm all for. Everybody knows how I feel about the leadership that we have on the second floor that need to be gone after May 10. But when I see something that really makes sense to our Paterson resident, I'm all for, and I'm going to continue advocating for more taxes, more revenue for our city, and local job to make sure that those Paterson residents that, I'm not talking about people that they could work on a register, no. I'm talking about companies that are in the city of Paterson that they are capable to do major projects like those, have the opportunity to be able to be part of the project. So with that being said, I wish you the best of luck. Once again, Director Power, don't miss those projects and don't miss the stadium and things like this, please. And I just want to say this in closing. We as a legislative body, as the leaders, we have to encourage our Paterson residents to become homeowners. The last 4 property that I have for sale, I sold 4 cash deals to out of town. We have a lot of people, and it's not a coincidence. Real estate is hot right now. Paterson and many other cities. We have a lot of people, a lot of investors that they're looking for opportunity. So we have to encourage our Paterson residents to become homeowners. We have to give them the education, the knowledge, and the ability to be able to buy the property in the city of Paterson. But with that being said, the best of luck. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So as someone who understands land use laws, because I was a part of our city's planning board and served as the vice chair of that board and worked alongside Councilman Abdelaziz. Oh, he's not here. I was giving him a kudo. Councilman Abdelaziz when we were on there, when we were working on these redevelopment plans. So that's why when you're coming before the council, I ask different questions because I've been through that training through the city. But one of the concerns I had a couple of weeks ago when you came to the microphone was I saw it in the newspaper and I saw it being advertised that there were going to be 200 to 300 jobs, which sounds wonderful, which our residents really needed. But my concern was that it was not in the language. So I am grateful that I put that recommendation forward. You listened to that, and it is now in this language, so we can hold you accountable, right? Your client accountable for making sure that Paterson gets first dibs at the jobs that with this. I talk to people in the 6th Ward. I frequent the 6th Ward all the time. After our meeting, people called me. We had conversations. I met them in a few of my favorite restaurants in the 6th Ward that I go to a lot, and they were really happy about this project. So for me, I'm always community-minded when I talk to the residents, especially in that ward, because they will be impacted by it. It's a win for them. So my vote is for the residents of the 6th Ward and for the city of Paterson and all of those people that will get the jobs. Thank you for listening to my recommendation and including it in the language. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So ever since I've been here, I haven't been excited or impressed with a lot of the projects. Mike, no offense, I think the ERG credits, we could have better use for a lot of them. But this is a private investment, $70 million. I just got to let the residents know to be mindful. This is political season, and developers they develop for a profit. I don't care how you want to see it. You cannot be naive, right? You cannot be naive. On another note, we all have different opinions of what we envision for the city. This is not the suburbs. We don't have empty land to build. So although this is not a residential, complex or building, there has been areas, and I don't mean to get off subject, but I just got to add this. You could go to the 4th Ward, and there was places that for 20 years, some of those homes were dilapidated, right? And developers have come in and put up structures. I'd rather have what they have there now than what they had there before. That's all I got to say. So we can't always knock, for the first time in many years, and again, this is a trend in New Jersey, especially up north, right, Mike? There's been a lot of interest in obtaining, in building. Developers are coming, and I just want to continue, and I want to let you know that the doors are going to continue to be open, although I'm not going to be here after June. I work with a lot of these council members, and I know how they think. They're going to be welcoming to the developers. Don't feel discouraged from, what you heard today. We do appreciate you doing business in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So I stated before, thanks God I mentioned about the MOU and the beginning of the last meeting because we needed to look into, first of all, create jobs in the city of Paterson. And this is highlighted in the MOU, was included, so you fulfill that. The 20, and thanks for the help of Council Dr. Woman Lissaments too, in her statement that day. So, are we starting all over? No. So, $25,000 for escrow to go and cover the expense of the city is in the MOU. Also, you have a strong supporter of this project that is the #1 employees, higher employees in the city of Paterson, St. Joseph. Then you got the district locally, and then you have the county. So this is this company that is coming there, and I watched the meeting when you guys, sorry I say guys, when your company came in representing the zoning at the Board of Adjustment meeting, and the first thing that you highlight was bringing jobs to Paterson. I don't know what's the difference between this one and Agromex. I don't know why Agromex is not here to do another MOU, because we need to put an MOU, because it's a private development also, to guarantee that the employees from Paterson too, okay? So if we're gonna look at fairness. You know, Councilman Jackson mentioned the word, when you get an opportunity to Google Stockholm's syndrome. And I did Google right away because I want to know what Stockholm syndrome is. I don't feel hostage. I don't feel kidnapped. When I see things that comes to Paterson that I see before and after, I have to say, welcome. Because as your future mayor, I have to say welcome. I wish I could stand in the corridor of Route 80, the corridor of Route 19, and any corridor that hits Paterson, 20 and 21, stand in the middle of the road. Anybody that wants to come to Paterson and invest, you are welcome. You are welcome. I don't know who could campaign or put Paterson forward, killing developers, people that want to invest in our city. We was not in the map before. Now we're on the map because people love Paterson. Now, that people take advantage of other things, that's my responsibility as a legislator. Their responsibility to watch that they don't take advantage in one aspect or the other. But as me moving forward, I had to welcome new development in the city. I was raised in the Bronx. So you go to the Bronx before, nobody want to live in the Bronx. Go to the Bronx now, you see a lot of development that people are going to say, wow, this is the Bronx, this is South Bronx. And you see what? Quality service. When the city of Paterson receives quality development, like we have in the 5th Ward, hate him or love him, I have good developers in the 5th Ward and the 4th Ward and the 1st Ward, and I'm ashamed to say it, Charles Florio had done a great job in our city, investing his private money in our city. So welcome. And anyone that you have, wherever you live,
Councilman?
bring them aboard. When I sit in that seat, I want to make sure I welcome you, everyone out there. So saying that, just remember that this is a we effort, not a I. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
That is so correct. This is a city of we, not I. I think you've heard enough, right? I respect, and I always say this, I respect each council member, their votes, where they stand. I, for one, am also very respectful of each council person that represents their wards. And everyone does their due diligence. There's 3 of us that are at large. That's Councilwoman Mims, Rivera, and myself, right? So we go throughout the entire city. We don't concentrate on one, although the people have chosen to have a representative in each ward. When we vote as a whole, right? But I do respect that when my colleagues come before us in their respected wards and, you know, they do their due diligence, right? Because it's my understanding, you didn't know who the 6th Ward Councilman, when the 6th Ward Councilman was, and I'm sure there was no negotiation being done there, right? It was done through the proper channels, through the different boards. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, when I look at and I go down that street, I have family that live literally like right next to that building. I mean, that area, I mean, it's sad, you know. And so the fact that, you know, there is someone that wants to come in, invest their money, make it better, put them back, for us to get the full, you know, taxes that are due to our city. Because right now, we heard, you know, the previous owner took us to court, and I get it, you know, there's nothing there, you know, they're actually losing money as well. So with that said, no more said, you know, I welcome you to the city of Paterson, I welcome you to the 6th Ward, and I'm looking forward to see what's gonna come up. I understand, it's unfortunate, I wish it could be done like tomorrow, right? Start breaking ground and start cleaning up. I just look across the street from 225 Market Street and I look at, you know, what's being done there, and wow, it's amazing. So, and I know that something good is coming there as well. So I believe in Paterson, and I believe, you know, as a little girl growing up here, we have a good city, we have good people, and I believe we've always been on the map. We're going to continue being on the map, but in a good way. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Director, this is the only thing you had on, right? All right, you have, well, what's rest of your birthday? Bye-bye, you can celebrate on the weekend. Happy 25th. Okay.
Happy birthday, Powell. Don't call me tonight. Happy 25th.
All right, so Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to take various items as we had discussed for
Yes.
last Tuesday's meeting.
Yes.
We had consent items.
Yes.
So council members, as I indicated earlier, items 16, 17, which you've all read into the record. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55 will be taken as one item on consent. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. And as you stated, the numbers, these items were already read into the record in detail. There are 28 items. This time, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, moved
Second.
by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Cotton, as I indicated before, I gave the numbers out of what was in our consent agenda last week. So Madam Clerk already read all of the items into the record. All right, so we're gonna roll call. Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent items.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call and the 28 items, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Before I vote, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I'll use my time just to inform the public. I'll post this link later on my Facebook social media page. Jersey City has found new ways to have new development mean new schools at no cost to taxpayers. It goes on to say developers have brought tens of thousands of housing units to Jersey City in recent years. Now they bring something desperately needed to go with them: new schools. They require their developers that come into their community who is pegged to make a great deal of money to make contributions in areas where we hurt the most. They don't let 175 new units be developed without addressing the overcrowding of schools. They just don't do that. We have yet to address the real elephant in the room. When we talk about blighted communities, you talk about young people running around here committing violent crimes because they're not getting their fair share. And we as a council continuously just give up all of our power and praise. And the true definition, Councilman Velez, of Stockholm Syndrome is those who have compassionate love for their oppressors, their captors. It's not anything. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no. Just on principle.
Councilman, may I ask you to probably reconsider as your appointment is on there?
Yes, it is.
That's fine.
Okay,
It's a matter of principle.
okay. Very
Sure
well.
it'll be approved.
And the taxi companies, too. Okay, so Councilman Jackson, no. Councilman Kalik, we have vote, okay. Did you want
Just
me to give
call
it?
to
Want me to give-
question, Madam.
Okay. Councilman Mims? No, I'm sorry, Councilman Mendez. I'll go back to Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is yes? Councilman Mims?
Call to question, Madam Clerk.
Sure.
Just to make a request, I think that the appointment is very important, so I'm just going to ask Council President if Councilman Jackson would like to remove that item and it be
You got it,
voted
but
on
we done started
separately.
roll call. We started roll call. You gotta take it out
I had to
first.
take it out before we started roll
Right.
call.
Oh, so you're fine? Okay. So with that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you. So Councilman Kalik, we're voting on those items that we had
On
combined.
the consent item, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. So I have 6. So Madam President, I think you.
Yes, and before I vote, Councilman Jackson, I understood, and I know that you're in full support of the item you put forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. And those are 28 items, and the consent items are hereby adopted.
Okay, very well.
Okay, so Sophia, you need to give Council
One
President.
second, I want to make sure that,
Here.
we have a few directors here, right? So, I believe Chief McDermott, you're here for 48, 49, 50?
I think,
Those three?
I think they were on consent, Council
Madam
President. They were on consent.
Those were on consent?
Yes, for the fire department.
Are you sure?
For fire.
I just circled all the ones.
No, I'm
No?
sure. I recall.
48, 49, 50 are not on consent. Oh, no, they're not. I know, because I made note of it.
Oh, there's one, I think, 49?
48, 49, and 50 are
Right.
not on
Yes, I'm
consent.
sorry.
Those are fire
48,
and,
49.
actually, 48 should have been.
It should have been.
It should have been because that was a grant application.
And 50, yeah, they were supposed.
Yeah, that was actually, Madam Clerk, you were correct, it's just that it wasn't on here, so we'll have
So we
to-
just have to vote at it separately.
Okay, so
then.
let's just do 48, 49, and 50.
Okay. Next item is item number 48, resolution authorizing the grant application to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Transportation, Electrification Grant, Fire Resolution 22235.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Yes. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 49.
Next item, item number 49, resolution authorizing the application to the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities Clean Fleet Electric Vehicle Incentive Program, Fire Resolution 22236.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Kalik. Do you have a second? Second, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 49 for approval.
Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Yes. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 50.
Next item is item number 50, resolution authorizing the award of contract with Inside Public Sector SLED to provide a web enterprise license for the fire department, Fire Resolution 22237.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 50 for approval.
Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Carney, we are voting on number 50, resolution authorizing award of contract with Inside Public Sector SLED to provide a web enterprise license for the fire department. Number 50.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can I have item number 41?
3.
We need 6 votes.
We need 6 votes, yes,
Yeah.
that's what I was just making sure I have
That's
6.
the temporary
Next item is item number 41, and this resolution needs 6 affirmative votes. Resolution authorizing calendar year 2022 emergency temporary appropriations for the months of April through May 2022, Finance Resolution 22228.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Mims and Davila.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Mendez.
So we voted on this legislation, this resolution for a temporary appropriation.
Right.
But now, we change from, fiscal year to calendar year. To the chair, to Madam BA, what are we waiting, where are we planning to see our budget presented to this council?
Thank you, Councilman and Council President. If I-
Madam BA.
Our budget, as you see for the temporary one, it's April through May, and we hope that by May, we will have confirmation of our award letter from the Department of Community Affairs. The way we have to submit our application first, which is actually due this Friday. It's April 1st, it's due. We do not know when they are going to actually award our amount. It's not as contentious as it has been in the past, but we do like to wait till we have that amount so that we can introduce the budget properly.
So transition A.
Yes.
And so Madam BA, so the reason why I asked this question is because I see that we are in the same position that we were before when we are on a fiscal year that we're waiting almost until the last inning to get the final budget. So I was under the impression that by this time we should have a budget presented to us, but so we'll be waiting.
Yeah, we still have the requirements with the transitional aid. When we were in the old calendar, we still had the transitional aid. We applied at a different point of the year. Now, because we're on the calendar year, we apply with other calendar year communities, and that's all April 1st. So we will know after that.
Okay, thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 41.
Yes.
On the temporary budget.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 41, and this resolution needs 6 affirmative votes. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Abstain.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
At least this will cover April and May. We don't have to go back and forth that salaries or wages is not on rates, So hopefully that June that we have a budget approved, okay? So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes. Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we're going to go into a second reading, bond ordinances. So let me...
Yes, Madam President, and just to remind all the council members, the bond ordinances requires 6 affirmative votes for all bond ordinance. Next item, these are second reading ordinances and public hearing is required. Item number 1.
Yes.
Number 1, bond ordinance providing for various sewer utility improvements by and in the city of Paterson, in the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4 million bonds or notes of the city to finance the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22027.
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Cotton.
The public hearing is now open on item number 1. Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz. Do I have a second to close the
Second.
public hearing? Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Oh, I'm sorry, she's not there. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1 for approval.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have so many sewer collapse in my ward. I need this money to fix some sewers in my ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
To have our city resurface all the way around, we need to fix our sewer infrastructure. Because if we pave and resurface without fixing what is underneath, we throwing the money down the drain. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading. Number 2?
My apologies. It is my understanding that we need to take a 5-minute. I was requested. Is that okay?
What? We're on a roll, actually.
I'm sorry. If Mr. Ming needs a 2-minute, I need to honor that.
No one leave, though.
No, man, you
So no one leave. Stay here. Ming, if you need to take a break, or our stenographer, if you need to take a break, you. All right. We'll all stay here and wait for you. Why? Ming, are we on? All right. I know the clerk should be in shortly, but I wanted to say thank you to our DPW director, our crew, specifically June Cintron. I want to thank you because City Hall has been cold. My office is freezing. The conference room is freezing. And he made sure he called me very early to say what they were going to be doing for the chambers, for the council members in today's meeting. And I just want, June, if you're watching, we are warm, and I want to thank you. But I want to also direct it to DPW Director and the entire DPW crew for keeping us warm this evening, all right? All right. No, we're on. We're just waiting for the clerk to come back. No, he turns everything. Yeah. At least the audio. You could just see motion, but no audio. Two.
Yes, Madam
Second
President.
reading.
Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required and one ordinance providing for various improvements for the Police Department, the Fire Division, Office of Emergency Management, all within the Department of Public Safety, by and in the City of Paterson, County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $2,905,000 therefore, and authorizing issuance of $2,766,665 bonds or notes of the city to finance part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22028.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
The public, wait.
Public portion.
The public hearing is now open for item number 2. Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez? Yes. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is now closed on for item number 2.
Okay. so-
Discussion?
Yes, but Councilman Velez, do you just have a question?
Quick, yes,
Okay.
quick, yeah.
Councilman Velez.
I'm in support of this one, Madam BA, through the chair. Madam BA, can
Madam
you,
BA.
because when I see the bond for this one, it says for Police Division, Fire Division, and Office of the Emergency Management. We know that Office of the Emergency Manager fall under the Fire Department, leadership by the Police Department because they have somebody there. But I want you to put in the record how many police cars, because I want to see, nothing against with the Fire Department, please, but I want to see more police cars, more vehicles for them, is needed, for we could avoid the 2 and 2 and probably could move more cars and cops in the street. Can you tell us how many vehicles, full police, would this bring to the department?
Yes, Council
Madam
President.
BA.
Thank you. Yes, there are 12 vehicles for police as part of this bonding at a total of about $580,000. Overall, the police have about $1.6 million out of the $2.9, and that includes the vehicles, about $1 million in upgrades to the IT network, as well as some cameras on wheels, as they call them, COWs, with plate readers.
So, Madam BA, I have noticed that that I believe is ceasefire is still with the force from way back. They don't have vehicles. We don't have patrols vehicles. These vehicles are going to be mainly for patrols and active work, not for supervisors, correct?
Correct. Yes, these, I know there are some purchases, and maybe Chief Ribeiro can clarify, there are some purchases that are being made currently through asset forfeiture funds. There are some vehicles that started there. I believe these ones are detective vehicles. And then we also put in a request, the state of New Jersey came to us for potential supplemental, that's ceasefire. Those are, like you said, those are some of the needs required for that. But I can let Chief Ribeiro.
Before Chief answer, that's why we have to be careful. Right now, we are lack of patrol cars. And if we go to, how many cars you say it was 20?
This is 12.
12 cars. Are they SUV or they are regular cars?
I believe they're the SUV, the Interceptor. Go ahead, Chief.
Ford SUVs.
Huh? Ford?
Ford SUVs,
Are they going to be unmarked cars or going to be marked?
unmarked.
Unmarked. Why? We are lack of patrols cars. I know, but no, but if we could have the opportunity to, and nothing against who's going to use it. I like to equip every division, and I said it before. Major Crimes has cars from the 80s or whatever, 90s, and we want to equip it all. Is possible out of 12, 6 go to patrol, 6 go to the most needed units out there, or what we could do?
We definitely look at the whole aspect of it and see what works out best, but right now they're going to be unmarked cars. We can always change that in the future, so it's always a possibility. Right now, we're just ordering them as unmarked black SUVs.
So,
And Chief, earlier this year, there were asset forfeiture funds used for some patrol cars, correct?
Yeah, we're ordering 10 from two asset forfeiture cars.
oh, so you're
Yes.
saying for official funds by patrol car?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to do that. But let's make believe, operational wise, right? Let's make believe the shift of major crimes, I'm not gonna say they're on call, they're all working around the clock. But if those vehicles are not being used, can they be unmarked cars for traffic?
Normally, it doesn't work that way. We usually have the cars assigned to different divisions, so they have the responsibility for those cars. So every division is responsible for their cars. In case it gets damaged, anything happens to the car, so we have divisions right to have those cars.
So yeah, in the past, and I know you probably see the unmarked cars that we are having traffic, they only have, you have to hit a light to see the name on it because they're unmarked. So they cannot be used if they all day sitting there from the morning to 3 or 4 o'clock. Can we use those vehicles to patrol unmarked?
No,
Like for traffic? Yeah, for traffic. No?
you can't patrol with that.
Now, those cars have to be specifically for patrol units. We'll have to have a cage, lights. It's equipped differently than an unmarked patrol
not
car.
for-
So you can't put lights on it. Okay. So we're getting 12 through this, and for official funds we're getting 4 patrol. How many?
10 more cars.
10 more. When they coming?
There's a backup in most of the ordering, so we're hopefully, last I heard was July for some cars coming in.
Hopefully they're not electrical cars, right?
No,
So, Madam BA, with this money, what are we getting for the fire department?
So with the fire department, we have flooring projects in 2 of the firehouses, similar to what we did in 2 of them for COVID. That makes it easier to clean after ambulance decontamination. We're replacing that fire safety house, which they use for public education, which was the old one is from 1980. We're doing some HVAC for firehouses, and there's the emergency medical logistics system. So in total for fire is $640,000.
Can that project, and nothing against the fire department, can that project could be funded through any grants or whatever?
These projects cannot. We do fund other programs through that.
We
But I
have
would
done
like
it,
to.
we haven't done it before.
I would like to note, though, in terms of if you're asking about additional vehicles for police, the state of New Jersey came to us, you might recall last year, we got supplemental TA, so additional transitional aid that is not to be used in our operating budget, but that can be used for capital projects. We were able to purchase, some more vehicles through that. There was a list that they approved. The number one thing on the list we've asked for them, and then we had to prioritize them, are vehicles, additional vehicles for police for patrol.
So infrastructure, you got 2 projects there. One is the boat, new ramp, I believe it is. The boat.
I believe that's that's
Chief.
going out to bid for
Chief, can you
FEMA.
please-
Yeah, that's not related to the bond.
The boat ramp is not from the bond. The boat ramp we're trying to do as mitigation effort through FEMA so that they would pay for that.
So,
So that's just, we're just doing a bid for design, get us the cost so that we can try and pass it on to FEMA. Either we get it or we don't get it.
So,
For OEM, do you want to know what those items are?
yes.
For OEM, it's a rack truck for OEM logistics and a high water vehicle.
So can you explain that once, OEM statistic?
Well, the amount in the listing I have is 630,000, and that the chief can explain a little bit there.
Okay, two vehicles. One
Okay.
is,
Hold on, the chief is talking.
one is it's a rack truck, meaning it's the flatbed truck that you could take the racks off. We found it during the water crisis. We didn't have a good logistics vehicle, and we were taking from DPW, and that was obstructing the DPW operations. Any OEM should have a rack truck for logistical purposes. The other one, during Ida, we had a tremendous response to water rescues throughout the city. This is something that's going to enhance our water rescue capability
Okay.
and removing people.
Are we getting, what company we using to buy that?
Don't know yet.
Okay.
One second.
Madam
No,
President, that'll
no,
go out for
Councilman Rivera, then
issues.
Councilman Mendez.
just have a question. Madam BA, so, you know, we worked together on putting together the plan for the $60+ million, right? I know some things haven't been defined if we could do them or not. Remember, I asked you to put $2 million for a sidewalk program to help, you know, homeowners, somehow help them to fix them. We still, you know, still haven't heard back if it's doable or not, or what is the plan with those funds. But
We had it in the budget for the temporary budget, which.
no,
was
we
voted.
have it, but we still don't have a plan on how or you know what. So this is the thing. This is how I'm thinking. We got $60+ million. I know we have allocated a lot of it, but we also should have thought about maybe using less bonding, right, in the next 2 years, because I see the way these roads are. Although we have money for road improvements, we're gonna need a lot of money in the future, right? So why not use some of the $60+ million to support some of the spending and see what is necessary? Example, the reason we're bonding for SUVs is because you cannot, council members, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
So the council members, I'm trying to speak to the BA and she can't hear me. How about you don't speak? You don't speak. This is the mayor. We're gonna think. Oh man, let's. So Madam BA, like I was stating, let's be a little, you know, maybe be a little conservative. I know we could use forfeiture fund to buy also SUVs. I'm not saying they're going to do that. Usually we use forfeiture funds to buy the cars. I guess we can't handle city business here in those chambers. What was that?
Councilman Rivera isn't finished. Councilman.
I'm done. I'm just, residents got to be mindful who they vote for these upcoming elections because some people just don't have no discipline at all. That's all I got to say.
Madam President, Councilman Rivera, can you just repeat that request because I know you started and I didn't have it.
I did not put any requests. I
You
was
didn't-
having
you
some
were
suggestions for
Okay.
Madam BA of how we could, you know, plan better our capital plan, maybe use some of the $63 million to alleviate some of the burden of us continue to bond. But I guess some of our council colleagues are not interested on, you know, focusing on the city's future. But some of them are planning to run for mayor. This is interesting.
So it's just-
I'll leave it at that.
So just a suggestion, not a request.
Madam President.
Thank you.
Councilman
Thank you.
Mendez.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me just say, I mean, Councilman Rivera is talking a great point here. Here we are bonding for this type of equipment that we need. Deputy Chief, Can you mention, can you give me the number of vehicles that you have on the traffic division and patrolling division? The amount that you have right now at this point?
I don't have that number in front of me. I could definitely get it for you. I just don't have the exact number of how many cars are assigned per division in front of me. I just know we need cars.
Okay.
You know, we're-
The reason why I ask you this question is because it's a shame. It's a shame the amount of, I mean, we are in desperately need of vehicle. We have sometimes, we don't have enough vehicle for patrol, traffic, and police response is one of the biggest problems that we have in the city. And we hear this all the time. A resident call the police, 2-3 hours, they don't show up. You don't have enough equipment, you don't have enough vehicle, and we have $63 million sitting there, and here we are bonding. Madam BA, we have to be mindful of, you know, what we're doing right now here. I guarantee you that if this administration put priority in place, we'll be using part of the $63 million to make sure that the police department get the resource and the equipment that they need in terms of enough fleet for patrolling for all the division, you know, instead of bonding. You know, Councilman Rivera said it best. I mean, we're gonna need money down the road, and now we have that money, and it's only one shot that we're gonna have those $63 million. The mayor, he present $6 million to fix park without a clear plan. This is a really needed. Safety is a humongous problem in the city of Paterson. Police response is a huge issue, and here we are bonding when we could use that money. So we should plan better. Just leave it at that, Madam President.
Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 2 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just want to make a correction on record. So the councilman at large, Rivera, is not interested on things. People who are interested in things. Just to help you out a little bit there. You know, it's very frustrating being here when we're making points about, yeah, and what he was saying is possibly relevant. You can't use the $63 million on everything. Every time something comes up, we should use the $63 million. This is an obligation that we have neglected for so long and watched our departments deteriorate and watch these people who we're expecting to give us swift response times in these dilapidated 1975 vehicles. I mean, anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Where did you
Oh,
come
thank
up
you,
with the
Councilman Khalid.
1975? What did you come up with the year from? 1975?
Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk, we definitely do need the equipment for our public safety department. And that's the only way, like Councilman Jackson said. We got only $63 million the welfare money that we got from the federal government. You know, because of, I'm not saying it was a blessing, we mentioned that before, but because of COVID, we got this extra money. We want to build recreation center, we want to build this, we want to build that. It's only $63 million. At the same time, keep doing our regular job, bonding here, getting some grants from there, and keep moving forward. My vote is definitely yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that to our Paterson resident is that I do believe that we should be more selective in terms of bonding. We cannot be bonding for everything. Yes, we do have that money. And if you think about priority in a city, priority have to be, safety have to be the number one priority. There's no way that you're going to be able to enjoy the park if you don't feel safe. And that's what's going on in the city of Paterson. If y'all be in the second floor in that position, I will be utilizing a large portion of that money to make sure that Paterson residents feel safe. This is not a joke. We get the text all the time about shooting, about police response. We hear the text, you know. This is not a secret for all of us. It's not funny when a Paterson resident call the police and they have to wait 2 or 3 hours when they don't have the equipment. You know, this is a serious matter here. It is. I don't see the funny part of calling welfare the $63 million. Think about priority when you run in the city. Think about priority when you are in a position of leadership. When your job and your responsibility to bring safety into our community. Let's think about priority. When we don't have enough manpower, that's the priority that we're gonna think about it. And I'm gonna continue repeating this. We could build park, we could make our park nice. If people doesn't feel safe, they're not gonna enjoy this city. Deputy, against my will, I will give the benefit of the doubt to this bond because I do believe that, you know, they're not gonna change their mind. And it's my hope that we use those SUV to patrol. That's my hope, and I will pray, because I have no faith in the second floor, but I will pray that the department and your leadership use those SUV to patrol our street and to make police response more effective.
Don't do it, Councilman. Stand on principle.
My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So sometimes we're here and we go through, you know, sometimes it's a battle sometimes, but you know, I just wanted to crack a little joke because I felt like we need one. So, I mean, as we're going through, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, that we have a few weeks into this mayoral and council at large race. So it's like you run for mayor, you run for mayor, I run for mayor, we all run for mayor. So, I mean, it's like this season where everything is like going, it's bananas right now. Our city deserves leadership. Like, it's almost embarrassing at times. It needs leadership. It really does. It needs leadership. Paterson. Right now, what's before us is an item for public safety. We talk about public safety, we talk about your needs and what's required, and do we always get along with, they keep saying the second floor to the third floor? It's not about getting along, it's about the residents. Our first priority should be what is in the best interest of the residents of this great city. They need to be safe. There's shootings almost every day. Whether people are hit or not, in those shootings, there are different shootings, crimes, robberies, people are breaking into people's homes, and so many other things. Domestic violence is on the rise, and so much stuff is going on in our city. So for an item to come before us for public safety, to provide more resources and equipment, I'm not gonna play politics. I am not running for mayor, but I'm gonna let the community know this is something that is needed for our residents. You deserve to be safe. You deserve to make sure when you call our fire department that a fire truck shows up or an EMT shows up if you need to be cared for, or a police officer shows up, whether it's a marked car or an unmarked car. You need someone to come out and protect you. We need Paterson's bravest and Paterson's finest. And so for me, I'm voting for both of them. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, to my point, I never said you shouldn't get this. It's the way in which you get it. This is what I meant. When I came here 4 years ago, the use of the capital plan was almost non-existent when it came to getting equipment. DPW knows this. So I had a conversation at the time, and I'm not going to repeat myself, but basically I encourage for us to plan better as a city. We cannot let, I'm glad you guys are purchasing vehicles, because we cannot let the whole fleet get messed up all at once. Then we have to, buy, instead of buying 5, 10 vehicles, we will have to get 30, 40. All I'm saying is better planning. What I mean by that, we put in that plan a recreation center that probably is going to cost, based on the idea that we have, probably over $70 million, probably, with the plans. We have 20 right now in there. My question is, have we hired an architect to at least put together the rec center that we're planning to do, right?
Council President, may I answer? We have not, because we didn't
Point of
appropriate the money
Point
to
of
do
order.
that
Point of
first
order,
step.
Madam
order.
Council
Yeah,
President.
no, that wasn't a question for it
Actually, you
to
know
answer
what?
now.
Council members, you are right. We are on roll call. My
Yeah.
apologies,
But it
there's
wasn't
so
a
much
question.
talking that I just totally go off.
Yeah, it's
and
okay. It
think
wasn't a
that-
question for it to answer
Okay.
now. So also, I mentioned the sidewalk. All I'm saying is, yes, we allocated a lot of money there. I want to know if all of that is doable. I don't want the mayor to come back later on, whoever's mayor, and say, look, We could have used this $20 million. I got to put it that way. I'm not running for mayor. That's the thing. What I'm saying actually is not, I don't have any other intent but to look after the best interest, or at least what I perceive to be the best interest, right? There's a lot of things that we put there that we don't even know if we're going to execute, right? That's what I mean. So this could have been an opportunity to actually look into those things, and if we cannot execute, instead of borrowing money for things like this, we probably could have used some of this money to make this type of purchases. That's what I meant. Give a break to the residents and taxpayers, right? Take the burden away, the debt burden away from the taxpayers. The way the roads look right now, we're gonna have to spend a lot of money in the future. They're really bad, in bad shape. So, saying that, my vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
So, I recall when they announced the award of the $63 million, right? And it came with a book of instructions, right? Came with rules, came with instructions how to spend the money, where to spend it, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to see every time they talk about the $63 million and take money from there to put the closure if it allows us to do it. So everybody will eliminate the statement of the $63 million and move forward. Right now, we have a bond ordinance. Let me get a wide shot.
Councilman, did you vote? No, did you vote?
No, because I'm in the middle of my
Councilman,
statement.
just continue to put your
Correct.
statement.
So, I'm boots in the ground, I'm out there. So when you see major crime, and when you see ceasefire, and when you see narcotics, and when you see the warrant squad, the vehicle that they drive in is an embarrassment. For the third largest city that we have in Paterson, in the state of New Jersey. And population and other things, right? So they already clarified that we would use forfeit money for get patrols. So that satisfied me. But we had to lift the morale of the police department, at least give them what they need. When was the last time, you don't need to answer this, that we got vehicles for that units, for that divisions? The last time. Just think about it. So we need those vehicles that, based on Kelly Blue Book, the year of mileage is 16,000 miles, right? Right? To go back and forth for work or pleasure, whatever. These cars are 24/7 driving around the city, especially those that works undercover to deter crime and to take people out of the street. So I'm in supportive. Councilwoman Mintz stated about leadership. Let me tell you something. Watch this election. There are negative leadership and there are positive leadership. Negative leadership are those that want to take us backwards. Positive leadership are those that want to move the city forward. So saying that, we cannot compare apple with oranges. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Council members, we have committee meetings, we have workshop, we have first reading, we have second reading. We have discussed, we understand that the police department is in dire need of many things. They're in dire need of a new complex. It is not just traffic and patrol. We have the special units that also need to have unmarked cars. They're not able to do their special operations because of the lack of cars as well. So we understand it across the board. It isn't that one division needs it more than another. The entire department is in dire need. I look at our department, I look at the amount of men and women that are there. I look at the building where they have to work in. The fact that the females don't have where to shower and change. My God, across the board, they are in need. We make things such a big deal, understanding that, you know what, yes, there's a portion that needs to be used in terms of capital funds. I mean, Councilman, you know, our chair of finance has been talking about doing a better use. Yes, it's true that they weren't coming before us with a capital plan. Now there's a plan. There's a plan. In terms of the $60+ million, my God, we already know that there is some monies that has been put for and I'm going to say alleged because I don't even know right now where we are in terms of that 20 million for this new complex, but we know that we're going to need way more than that. So with that said and done, what we have before us right now is to get our men and women some cars, get them equipped. If it's unmarked or not marked, all divisions in the department need vehicles. So, Madam Clerk, with that said, my vote is yes for item number 2 on second reading.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Yes, next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required and bond ordinance providing for various traffic safety improvements and acquisition of non-passenger vehicles and equipment, Department of Public Works and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,294,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,232,380 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof.
So moved.
So move.
Finance Ordinance 22029.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez.
Discussion.
The public hearing. Why do we have to have a discussion, Mr. Chair, when we already, okay. The public hearing is now open on item
Seeing
number
none,
3.
move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 3.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 3. Councilman Abdelaziz.
We had a lot of discussion on first reading, workshop, on all this. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes, to close
Councilman
public question.
Yes. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Yes. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 3.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3 for second reading approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
We discussed this in first reading and workshops, and now our second reading. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Thanks for reminding us, Councilman Abdulaziz. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez is not there. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
So for the benefit of the public out there, so the Public Works will get 4 350 single cab, 4 450 crew cab, 2 snow trucks, front end loader, 1, and also 2 master mover. So I just want to say this. The other day, a pole got knocked down on the border of Clifton and Paterson. I think it was yesterday. I was passing by. And you had to see the comment of that Clifton officer. Oh my God, that's the vehicle you guys have? Okay, so we need to lift the morale again from our employees, and I will stand strongly supporting whatever comes to the department as the DPW chair, also as a councilman of the 5th Ward in the city. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. Bond ordinance providing for various park improvements by and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1 million, therefore, and authorize the issuance of $952,380 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22030.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Council President Davila. The public hearing is now open on item number 4.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 4 for second reading.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 4, Councilman Abdelaziz.
This was discussed in first reading and many workshops prior to this. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Closing public hearing.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 4.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 4 for approval for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
After hours of discussion and first reading and many workshops, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. I'll come back to you. Councilman Jackson.
I know. We've been
Yes.
talking over this for over and over. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thanks to Councilman Jackson, I got your vote. Thanks to Councilman Cotton, I got your vote. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Number 4.
No.
Councilman Velez. Number 4.
Let me, what was the vote, ma'am?
5 so far. 5 in favor.
5 in favor. So no matter I go and vote yes or no, I just want to make this statement. You know, I see the West Side Park, it's the second ward, but I'm not thinking about that is in the second ward. I'm thinking that is in the city of Paterson. But when I see the word others, parks, Madam BA, you know, I'm always on top of Roberto Clemente Park, using volunteers to keep it up to date. And I want to see the Roberto Clemente Park, that is in the heart of Paterson, a beautiful park, okay, be upgraded at the same time. I know you're gonna say that we did the playground and et cetera, but there's other cosmetic area that needs to be improved, you know, and please, if you don't do it before May, just kidding, I will do it after July 1st. But please, I need the same treatment that the other park gets, please. The park of Roberto Clemente needs to get that treatment, okay? And it's a beautiful park. And it's a park that honors the memory of individuals that went give back to a country in a disaster, Roberto Clemente. So my vote is yes.
Madam President.
My vote is, this is number, I just lost, yeah. My vote is yes for item number 4.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 5.
Next item is item number 5. Hold on, Madam President. Number 5. Number 5 reads for second reading. Public hearing is required. A bond ordinance providing for various 2022 general capital improvements by and in the city of Paterson, county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $315,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $300,000 in bonds or notes to finance all or part of the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22031.
So motion?
I need a paper clip.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open
See
for
mo-
item number 5.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 5.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 5, Councilman Abdelaziz.
After speaking hours on these things in first reading and many workshops, I'm ready to vote. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Public hearing.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes to close the public hearing. We
Councilman
did not
Mims?
speak about it for hours.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
After listening to Abdelaziz and the past meeting long and explaining, my vote is yes.
Okay, Councilman Mendez, we are closing the public hearing for item number 5 for second reading. It's the 2020.
My vote is yes to close, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President?
Before I vote, Madam Clerk, I'm going to be calling the roll call, but just know that the purpose of this bond ordinance is to fund various general capital improvements and/or acquisition and installation as applicable of equipment at various facilities throughout the city, including but not limited to flooring improvements for administrative offices, various other general capital facility improvements as deemed necessary by the city, and acquisition and installation as applicable of computer hardware, software, and associated equipment. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public hearing.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 5 for second reading approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 5 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Just to piggyback the council president, in discussing this numerous times, and nothing has changed since first reading in the numerous workshops, I'm confident voting yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Hopefully they stay locked in a statement of purpose and they don't shift the money to another place, but make a lock there based on that statement. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay.
So I think that concludes.
Yes, no, we're going to do no.
Yes, we have one more.
We're doing 56. Yeah. But before we do 56, where's Corporation
Is
Counsel?
this done twice?
He's not here. So, Madam Clerk, I wanted us to take like all of I know that there's second reading, but they're all establishing or repealing. So if we could do all the establishing the handicaps
Okay,
on all of the second
So-
reading,
so let's do.
and then do all of so we'll do the public hearing.
Establishing, that's
Yeah, because
number,
we have quite a few that are establishing, and we have quite a few that are repealing
Okay.
handicaps.
yeah, so we have number 7, let's do, you want to do
Okay, let us
establishing?
do- Okay,
Is that good?
let us do item number 56.
Oh, 56 first?
Yes. I ain't call y'all up. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Number 56.
Okay, hold on. Let's read it into the record. I'm sorry. Director of Health and Human Services, Mr. Ramirez, do you have an item? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do that afterwards. All right. I'm sorry. Okay.
Number 56, Council President?
Please, Madam Clerk,
Next- yes,
item
ma'am. Next
56 for the
item-
record.
Yes, item number 56, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for solid waste collection, bid number 22.17 for Department of Public Works, Resolution 22243.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion. 1 second.
Right here.
Wait.
I have many questions.
Wait. So it was moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you. And Madam President, if you may, I just need the floor. I got a bunch.
Madam President.
Okay, Councilman Abdelaziz, then
Thank you.
Councilman Mendez. Okay.
No, I saw, so. Do you want to let them present first?
No, you got questions.
Yeah, I have
Hold on.
questions.
No. Just,
All right,
we
so-
are, this is a
Could you-
regular meeting, so go
All right,
ahead.
so-
Ask your question.
So this is very, very important because I understand we're going with solicited bids. What are the specs that's going into these bids? What are the, I guess there's specs in the RFP, correct?
Yes, of course.
So what are the specs? Because we don't have that.
It was email.
I don't have it in my packet here.
What exactly are you talking about? What specs? What do you want? What
So
detail?
when you go out for a
Yeah, but
bid,
there's more than six.
what are we asking the bids for?
We're asking the bid,
But I'm saying
there's
there's
3
more.
zones.
There's 3 zones.
We're asking people to bid on either 1, 2, or all zones.
So do we, in the specs, are we doing times?
The times are staying the same as in the ordinances now.
So we're not doing night pickup?
No, night pickup, the consultant
advise that the night picker would be at an expense that would be too great. Premium rates. The rates are going to be at a premium now.
Well,
Doing night pickup would be.
what's
We're
premium
talking
rates?
$75 to $85 a ton.
So for night, how much is it?
More than that, thinking in the hundreds.
So some areas, and I saw this in Jersey City, right? When we're talking about Jersey City, I was driving back, I think it was after the Peruvian Gala, it was at Liberty State Park, and I saw garbage getting picked up. Some areas need it. Business districts may need that, right? Instead of waiting and they open up their business and there's garbage out there. Another thing I asked, I see towns, everything has a cost, right? And sometimes is the cost beneficial? I've seen other towns, if you look at our recycling program, I've seen other towns that they have garbage cans that is uniform throughout the town, right? If you go to certain towns, could these companies provide this? Is that in the specs?
Not in these specs, no.
So that's not in specs. So all we're doing in these new specs is we're cutting up the city into 3 to get 3 different companies.
Well, the same company could potentially have all 3 zones
So what's the whole point of changing the zones?
because the council asked. And we went to committee, we broke it up, as you can see here. Hold on, yeah.
You said the council asked or the committee?
Well, the council asked, so after we brought it to solicit last time, they took it off and it was sent back to committee.
Ma'am.
The council at that time asked us to bring it back to committee to come up with a better way. Al pointed out the night, breaking up zones, so we went back to committee.
Okay.
The zones that are here now was presented in committee, the whole committee that was there. I don't remember everybody that was here, but we presented right here. And they agreed to what we have here.
I do remember that conversation, Councilman, just please, I'm not in DPW committee, so this impacts these new zones. Whoever did this in committee, my ward gets impacted the most, 28,000 people. More than anyone else, I guess, disruption of services in these zones.
No.
If you show me that map, the 2 zones that currently in the 6th ward don't have the same days anymore. That's on the map that you showed me.
Some of the streets do.
No. They don't. They're 2 different days. So let's not. I saw it earlier. So, my recommendation was, my recommendation was. Perfect example. You say some of the streets do. So obviously we're looking at the wrong map because right now this new map has my entire ward going zone 3, which is Monday and Thursday. We don't get pickup on Monday, Thursday. Nothing in the ward gets picked up Monday or Thursday. So, but that's not the case. Council President and Director, when we asked for to break up the city, was to have different companies have different areas. Is it possible with your new map that Roselle could be the winner for all 3 zones?
Yes.
So let that be clear. So let's rewind. Let's break up the city into zones, disrupt services on days, because every area got different days, but we can still have the same vendor. So what's these zones do?
Come to the mic.
According with the story the consultant did, if they work different areas, they gotta only one place to dump. They gotta pass. They work in Riverside. They gotta pass all time to go to dump. They work in your area. They gotta go all time pass to dump. So if you got only one area.
What we found when we was doing with the consultant was there was a lot of downtime in traveling through the city. So we did more of a recycling map. This mimics more the recycling map than what we have.
And
now.
that's smart. I actually agree with that. So in your old map, they were doing the north side.
You jump all over the place.
Yeah, they were doing the north side and doing the south side, which I agree on that. In the traffic and everything on there. So I think condensing them and redoing the routes, that's smarter, right? Work smarter, not harder. So My question here,
Your question
Go
is,
ahead.
is towards the days of pickup.
so there's two things. There's the days of pickup, which I don't know how you pick the days, because my ward, I can only speak on mine, was split in between two different cycles. Now, both of those cycles are different in your new map. Every other area has at least one day that's the same, but ours impacts everything else. But that's one question. Then I see every day downtown. And I'm not knocking downtown here, and not just my area. Many business districts are probably busier right now than downtown, right? If you go down Broadway, they may need it garbage pickup every day. I can tell you right now, South Paterson may need garbage pickup, and 21st staff may need garbage pickup every day. Market Street, Park Ave may need it. We have to revisit that, right? I think, I'm sorry, Union Ave may need it every day. So to just have everyday garbage pickup in one business area, I don't think one, like I said, some areas are busier than downtown. Those areas should have every day.
Councilman, the last time we had the council meeting, it was taken off. We took all the council's requests. We try to do the best we can to get everybody's requests.
When was this request?
When we first put the solicit bid out, and you guys rejected it, tell us to go back to committee.
He's the one that requested.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Wait. Time out. I did request it. This is the
Yes.
first time I have anything concrete in front of me, and it didn't go to workshop.
No, the first time was with the old maps. You didn't want the old maps. We took it off the agenda. We went back to committee. We rerouted the routes, and now we're back with it now.
And now we're here, and,
All right.
and now
And before coming tonight, we had to go to the committee. We had to sit down with the consultant. This is what we came up with. Everybody's ideas who has something to put forth about the garbage collection, and this is what we came up with.
Okay, and now I have something that you propose, and this is
Okay.
the first time I'm seeing this proposal.
Okay.
Is that, you could agree with that, right?
Yes.
This is the first time we see this proposal?
This one, yes.
And now I have to vet it, just like a workshop, because we didn't have the opportunity to vet it 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So one of the things I would want to see is the continuity of service, our days when it comes to these zones, if we can, and everyday pickup in other business districts throughout the city, not just downtown.
The days and zones are not in concrete yet. It hasn't gone out to bid. It's here. This is what we came up with. If I'm not mistaken, we can switch the days around if we need to.
So in the specs, Harry, are the days in the specs?
Good evening, council members. The reason we're here is because we're asking permission to go out to bid. Consultant is, I would say, 97% done with the specs. What we have here is something that will be, they have the specs, but finalizing this meeting is part of finalizing the specs. Now we have some, the concern about the dates. They continue having the same dates that we had before.
Okay. Listen, if you could commit to that the days is what I was looking at, and the everyday services in.
No one is perfect.
Now,
In the everyday, in the business, all the business areas.
now when it comes to that,
It's
now-
gonna cost more.
Yes, but downtown is part of one of the zones described there, and the other that you mentioned, Union Avenue, is part of the other zone, so they will be picked up, twice. Now, I think in this moment, we're going to do the downtown area because this was never part of the conversation. Now, when it comes to purchasing, I need 60 days to put this out, and the existing contract will end on June 30th. So any modifications needed, this is the reason we're having this conversation. Tomorrow we check with the consultant how soon he can finish this up. I have to put an advertisement in 3 newspapers, keep it out for 60 days, which is giving a really
No,
time to do.
and I understand that as just council colleagues, we can make an opportunity now. If you walk the business districts, if you speak to business owners, 2 days is not enough. So what happens, right? Their garbage sits, right? And then they bring out 50 bags on Saturday. I'll speak just in my ward. They bring out 50 bags because they're waiting for 2 days. and then sometimes they don't pick it up, and then you see the mice, and then are the rats, and then it smells. Those business districts should have every day, so it doesn't compile up like that. Or even 3 days or 4, like meet halfway. The 2 days, come walk with me on Main Street on a garbage pickup. Some restaurants, 50, 60 bags. And I hear, Councilwoman Khan, you probably see it in your ward, so. Excuse me? And again, hey, go, then ticket them.
Council President? Council President?
Councilman Mendez first, then Jackson, then Cotton.
Thank you, Council President and Director. And I defend this model at the committee, at the DPW committee. I mean, so when I saw this, and I said, you know what? I think that if we've been complaining about Roselle for forever, we want to see change. It's been the amount of complaint, it's just been out of control, and we are on top of this, and we never get any solution. So I think that by getting the 3-zone, the idea of getting the 3-zone is that we're gonna have the opportunity to see other players in the game. We're gonna have, we might see other companies, small companies, to be able to bid on in one of those zones. By taking the entire city of Paterson, we have the only choice that we have, it might be Roselli and maybe another big company. But having 3 zones is key, because we give up the opportunity to other players to be able to bid on one of those zones. So I think that what I would like to see on this, once we get it, and information is power, Director. I think that map, we should start putting the map, in the face of the resident, letting them know, listen, this is coming, we're gonna see changing, because we might see 3 different companies, we might see 2, but we definitely can see, we're not gonna stay the same, with the same map. You already explained that by just splitting the city in 3 different sections and rerouting, it's gonna be much better for the company. They're gonna be more effective in terms of going back to dispose of the amount. So we're seeing progress. So I'm staying behind this model, because I pushed for this at the committee, and I think it's a great idea, and it's my hope to see 3 different vendors participating in 3 different companies. Now, one of the things that I want to see, first of all, the map, we have to start informing the resident about the change that is coming.
Yes.
But number 2, on that contract, once we get into the company, one of the things that I want to see in the contract, if they don't perform accordingly, the contract should be rescinded if they don't fix the problem in a timely manner. So that have to be stipulated there, because what happened with Roselli, I mean, we've been dealing with this for the longer without solution. So I think that this is the right way to start. Let's hope that we're gonna see 3 different companies. Let's start putting the map up there to make sure that the residents know that we have a plan for the collection of the garbage, and let's move forward. But I want to see more information, and this language have to be within the body of the contract. Thank you, Madam President.
Is it my turn?
Councilwoman Cotton. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, Harry, I see that you got the 3 different areas they're saying. It could be 3 different companies, or it could be one company who's gonna do all 3. When was the last time, Harry, if you can remember, when more than one company bid it for a garbage contract?
Yeah. No, that was when Joey was here. Yes, when the old administration, the first, I believe it was 2012.
2012.
I believe it was. We went out to bid. 2 companies picked up. I think Galaxy and Roselle.
Oh, okay, they picked up. How many returned?
2.
Oh, they both
It was
returned.
Galaxy and Roselle, and then we had a rebate because of the price. It was like 300 something per month more than what we were paying.
Okay.
And then in the second time only Roselle bid. And guess
Oh,
what?
okay, so we rejected that, and then you
Yes.
came back again.
Yes.
See, some of my concerns is that, and I remember I asked about it, like, once we get buildings with 12 units or more, I said 10, but they need to have their own contractors. I mean, if you can see how some of that stuff is put out, and like some of the council people are saying that every 3 days, there's so much garbage. Now, I have sent complaints over, and I'm gonna say the address, 204 Harrison Street. It's an 8-unit building. That man don't put the garbage out for sometimes 2 weeks. He got 8 units in there, and he's telling the tenants it's their job. No, you got 8 units. So now you got garbage piled up in the alleyway from the front of the house to the back of the house. So now that's when we need the inspectors to be out on the Saturdays to make sure that they put the garbage out. When we're not enforcing what needs to get done with the garbage cans, all garbage got to be in cans.
Okay.
Because that's horrible for someone to have to live next door to a house that they refuse to put the garbage out, and the garbage is not out in 2 weeks, and you got rodents running all over the place. I just don't, I don't have a good feeling that anybody's gonna bid. I don't think nobody's bidding. I don't know. I mean, I don't see, I hope I'm wrong that we get more than one bid, but I just don't see it because we don't enforce what we put on the books already, and it's hard. It's hard. You should pass some of these apartment buildings with this garbage. You should see these houses cleaning out their apartments and putting furniture. You got blocks of garbage. But I don't know. I don't see it. So, I mean, I think that we need to enforce some of our own laws that we have on the books. I constantly say on a Saturday, people not putting their garbage out, and then neighbors got to be stuck with garbage next to their house until Wednesday. Pick up on Saturday, then they got to wait till Wednesday. And then when they get lazy, so Madam Madam BA, we gotta enforce them. We gotta have them guys on the weekend. We gotta have them on the weekend enforcing some of that stuff that we have in place. But I hope that when we go out with your project there, and I also have requested that, maybe buildings with 10 or more units have their own garbage pickup. I'm not sure if that's in there. Probably not, but I think they need to have their own because you should see it. Well, you see it. And it's horrible. And Madam BA, we got to get these inspectors on the weekend. We got to get them after 4:30. We got to get them because that's when they're not. You got people putting out garbage at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You're supposed to put out garbage after 6 p.m., not before 6 p.m. And people are loading it. I just don't see more than one person coming back with the bid. I just don't see it. I hope I'm wrong that we do see it, but when is the bid specs due? I mean, when is the bid due back? Oh, we got to vote
I
on
had
it
to announce
first.
it first.
Oh, we got to vote on it first because you can't even send it out
Yeah, I
till you vote
cannot do
on it.
anything without your approval.
I know,
Yeah.
council members, we got to vote on this because he can't send it out. And he can't put a date on there because we got to vote on it.
Okay, so let us.
That's it. We gotta vote.
All right, it's almost midnight. Councilman Jackson?
So this is solicitation first.
He's just trying to take advantage of me. See, that's what happened to Will Smith.
Some chivalry,
That's exactly what happened to Will Smith.
So show some chivalry. Come on.
Now he all over the place, being made the bad guy. Chris Rock took it like a champ, though. I gotta give it to him.
Well, he didn't hit him hard enough because he
Councilwoman.
didn't hit him hard enough.
Couldn't have been me.
He hit him hard. Trust me, he hit him hard enough.
I would have said, if you got a punch like that, you got to knock him out.
You got to knock him out. You can't
Director, do we have an anticipated number, cumulative and individually on each? What is the projected cost to come back on the bid?
I don't think it's appropriate to put those numbers out there right now.
Understood. Okay. So, but we do have a projection of what we anticipated. What was the overall cost
From
the last bid?
the one that we're in right now, 12.4, I think.
What's the code number?
We cannot,
No.
through the chair, Council President, Councilman Jackson, we cannot discuss the prices or expectation how the bid will come in, but we do have information from the consultant that we're expecting to have
No, I understand.
increase.
No, I understand. That we projected to increase. Based on the cost of the new tipping costs overall, right?
But also based on the last bid that he has been a participant, helping with the preparation in other towns. So
I need to.
they have discovered that the bid has significantly higher than other years.
So, out of the previous year's bid at 12-point-some odd million, how much of that was tipping costs?
That's just their fee.
That's just their fee? I thought it's cumulative. I thought their fee is close to
Yeah. No, we have.
last year. No.
Excuse me.
Okay, so how many tons did we dump?
We had three different contracts right now. This one will be for the collection, for hauling the garbage. And we had Coastal and Covanta that they charge the fee that you're referring to.
I understand. I understand that. So, my question, years past, we did not have a separate contract with Coastal or Covanta. We had an overall. So, the 12 million is 1 year in,
No.
in,
12 million overall, I think 3 years plus two additional 1 years. Total of the whole contract, 12. Like, I would say the first year was 3.3 million, and the next year 3.5 million, and so on and so forth. And something, in the fact, like you mentioned about we don't have other contracts, because back in the days, they used to be combined. It used to be collection and disposal.
correct.
So they were separate, now now they're separate.
So now we pay a separate bill to
Yes.
Coastal or Covanta.
Yes.
And the last question I had, well, you can give me a report on that later on. I know you probably don't know. But whatever, I want to know in comparison to what did we spend over the past, over this the previous bid, contract bid, what did we spend overall? So what was our tipping cost as well? We're spending an average $4 million a year with them for the services. What was the overall tipping cost as well?
We could get that for you, Councilman. We don't
Yeah,
have
if
it
you can
right
send
now,
it
but
over
I'll
to
get
me,
it to you.
I'd appreciate that. No, it's much more than that.
Okay.
All right, very good, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman, do you want us to go to roll call? Or
Are we
do you wanna-
voting?
No, I just have a, yes, Councilman Jackson?
No, I'm saying.
No, we vote, right?
I just have a question.
No, Councilwoman has a question, then we're gonna
Yeah.
roll call, Madam Clerk.
Have we taken into consideration possibly a pilot before a total rollout? Was that a discussion in the committee meeting?
Pilot, I'm sorry, a pilot
Like
for
trying to,
in-house?
before we do a full rollout of changing into these 3 different areas, did we consider, let's do a small pilot just to test it before we go out to bid and all that? Like, is there a way we can do that? Is that a possibility to purchase?
No, I don't think we have the time for that, Councilwoman. To
You
do a
don't think
small
we have the
pilot.
time?
Or to do it in-house, or the equipment. We don't have the package for that, the
The
personnel.
only reason why I'm asking, right, because before rolling something out of this magnitude, because of the concerns that we've had with not picking up or delays, and then, we don't have to go into them, but even with the fining, right? We just started fining them for not doing so now to change
No
it.
fines, no fines. Liquidated damages.
Liquidated damages,
Yeah, correct. Liquidated damage. Okay, yeah.
newly found liquidated damages.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the word.
Okay, Mayor Velez. So I'm just asking because this will be a huge undertaking for them. What is their attendance performance of the company that will be doing this work?
We don't know.
Do we know that?
Of what work? The hauling?
Yeah.
We haven't, this is to let us go out to solicit. We haven't gotten any bids back yet.
See, my concern is this. When we go out for a solid waste bids, we don't get bids back. When we go out, we always get the same company. So I pray that it will change, but
I hope
as
so,
you
too.
know, it's preaching to the choir here, no one comes back with a bid. So that's a concern, because if we get the same situation, it's like insanity, right? Doing the same thing over, expecting different results. It might be a good idea, and it might be Paterson's worst disaster. So just putting that on the record that I think we should kind of pause and look at a few recommendations before rolling out and shifting, because we already have problems as it is.
Okay. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 56.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
As stated with Madam BA, you gave me your commitment that before this is only going out for proposal when the contract comes. Continuity of service and less disruption to a schedule for people is very, very important, right? So with that being said, I'm going to support this going out for bid. Hopefully next time we get some of the business districts in these newer maps, but I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. Even though this is just a going out for bid, I just don't have a good feeling about it. I've seen what has happened in the past, but we gotta go out to bid, so my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm a bit confused. We always go out to bid.
But we have to vote on it.
We always vote on it. It's nothing changed.
Right.
One company, instead of one company, you could potentially have 3 different companies that one can outperform the other, which personally, I'm still not, this is not my selection of choice, because I think we should be doing our own in-house to keep jobs home. $4 million spread amongst 100 employees in DPW go a very long way. But just to point out, Councilman Abdelaziz, it was actually your idea. I'm surprised he didn't remember. He wanted to separate the 6th ward from everybody else for recycling. Let's set it into zones, and then it trickled over into the garbage collection.
I'm still for that.
Just as a reminder. Well, we know. Just remember there's other, anyway. Listen, again, the other day, and I didn't post it, because it's like, why? Why even post it now? It's getting to the point where it's so disrespectful. This is a video of the garbage being picked up in the 1st ward, which is identical every place else. They drop so much garbage outside the truck, they never even bother. The contract requires them to be equipped with a broom and a shovel and a rake, and they never do it. My suggestion is that we put one of our inspectors. We cannot rely on their inspector to hold them accountable. First of all, the gentleman is well beyond his time and years of doing this. I don't want to talk negatively about him, but he doesn't get out the truck, and we need somebody who can really hold these guys accountable. And furthermore, even hold these derelict absentee landlords accountable. If your garbage is not put out right, we should be issuing summonses before the garbage is picked up. Put a city inspector on that job, but then again, if the administration would allow you to hire inspectors and stop spending so much money in their office, allowing certain city employees to do overtime, $9,000-$10,000 a week worth of overtime, we could do something like that. Just trying to point that out. It's not sad you got to point out the obvious, but anyway, obviously I think it's a small step in the right direction. I would like for us to see us bring these city services in-house and really be accountable for it. We can purchase our own garbage trucks, spread the costs out over 10 years, pay $150,000 for 10 new trucks, put Paterson pride on them, paint the recycled ones green, the garbage trucks white, and have our own city employees making a fair, livable wage. But paying people $35,000 and expecting them to clean up behind people is actually disrespectful. Paying people $30-some-odd thousand and asking them to do the most, embarrassing labor or or the toughest labor in the city is disappointing. But anyway, I respect the work that you guys have done. I appreciate the work that you guys do all the time. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank Director Harry and you, Sir Juan. Thank you for putting your time into putting together this project. Because I think we have to try something different. Obviously, it's pretty clear the garbage company that is working, picking up the garbage for the whole city, because the bid spec went as a whole for the city. There's only one or two companies that could bid, that could take care of the whole city. Now we divide it into three portions. Now smaller companies could bid on it. So they could pick up any of those three zones. So hopefully we have more participation, 5, 6, 7 companies bid, and 3 different companies could cover this whole city of Paterson. And I hope there are more companies show their interest and come to city of Paterson. The companies they are watching, please bid. That's all I'm gonna say. And my vote is definitely yes.
Madam Clerk, Councilman Khalid's vote was yes.
Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Director, I request a couple of months ago, so maybe over 3 months ago, they study about picking up the garbage in-house. At the last DPW committee, you mentioned that was in the process, and we should be getting response about the study very soon. That'll be it, Madam President.
To the chair, Council President.
Are you asking questions? We're on
Council-
roll call.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Director, but we're on roll call right
Okay,
now. Yeah.
it's to the purchase managers. I know we're gonna have the conversation soon, but I'm very sure that the study has to be almost done to be presented at the DPW committee. So just to the viewer, that was one of my requests, to do a study about picking up the garbage in-house. So let's wait to the result. Let's see what is the recommendation of the expert, and let's see if the city could move into that direction. The reason why I push about this idea about the 3 zone is because I hope to see new vendors. I hope to see new players picking up this, being part of the bidding process, and doing business with the city. We know that what we have is not working. Paterson is the 3rd largest city in the state of New Jersey. And this was my idea, and I'm gonna keep pushing for the 3 zone. About the date, I know there's gonna be other conversation when we get back, the bid. But so far, I believe that we're moving in the right direction, and I'm gonna continue pushing for the 3 zone, and let's see what we get. But one of the things that we should get, the next step, Director, should be the enforcement. And number one topic that we gotta jump on is the information communication. That map, we have to inform Paterson residents that we're moving with that direction with the new map with 3 zones. We have to let our Paterson resident know to make sure that they get informed. And moving forward in the future, the performing of the company, we gotta make sure that this company perform. Otherwise, there have to be something in the contract that we could rescind the contract if they don't fix any problem moving forward in the future. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So just to start the process, I'm gonna support starting the process. But I really, if it comes back and it's the same company, then I'll think about my vote later. But that's the problem. I'm just gonna keep saying it, Paterson. We go out to bid, and the only company that comes back is the same company that we have some of these concerns with. So prayerfully, that won't be the case. I may have to go on prayer and fasting for this to make sure that we could do better. So I'm going to say yes to this process.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
We had a long discussion in committee meeting. We have vetted this up and down. We have put in place ideas and comments that have come highlight tonight. We all spoke about this in the committee. I trust the work and the diligent work of the procurement process that will be in place through the leadership of Mr. Harris Avalos and the recommendation that be taken to put forward a new method that the city of Paterson deserves. Now, Paterson, I just want to let you know, the same way buying a sign for political sign are being going up, the same way this contract could come probably a little bit higher for our taxpayers. Hopefully, we could cross the fingers and say that they have some kind of sentiment or, you know, saying that Paterson needs a break, right? But it's not going to happen. So let's be clear that this contract or this RFP is not going to come probably an attractive amount. So we spoke about the advising and promoting the changes. One thing I want to take in consideration, there are people that live in Paterson for the past 40, 50, 60 years that are accustomed to take the garbage out on Saturdays, you know, and this have to be vetted with the companies to see if it's possible to maintain the same days of collection,
Councilman. Councilman?
but I know you guys gonna do good and the communication. Coming back from them, that's up to us to approve it afterwards. So hopefully we could do a same plan with the recycling division and making sure that we change the culture and the morale of our employees for being accountable and responsible what they are called for to work for the city. One thing is, and I want to see that any company that comes have the opportunity to hire city residents in those companies. So that will create more jobs for our residents. So saying that, Council President, thank you. My vote is yes.
Madam President? Sorry, Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
Madam
Council.
Clerk. Item number 11 for first
Next
reading.
item is item number 11 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 473 of the City of Paterson Code to require the replacement of lead service lines within Paterson, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 11 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Madam Clerk, I have to rescue myself from this vote.
She has to recuse herself,
Yeah, let the
Madam.
record reflect that Councilman Cotton recused herself from item number 11. Councilman Jackson?
I'm going to rescue Councilwoman Cotton. I'm sorry, one moment.
That's a lead pipe thing. Changing the pipes. Lead service, right?
No, I understand, Councilman. Once again, you know, I'm never gonna stop advocating for people from Paterson. You know, Newark showed the example, led the charge. They hired local contractors while we continue to hire outside contractors and give away millions of dollars that I can never be in favor of. We're overpaying for all kinds of things. And just another example of why we're losing. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
This is a project of Passaic Valley Water Commission. Let me stop. Let me just vote yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just on Section E, of this ordinance, it just to specify that if the Passaic Valley Water Commission is unable to gain access to the property in order to replace the lead service line, the city of Paterson should impose a daily fine of no more than $250 on the owner until a lead service line replacement is performed. A property owner or tenant might make application for the hardship waive of the fine upon writing notice of the business administrator. That's the reason why I'm not supporting this legislation. I'm just against this fine, and my vote is no.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Mims, I'm sorry.
So we need our pipes replaced. I mean, it's a given. I requested the information or the data on what the lead numbers were for Paterson. I didn't get that information. I requested that in the last meeting just to justify this need. I know we need it, but I never received that data. So if I can get that information before the second reading, I do agree with Councilman Mendez when it says if a resident is not home, that when they come to your house, it will be $250 every time they come, or up to $250 every time they come. My concern with that is that if COVID rises back up and you're not able or allowed to have access, or someone's on vacation, or it could be a myriad of things. So that's a concern. But the need for the pipes to be replaced is a given. But my question, and I'll put it back on the record that I said when it first came before us, is this. When they do these replacement of the pipes, who will oversee and manage to make sure that when they rip our streets apart, rip our sidewalks apart to do this work, who will oversee it and who will be responsible for that work if it is not done properly? We have seen it with the streets through public service, where they come in, the streets are paved, and then they do that work, and then they do a patch job, and they definitely don't look like how they were. And Madison Ave is one example. If you ride up Madison Ave, that's a perfect example to see the work that public service did. And if you look on the street, it was a shaft job that was done to replace it. So I'm going to put on the record before I vote to Corporation Counsel and to Madam BA, I think that we should look into, and I would like to push this item, that for when public service comes into our community and they do the work on our streets, that every time they leave our streets half done, that we bill them. We will bill them for the work to make sure that it is done up to par. Okay, so I just want to put that on the record to make sure. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Yes. Councilman Velez?
We had a big discussion in committee for DPW regarding this. At the beginning, I was a little bit on the denial to move forward, but looking at the lead problem that we have in the city, I think 4 years ago when the situation of Flint, Michigan came up, the Water Commission sent a report to the houses, the lead percent that we have in our city. Not that high like Lynn Flint, right? But it was high. That's why they had to clean the reservoir that we have on the mountains. So, lead is married to a lot of criticals and vitals, health condition around the world. So to the audience out there, in every cloth or section that this ordinance have, you have the opportunity to apply for a hardship waiver. You have the opportunity to apply for waive any kind of fee that rises on this. They're going to be lenient on it. So and I believe corporate counsel made it clear, this is not to harm any homeowners or tenant. There is a plan that has a solution. You know, you see a fee, but it also has a solution afterwards. So if you confront that you have been fined or whatever, please approach to the application, and I believe that 100% will be waived. So saying that, my vote, and I believe the construction part of it will go marry with any ordinance that we have in place to curve, pavement and all that stuff. The situation on Madison Avenue is an issue that I've been addressing with the county, because the county is the authority of the county roads to do it as Market Street also in the same situation. Hopefully in this spring, they go back because they finished too late, so, and they don't do alpha in the middle of winter, so hopefully they go back. And also, just for clarification, the way that they do our roads locally in the county roads are different because they had to pour cement and et cetera, so it take more long time. Yeah, correct. But they did a terrible job. County is responsible on that. So saying that, entertaining this, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton recused herself from item number 11.
Council
Okay,
President.
Madam Clerk, items 12 and 13.
Council President, I have a question, just for clarification.
Can I
from
just
the
finish?
BO or corporation?
I didn't finish, Councilman.
I'm sorry.
Can I finish, Council President? Okay. Item number 11 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of April 12, 2022 at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Councilman
Um,
Clerk?
I have a, just for a clarification, Passaic Valley Water Commission, is it an authority of City of Paterson or?
Council President, Mayor,
County.
Corporation Council.
thank you. Thank you for that question, Councilman Kalik. No, they're not an agency of Paterson or created by Paterson. My understanding is that a commission created by several towns and cities that form a board.
What are the cities?
Passaic, Clifton, Addison.
Passaic, Clifton, and Paterson, correct?
Correct.
That's correct, Councilman Kalik.
Do you get any revenue out of the Pacific Valley Water Commission?
Was it?
Do we get any revenue?
No, we do not get any revenue from them. But we also don't have any costs for them.
But they charge our residents for the
For water usage.
water usage.
Correct. And this,
Yes.
what normally would be, I know this in part because I explored this for my own house. In the past, this would be something that would be a cost that the residents would undertake, which would be in the range of, $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000, depending on the, kind of the size of your lead lines for replacement. This, part of the reason why we're doing this is because there's state funding now, in particular, I believe, from the American Rescue Act, as well as the infrastructure bill, to do this. And so they're going to be supporting the Passaic Valley Water Commission to do this lead service line replacement so that's not a cost to the homeowner.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'd like to take item 12 and 13, as these both items are for first reading and they're establishing handicap parking spaces.
Yes, Madam President. Next items are items number 12 and 13 for first reading. No public hearing is required. And item number 12 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. Department of Public Works. And item number 13, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations. I'm sorry. Let me go back to item number 12, Council President. I'm sorry. Number 12, for first reading, no public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads, and then I have to read the streets. 306 Ellison Street, 224 East 21st, 555 East 27th Street, 18 Rose Street, 149 3rd Avenue, 383 12th Avenue, 49 18th Ave, 61 Montgomery Street, 201 Harrison Street, and 250 Harrison Street, Department of Public Works. That's number 12. Item number 13 for first reading, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. And these roads are, hold on. The addresses are 286 Atlantic Street, 3 Cattis Court, 435 East 28th Street, 118 East 32nd Street, 178 Jackson Street, 72 Maple Street, 119 Marshall Street, 160 Mill Street, 148 North 5th, 490 Park Avenue, 187 Slater Street, Department of Public Works. That's number 12 and 30. May I have a motion?
Moved by Councilman
Second.
Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 12 and 13 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 12 and 13 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
12 and 13 is establishing handicap parking. First reading.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 12 and 13 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of April 12, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Okay, very good, Madam Clerk. Item 14.
Next item is item number 14. Public hearing is required. Resolution ratifying and adopting the 2022 budget of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. And this item was approved on February 22nd, 2022. That was the introduction of the budget. And this is from Finance, Resolution 22-201. May I have a motion?
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 14 for approval.
Council President, we have to have a public hearing on
Public
this
hearing.
one.
Public hearing is now open for item 14.
See no, move to close.
Seeing the move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item 14.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 14. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 14.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 14 for approval.
Right. Roll call on item number 14 for approval on the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District budget. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman
Yes.
Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item 15.
What item, Council President?
Item 15.
15. Next item is item number 15, resolution authorizing use of the competitive contracting process to solicit proposal for the energy savings plan through an energy saving improvement program for the City of Paterson RFP number 2022-39 administration, resolution 22-202.
To have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 15 for approval.
Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to take items 32 and 33.
Next item is item number 32, and 32 reads resolution endorsing the enactment of Assembly Bill A938/S386, the New Jersey's Reparations Task Force Act, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims. City Council Resolution 22-219.
Second.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and, I'm sorry, moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 32 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 32 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just would like to say that our Assemblywoman, Savanda Sumter, is putting forth a bill. It hasn't gotten there yet with the Senate and the Assembly. And what this is that she's trying to get a task force together so they can do the study for New Jersey, for slavery. New Jersey was one of the last states to abolish slavery, and so this is what this item here is just for in supporting of it. Hopefully that more cities are coming in. Newark has, Trenton has, Camden have, Jersey City has. So this is a support for that to go before the committees in order for it to get voted on to do an exploratory task force. So with that being said, Councilwoman Mims, thank you for co-sponsoring this with me. Hopefully it'll get something started. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I only hope that we have some money allocated in the budget just to send out notices so we can inform some people that slavery is over. Certain aspects, I think people still think, Madam Clerk, that we're still property of other people. And with that being said, my vote is yes as well.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So with an item like this is something that's been a long time coming. So to start a gathering session of putting in place a task force is the first step. So kudos to our Assemblywoman Sumter being the president of the Black Legislative Caucus and all of those that will follow suit. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
The other day, I received a call that when the government, especially the federal government, is going to pay back the black community, the Afro-American community, for everything they have done since the slavery up to now, because the federal government is giving money to foreign countries and not paying back what the black community have done to the United States. And I was like, wow, it's true. We need to get back to that community that really fought for us to be here. So saying that, congratulations, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is, God bless you.
Thank
The
you.
vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 33?
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 33, resolution amended, resolution 21652 to rename Wrigley Park as Vera Ames Community Park, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Jackson. City Council Resolution 22220.
Second.
Moved
Second.
by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33 for approval.
Roll call on item number 33 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, please add Councilman Velez to the second.
To the second, okay.
Can we
Councilwoman-
move it together?
Huh?
Can we move it together?
Okay, Madam Clerk, my apologies. Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Velez and Davila. There you go.
Okay, got it.
All right, roll call.
Roll call on item number 33 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that Councilwoman Ames, it is kind of late. You probably may be still watching, but what we did was we're just amending the original resolution that we did, and we're adding community in that, which will now be called Vera Ames Community Park. Congratulations. I look forward to a big celebration. And when that happens, everyone is welcome. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Yes, Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Congratulations to our fighter, Councilwoman Vera Ames. I know you're watching. I know she's watching. Well deserved. I'm looking forward for the celebration. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
To my babysitter, my mentor, and my daily confidant, you know what really impressed me, not all the work that you put in and what you've done, but I'm just impressed by the fact that it was already named the Vera Ames Park, but because you're so community-minded, you made the request to amend this resolution to name it the Vera Ames Community Park. That speaks volumes of who you are. You already know you got my support, and whatever you need, I'm there. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
There's a lot of things that we have said in the past and now today, and I think is a must. Vera Ames, I'm proud of you. I have learned a lot from you since you was a councilwoman. Also, I was in the other side. I cannot deny the passion and compassion that you have for the residents, not only in the 4th Ward, also around the city. So now that you are proud 5th Ward residents, I'm proud to say that you have a community park under your name. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
As this item has already been approved, this is just an amendment to add community to Vera Ames Park.
Correct.
And I just once again congratulate you, and I'm looking forward to the festivities. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item 42.
Next
and
item
then
is
43.
Item number 42, resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between New Jersey Future and the City of Paterson for grant monies to engage a consultant to perform a stormwater utility feasibility study. Finance Resolution 22229.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42 for approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 42, Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So with all the CSO water flow issues that we have in the city and the New Jersey Waterway Bill, I think this is something, a step in the right direction to do a feasibility study to identify what the real needs are so that we're allocating funds appropriately. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 43.
Next item is item number 43, resolution authorizing the 2022 renewal of insurance policies with all payments thereunder hereby ratified and/or authorized. Finance Resolution 22230.
Move it.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Council President Davila.
43.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 43 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 43, Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. I'm sorry. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. So, council members, we have just a few items in the second reading, so I'm going to take all of the repealing, actually, the only repealing and second is number 6.
Yes.
Let's do 6.
Okay, so we're going to do number 6,
Okay.
and then I'm going to do all establishing together and open the public hearing for that, and then vote on it. And so that'll be 7, 9, and 10 as second. And 8 is no stop or standing zone.
Yes, I have those in order. Thanks.
Let's do number 6 first.
Continue with
Okay,
6?
so it'll be number 6,
Yes.
then it's going to be
7,
7,
9,
8,
and
9,
10.
10.
8.
9,
no,
10.
No, 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 no.
7, 9.
It's 7, 9, and 10,
10.
and then number 8.
Right, I have those. Okay.
Okay? 6, 7, 9, 10, 8. There you
Yes.
go.
Next item is item number 6 for second reading. Public hearing is required. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 307 Fair Street, 659 East 32nd Street, 83 Temple Street, 432 Buffalo Avenue, 439 Totowa Ave, 164 Lexington Avenue, 627 East 19th Street, 299 East 33rd Street, 18 Park Street, 369 East 19th Street, 259 12th Avenue, 233 22nd Avenue, 1059 East 26th Street, 715 20th Avenue, 122 Carlisle Avenue, and 449 East 31st Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22032.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Mendez. The public hearing is now open on item number 6.
See no one close?
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 6 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 6.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 6 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now take items 7, 9, and 10 together.
Yes. Next
I will open the public hearing
Together.
for the 3.
Next items are items number 7, 9, and
10.
10. Item number 7 reads for second reading. Public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road, 209 Union Avenue, on Don Bosco Avenue side, west side, and 209 Union Avenue on Don Bosco Avenue side, west side. Public Works Ordinance 22033, and item number 9 for second reading. Public hearing required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. And the roads are, hold on. 73 Bloomfield Avenue, 74 Bloomfield Avenue, 931 East 19th Street, 161 East 22nd Street, 656 East 24th Street, 468 East 25th Street, 173 Maryland Avenue, 80 Park Avenue, 598 River Street, 11 18th Avenue, 194 21st Avenue. Department of Public Works Ordinance 22035. And item number 10, ordinance for second reading, public hearing required, an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 335 Buffalo Avenue, 26 Elk Street, 166 Manchester Avenue, 150 Putnam Street, 81 22nd Avenue, 52 Rosetta Avenue, 146 Putnam Street, 76 Highland Street, 78 Chestnut Street, 54 Trenton Avenue, 69A Paterson Street, and, hold on, 116 Hamilton Ave, 19 North York Street, 175 Redwood Avenue, 203 4th Avenue, 33 East 13th Street, and 976 East 24th Street. Department of Public Works Ordinance 22036. I have a motion for these 3.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez and Cotton. The public hearing is now open on items 7, 9, and 10.
See no, move to close.
Close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, roll call on closing the public hearing for items 7, 9, and 10.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, 7, 9, and 10. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for items 7, 9, and 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 7, 9, and 10 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 7, 9, and 10 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 7, 9, and 10 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Council President?
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we have a last item, and that is item number 8.
Yes, ma'am. Next item for second reading, public hearing is required, is item number 8, ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Main Street between 21st Avenue and Washington Avenue, and the address is Main Street East. This is for the Department of Public Works, ordinance 22034.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. The public hearing is now open on item number 8.
See no one, move to close.
Seeing the move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 8.
Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is now closed for item number 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 8 for second reading approval.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 8 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
He said yes.
All right, thanks. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you
Madam President.
very much, Councilman
Yes,
Velez.
before we go to roll close the meeting, I just want to ask Madam BA something if it's possible. Madam BA, back in, and I just want to get the right date, I think back in March 8 or 6, actually to be more specific, back in March 8, it's good that we receive, the City of Paterson, it's good that we receive the City of Paterson a donation of $10,000 from this company, the Great Gal Bakery, whatever its name. It's for the youth, Paterson youth, and it's $10,000, but I haven't seen a resolution accepting donation. When that's gonna come?
Council President,
Madam BA.
thank you. I would have to check to confirm, but I believe that was going to the Friends of Paterson Parks, not going to the city. But I can confirm.
It says City of Paterson,
Where does it say that?
and the check. I got it right
Okay.
here,
On the big check,
on the big check.
that's not always, the same thing.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
I'm
But,
just
you
being,
know, perception is something, right?
I understand.
So
I'll
it
have to
says
check.
City of Paterson, and then the bottom saying Paterson Youth. So if I go with this printout, the big check and the news, so I'm hoping it goes directly to the Paterson Youth. And now to say that it's going to Friends and Park, is a miss.
Well, the youth, the parks as well as.
But when we
I can check on it, Councilman. As I said, I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I wasn't there at that event, so I can't provide you with the information, but I can get it for you.
Yeah, I just was, making sure that the Paterson, if they say City of Paterson, first of all, and they say for the youth, and the statement in the press conference was for the youth, and we're supposed to do a resolution accepting donation. No matter where it goes, it says City of Paterson, City of Paterson.
Can you remind me
Supposed
the name of, what does it say, of the bakery?
The big check says is March 8, $10,000 made to the
Who is it
city. From the Bread Gal Bakery. Bread
Bread
Gal Bakery. And it was a nice promotion. That's when I learned that I have a bakery in the Fifth Ward, that big, you know. So, but I just wanted things being done the right way. And if it saves the city of Paterson, for Paterson youth, not to divert the funds, if it was the intention of youth. You could come, you know, you could respond that on a memo, email, whatever. I just want to put it on the floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on closing the, oh, I'm sorry, can I have a motion to close the?
Move.
Second.
I'm sorry. Motion to close the special meeting by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the special meeting of Tuesday, March 29th.
Yep.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the special meeting of March 29, 2022. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have a couple of things, Madam BA. I think I said it last time, Butler Street, we made it a one-way, it's still not done yet. Also, Keene and Rosa Parks, we made it a four-way stop, it's still not done yet. I just want to say to the residents out there, the city of, we have a program that we got federal funding from. If you have lead in your house, that you can come and apply for. It's not even a grant. They will come and remove the lead from your house. I don't know about anyone else, but I've been getting calls for a high lead level in some of our children. And what I find is that a lot of the children are living with grandparents who have had their homes for many, many years, and they have lead in their homes. And the little kids, 3 or 4 and 5 year old, are now having high level of lead. But please, we have a program with the health department that you can get the lead removed from your house at no cost to you. I just want to say also that I want to give out my condolences to Ms. Wahida Muhammad, my deepest condolence. She lost her granddaughter. Her service is going to be held on Saturday in Orange. Also, I want to give my condolences to Reverend Pastor Joel Rudolph, who lost his brother, Timothy Rudolph, who's always been a big supporter of our community in Paterson here. He was the president of the local 195. I'm not quite sure the name that it was. I mean, the name of the local. Also, I want to give my deepest condolences to Gerald Thaxton's family, to his wife, to his children on his passing. And I want everyone to know that my prayers are with you all. If there's anything that I can do, please let me know. My next concern out there, and I want to say to you, community, someone out there is putting bad dope, bad crack. I'm not sure what it is. And I done had at least 6 overdose. I done had 6 deaths. And I need for you to help me out there. And you know who may be selling this stuff that's bad. And to me, I believe now they're purposely doing it. So if you community can help us kind of pinpoint where this is coming from, I need your help. Because there's 6 that's been overdosed and passed, and I think 3 of them they saved already. But community, anyone, I need your help with this. So please, if you can, contact the police department, and they're working around the clock with this because it's just happening too frequently. With that being said, I just want to say to the community, you know, there was quite a few speakers that came, but I'm a big believer of God, and you know, because I know one thing: if I don't, He gets me up in the morning, He lets me go to sleep at night, and what He does is let me get up, and I can do what I need to do to get what I need to get done. And I'm thankful for that. There's so much stuff is going on around us, and I feel for all of us out here that are going through different kind of dramas. And when death is hitting so close again, I just want to give my deepest condolence. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, I too want to make sure I give a special acknowledgement to Brother Gerald Thaxton. I had an opportunity to grow up watching Gerald be an advocate in our community, and he served for a very long time on the Board of Adjustments and in many other fashions as well. So my condolences to his family, to his wife, to his daughter, to the entire family. With that being said, you know, I'm also acknowledging and sharing the pain and sentiment with the De Jesus family as well. It's just absolutely embarrassing and disappointing, disrespectful in a way, by the way that we're treated in these communities. It's just, you just cannot seem to get a break for minority people, and particularly black and brown people, and how less of value our lives are. When the people who are actually tasked to protect and serve are the ones who have the hand in your demise. You know, it's very, very concerning. And then we, as a public, as a community, and as a municipal government, work hand in hand in keeping the truth and information from the family and from the public. It just continues to perpetuate this kind of behavior. What it does is it gives people justification or reason to believe that they can just, that it's acceptable, and it's just absolutely not. It's absolutely not. You know, yeah. No, I apologize, brother. I'm just thinking. I mean, you know, how would I feel if that was my son, my brother, my family member, who died, and the last time he was seen was in the hands of a police officer. So, with that being said, Paterson, we got to do better. I'll rest it there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, through the chair to Madam BA, and this is something that I definitely have to put this on record, because I received, you know, the information that the administration has been working on the hazard pay for months, and they finally got the number. But I'm so disappointed by looking at that. There's hundreds of employees that put their life on the line during this pandemic. They're only getting $1,000 in hazard pay. $1,000, Paterson resident. That's really, really, it's heartbreaking for me. Those Paterson employees, they put their life on the line, and also their family at risk during this pandemic. When all the municipalities are compensating a lot more, the numbers are a lot higher, in some cases up to $5,000 in some municipality, to employees that put their life on the line during this pandemic. Paterson employees, $1,000 on hazard pay. That's a little bit more, over $1 per hour, Paterson. Wow, that's the mayor priority. That's his priority, Paterson. Good night. Let's continue praying for the city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So once again, Paterson, I just want to, Councilman Mendez, turn your mic off. I want to apologize for being late. As I stated earlier, tonight was not our regular scheduled meeting, but the pipe burst in City Hall, and so it was rescheduled to a special meeting on tonight. But I also want to say that this building is freezing. They put heat in the chambers, but the entire building is ice cold. So I pray that it gets resolved for our employees. And, you know, the fumes that are blowing from that machine don't smell that good either, and we're sitting up under it. So that's a concern I have tonight with trying to provide heat in this particular space. But I want to say to Ms. Charlene Daxton and your daughter and to the family, my heartfelt condolences goes out in the passing of Chairman Gerald Thaxton, who was a role model and a friend. It's just amazing. You can talk to someone and on the same day later on find out that they're no longer here. So I'm praying for the family. Also to who I've called Elder Tim Rudolph. I've known him since 1981, I believe, 81 or 82. And we're like family, so I'm praying for his wife, children, his brother, and all the family, the extended family as well, and the great loss in the passing, and to all the union people that he worked alongside. Also to the family of the young man who passed away today, just praying for his family, and so many others that we know their names to call and we don't. This Saturday, at 12 o'clock, please stop by my headquarters opening, 243 Broadway, in the Muslim Center. Please stop by. We have Billy Crespo, who's going to be there, who's one of my favorite singers. DJ Made Man. We'll have some snacks. So please stop by. As you know, I am running for re-election. I have served this great city for some years, and I will be on the ballot May 10th. So please come out and support me on this Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's a free event. Stop by, enjoy the festivities, and let's move forward to building a better Paterson. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to have an announcement. Since March 21, have you noticed that the sweeper has been going around with inspectors putting a warning sticker? It's not a ticket. It's a warning. It's because starting on April 4th, the city will start enforcing street cleaning. So please move your cars. Please move your cars if you don't want to get ticket. And at the same time, you cooperate that our roads and street looks clean. Do not judge if they're going to pass or not. Just follow the signs that posted around the city, making sure that you move your car for street cleaning. If it's a special situation that you are handicapped or whatever, just let know DPW, and they will take care of the situation. This next Sunday is going to be my headquarters grand opening, so I invite humbly the whole entire community. The doors are open for everyone. As I said in my slogan in the campaign, is the people's time. So you're invited from 3 o'clock in the afternoon at 77 Park Avenue. That's where my headquarters is going to be established up to May 10th. So come out, have some coffee, have some fun, and I will try to not do the same jokes that I do here. I will speak loud and clear. So, damas y caballeros, Dios me lo bendiga a todos. Mueva su carro empezando el 4 de abril para que no tenga una infracción por no limpiar el área donde está parqueado su carro. Mueva su carro para que la barredora de nuestra ciudad pueda limpiar las calles. Recuérdese que se va a hacer el trabajo de esa forma. Tendré la inauguración de mi comité de campaña. So le pido a ustedes que el domingo vaya a mi comité de campaña desde las 3 de la tarde, y yo sé que mis colegas me van a apoyar para eso. So, vote por mí and all the above. My vote is yes. Madam Clerk, thank you for your patience. Good night.
You're welcome, Madam President.
I'm sorry, thank you, Madam President, for allowing me just to make a quick announcement. I was a little fast on my vote, but I would like to let all my Paterson residents know that my second campaign headquarters is going to be opening this Saturday at 4 p.m., 102 Park Avenue. Thank you so very much for all the Paterson residents that attend on River Street. So our second headquarters is going to be at 102 Park Avenue, and we're going to be there on Saturday, 4 p.m., this Saturday, 4 p.m. I'm looking forward to see you, all of you there. God bless you all. Alice Mender for Mayor, 5A. Have a good night, Paterson. Thank you, Madam President.
God.
Madam President, your turn.
Oh, Lord. As you can all see, it's a little after 1 o'clock. I want to thank everyone that attended today. To my colleagues who are still sitting with me, thank you for sitting here while we close this meeting. As you all know, as the council president, I vote last. So with that said, I do want to once again give my condolences to the Daxton family on the loss of our chairman of the Board of Adjustments. He served our city for many years in the Board of Adjustments, and truly he is going to be missed. I want to thank everyone for all of the prayers that continue to come my way for my family. I'm just thankful to God. He's great. To my colleagues as well, who have been there for me. Today marks another year of missing my beautiful mother. 7 years, I still can't believe it. But she's that angel watching over myself and mine. Madam Clerk, thank you so much to everyone, to the workers that work in the building in City Hall. City Hall will be open tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. All right, so therefore, also any business being done will be done after 12. So just letting you know that City Hall will open tomorrow at 12 noon. And hopefully it'll be nice and warm. And once again, thank you to DPW for keeping our chambers warm. With that said, and thank you to everyone that came this past Sunday to our grand opening of our headquarters. It was very well attended, very diverse, and I really appreciate all the support that we are getting for this re-election. So with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The special meeting of March 29, 2022 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay. Good night. Good night, Councilman.
Sophia, good night. How are you?